Welcome to Billionaire Romance Audiobooks. Please subscribe to this YouTube channel. It helps more than you know and is the best way to stay up to date on our latest releases. When you subscribe, you'll also get notified when we release new videos.
A Second Chance at Love. A Secret Baby Romance Audiobook. Book 12 of the Irresistible Brothers series. By Scarlett King and Michelle Love. Narrated by Google Play Auto-Narrated Voice. Audio copyright 2024 BFA Publishing.
Blurb.
From the moment I saw her back in our hometown, we fell right back into our old ways. I'd seen her first all those years ago, but that didn't matter much when I spotted her cuddled up with my best friend. Now she's back home, and he's no longer an issue. But something's not quite right with her. Now that there's no reason to put me off, why is she still being so damn mean? Did she really hate me all along? Does she hate me so much that she hid something so important, just so she wouldn't have to deal with me?
Chapter 1. Callan.
Yeah, I'm about to head into Frankie's bar to get my drink. It's Friday, and I ain't got shit to do for the next 2 days. You should come out too, little bro. I pulled into the parking lot of the packed bar, parking my tall red four-wheel drive truck between two beaters that looked like they wouldn't make it another mile. So you coming out, Chance? Not to Frankie's, I'm not. I've got a hot chica waiting for me at the Tampico. It's dance night for me, bro. Some sensual salsa dancing is in my future. If it sucks over there, you should come and join us. You got your dancing shoes on. I've got my cowboy boots on. Stetson hat, pearl snap shirt, the whole 9 yards. I'm like a walking, talking Texan billboard. Smoothing my hand over the front of my shirt, I adjusted my silver belt buckle with a bucking bull in its middle to make sure it was in line with the snaps on my shirt. A little bit urban cowboy tonight. Should be fun. Pool. Beer. Babes. You be careful out there, Chance. You too, Callan. Shoving my cell into my back pocket, I headed inside with a certain swagger in my step. A lovely young lady strode past me, wearing sky-high heels and looking at me out of the corner of her teal-colored eyes. I never understood the whole colored contacts thing. At least not when the contacts were natural eye colors. But I tipped my hat at her anyway. Evening, ma'am. Cowboy, she said in greeting. Slowing her speed, she let me open the door for her. Allow me. Thank you. I do adore a gentleman. Most ladies do. But I wasn't about to get stuck with the first woman I'd laid eyes on. And she was lingering, so that meant she was sizing me up as a boyfriend for the night, a role I had no interest in playing with her. So does my girl. I didn't have a girl, but a little white lie here and there never sent anyone to hell. Or so I hoped. Without saying another word, the teal-eyed lady disappeared into the crowd. And that suited me just fine. Miraculously, I saw one empty bar stool and parked on it, holding one finger up so the bartender would notice me. He nodded and began filling a chilled mug with draft beer. Taking the first long sip, I scanned the people sitting at the bar. My eyes stopped on a face I hadn't seen in years. Is that Sage Ruiz? The dark-haired beauty was talking to one of the girls I'd gone to high school with. And that pretty much told me that I was indeed looking at the girl I'd missed out on. But my best buddy, Robbie, hadn't missed out on her at all. Sage Ruiz had moved to Brownsville during the middle of our sophomore year. I remembered it as if it were yesterday. Her short brown hair cut into a bob. She'd looked at the floor, clutching several books against her chest as she walked into the first period class. The principal's secretary told me to give this to you, Mrs. Spaulding. She put a piece of paper on our algebra teacher's desk. Her head lifted so she could look around to find a place to sit. I had an empty seat on my left and almost pointed it out to her. I thought she had the most beautiful dark brown eyes I'd ever seen. And the jeans and t-shirt she wore looked great on her too. She wasn't skinny and she wasn't fat. She was just right. But she wasn't walking toward the empty chair near me at all. She made a beeline to the other side of the room, sitting in front of Mona Decker, the easiest girl in school. I couldn't help but look at her every time I got the chance. She had the sweetest southern accent too. The teacher kept asking her questions to find out where she was from and if she was ahead of us or behind us where algebra was concerned. Turned out she was in front of us and already knew how to solve the Pythagorean theorem that we were currently working on. Mona caught me looking her way and must have thought I was checking her out, which I was not. By the end of the class, I'd gathered enough courage to introduce myself to the girl named Sage Ruiz, formerly of Dallas, Texas. But as I tried to get in behind her, Mona got in my way. "Hey, Callan. Is there something you'd like to talk to me about?" "No," I said as I tried to move around her ample body. "You sure?" she asked with a smile that was meant to be sensual but came off sort of slimy and gross, as her lips were heavily glossed and she smelled of fake cherries. "I saw you looking at me." "I wasn't looking at you." I finally got around her and sped up, trying to find Sage. But she wasn't anywhere around. I'd lost my shot. If I would have only raised my hand to point at the desk beside me, then I wouldn't have lost my chance. But I was on the shy side at times, and this time it had cost me. Though I had no idea how dearly it had cost me yet. The next 4 classes went by with my mind still on the new girl in school. At lunchtime, I went toward the cafeteria to eat at the table that most of us on the football team sat each day. Standing in line, I picked up a tray of meatloaf, mashed potatoes with red ketchup gravy, which was everyone's favorite, and some green beans that literally no one ate. Lola, everyone's favorite lunch lady, plopped a giant homemade yeast roll on top of the tray. "There you go, Callan. You have a nice lunch now." "Thanks, Lola." The rolls looked delicious, as always. I headed to the table where guys jumped around, acting goofy like they always did. Searching for a free seat, I found that my best buddy Robbie Winslow wasn't at the table. So, I looked around for him and found him sitting at another table. A table with only him and one other person at it. No way. I marched right over, not caring if I looked kind of stupid as I glared at him. "This table for anyone, or are you guys on a date?" Robbie looked up at me, towering over him, as he sat next to the girl I'd fallen in love with during first period. "Callan? Come on. Sit down. I'd like you to meet Sage Ruiz. She's from Dallas. Just transferred in today. I'm showing her the ropes. It's crazy. We have almost all the same classes. I've been joking, telling her it's kismet." I sat down rather hard as anger bubbled inside of me. "What the hell is kismet?" "Fate," Sage said with that devastatingly sweet accent. "Seems fate brought me to Brownsville and this high school in particular." She put her hand on top of Robbie's, leaving their touching hands on top of the table for the whole world to see. "I've met the sweetest boy here." Robbie's brown eyes twinkled as he looked at her. "And I've met the sweetest girl." I was about to throw up. Holy shit. You two are gross. Her big doe-like eyes met mine as she smiled. "And what's your name?" "Like you don't know," I was about to say. But then I remembered that she'd come into my algebra class after roll call. So she didn't know my name. She didn't even recognize me from our first period class. And I wasn't sure I wanted to let her know that I had noticed her in that class either. Duran. Callan Duran. But the guys call me by my last name. I shoved the roll into my mouth to shut myself up, as I was talking weird for some reason. "Not all of them," Robbie said as he bumped his shoulder against hers and left it there, as they still sort of held hands on top of the table. "Callan and I have been friends since kindergarten. I call him Callan and he calls me Robbie instead of Winslow." "Yeah, but only our closest friends call us by our first names." I took another bite of the roll, trying not to scream with anger and frustration. "I saw her first." Sage smiled as she looked at me. "I hope we can be friends too, Callan. Since Robbie and I are such good friends and you and he are good friends." "He's my best friend," I snarled. "And you can call me Duran Ruiz." She looked a little confused. So, you want to call me by my last name? Robbie leaned forward, breaking their shoulder connection, which made me happy. Hey bro, chill. What's up with you? Why are you acting so weird? I used my hands to gesture to their lovey-dovey bullshit. Why are you acting so weird? What's all this stuff? Sage moved her hand off his. She leaned away from him as her cheeks turned red. But Robbie draped his arm around her shoulders and pulled her to him, holding her close to his side, which pissed me off like I'd never been pissed off in all my 15 years on Earth. We like each other. Can't you be happy for me? For us? I had no idea what the hell he meant. It's been what, 3 hours since she's been here and you're already in love. Sage blushed even harder, ducking her head, seeming as if she'd love nothing more than to climb underneath the table to get away from me and my questions. Robbie's expression turned from confused to mad as hell. Hey. Chill. Taking my tray, I got up. My hand shook as I carried the uneaten food and tossed it into the trash can, before shoving the heavy glass doors open so I could storm out of the cafeteria. I couldn't recall ever being that mad. But as I walked, I began to feel stupid. Robbie was my best friend. He talked to the girl fair and square. He'd had no idea I'd fallen for her first. And neither did she. So, I had no choice but to stop acting like an idiot. But I wasn't going to explain myself to either of them. And I never did. As hard as I tried to stop being angry, every time I got around the two of them together, I couldn't stop myself from becoming a giant jerk toward Sage. That shirt's too tight. Did you get it in the toddlers section? I would grin so that Robbie would think I was just joking around with her, but I wasn't joking at all. I really don't know why I said all those things to her. It seemed like it was out of my control. And it wasn't like she couldn't give as good as she got, either. Why? Is that where you got your IQ? Good one, babe, Robbie said as he'd wrap his arm around her, pulling her close to him, then kiss her on the cheek. Gross. I'd speed off, wanting nothing more to do with them. By the time we graduated, Sage and I had our relationship down pat. We hurled insults at each other like a couple of pros. Neither of us ever missed a chance to put the other down. It was sort of like an art form. 1 week after graduation, Robbie came over and told me something that sounded rather insane. I wanted to tell you this in person, Callan. Sounds interesting. Shoot. I'd been playing basketball by myself in the driveway and went for a basket, missing it. The ball bounced off the garage door and Robbie caught it. I'm leaving next Friday. I've joined the Marines. My whole world stopped as I stared at my best friend. No. He tossed the ball to me. Yes? Why didn't you talk to me about this before you signed up? I would have tried my best to talk him out of it. There's a war going on, Robbie. And I would bet that the Marines are all up in that shit. You don't want to go to war, do you? I want to serve my country. You know my dad was in the Navy when he first got out of high school. He was in it for 5 years. Being in the military gives you certain advantages. That's why I signed up. See, I want to be able to buy a house sometime soon. And I can get special loans. I think Dad said they're VA loans. Anyway, I want to get one to buy a home for me and Sage. Hold up. We were only 18. Why are you talking about buying a home for you and Sage? You don't need to be worrying about that right now. We've got college to get to in the fall. You have to get through college before you even think about settling down with one girl. She's the one, Callan. I don't want to date anyone else. I did talk to her about this. She's not entirely happy with my decision. But she said she'll wait for me, and when I get back home for a visit, we're gonna get married. That way, if I'm going somewhere where civilians are allowed, she can come with me. There was nothing I could say. His mind was made up, and he'd already signed away the next 2 years of his life to the Marines. The night before he left, he invited Sage and I over to his farewell party. It was only the 3 of us. And he'd stolen a bottle of tequila from his father's home bar. We all got drunk. We all cried. Robbie said something about puking and going to bed, then stumbled away to his bedroom, leaving Sage and I alone in the den. I went to check on him and found him passed out soundly, face down on his bed, snoring like a buzzsaw. He was completely out. So I went back to the den, told Sage his condition, and things got real weird real fast. "I hate you, you know," I told her as we sat cross-legged on the floor, looking at each other. "If he wasn't all in love with you, then he wouldn't have joined the Marines in the first place so he could buy you a house. It's not like I want him to go." She wiped fresh tears from her eyes. "I'm going to be lonely as hell here." I don't know how it happened, but all of a sudden, we were kissing and ripping each other's clothes off. Despite the gnawing guilt of knowing I'd betrayed my best friend, that night was still on the top of my adventures chart. And then it was over, never to happen again. Fancy seeing you here, Duran. It is her.
Chapter 2. Sade.
"Ruiz," he said before pulling the beer mug to his lips. I didn't know what I expected from Callan Duran, but the icy greeting wasn't it. Holding out my arms, I cocked my head to one side. "How about a hug for your old best friend's girl?" Putting the empty mug down on the bar, he looked a little reluctant to hug me, but then he gathered me up in his strong arms, lifting my feet off the floor. "You know that you're a little more to me than just that." I wasn't sure about that. But him saying it made me feel better about how things had gone with us. "You filled out, Callan." I rested my hands on his amazing biceps. He looked directly at my chest. "You have too." I'd gone up a cup size in bras. When I had the baby, it rounded out parts of me that hadn't been that round before. "Being a mother looks good on you." He looked around the crowded room, then took my hand. "Let's go to the back where we can hear each other talk." Callan had always been on the great-looking side. But now he was too much for words. His blonde hair hung in soft waves to just above his shoulders, and his blue eyes seemed even brighter than they had 11 years earlier. Tall at a little over 6 feet, his shoulders had broadened, and his legs were thicker too. He was no longer a boy, he was all man now. And quite a spectacular man to look at. Too bad I can never have him. He pulled out a chair for me at a small table for two, way in the back. A waitress came up to us right away. "What can I get you two to drink?" Callan took the other chair, a sensual grin curving his chiseled caramel lips. "We'll each have a shot of Jose Cuervo Gold. And a couple of Budweisers. I've got to watch my carbs. Make mine a Michelob Ultra." "Mine too." He chuckled as he patted his firm stomach. "I have to watch my figure too. I was just thinking you might still be into what we used to drink back in the day." I have grown up and so have my taste buds. But tequila sounds good. I vividly remembered drinking tequila with him and Robbie, the night before Robbie left town to join the Marines. The last time either of us ever saw him. I thought about Robbie often. But sitting with his best friend brought back tons of memories. Can we make a pact not to get wasted tonight and do crazy things again? "Ah, come on, Ruiz. Let's not make any rash pacts so early in the night." His eyes sparkled as he looked me over. Reaching out, he twirled one of my curls around his finger. "I like your hair this way. It's a lot longer than it was back then. And you're curling it now too. And wearing makeup. That's new." "Well, it's new to me. I'm sure you've been wearing it for years." After I moved out of my parents' house, the summer after we graduated, I finally got to use makeup. My grandmother didn't care what I did. I'd moved to Dallas to live with my grandmother after finding out that I was pregnant, and that Robbie would never be coming back home. I couldn't stand to look at the places we'd been. I had to leave. And once I had the baby, I knew I couldn't ever move back to Brownsville, Texas. My body prickled as he reached out, his hand cradling my face as he gently moved his thumb back and forth over my cheek. "I like the way you don't wear too much makeup. You always had the best skin. Never a blemish on your face." His touch was killing me. So I took his hand and moved it away from my face. Funny, I recall you calling me pizza face on many occasions. He nodded slowly. Yeah. I did do that. I could call you that, because you never had anything to feel insecure about with your clear complexion. If you'd really had acne, I wouldn't have said it. I know I acted like one, but I wasn't really a jerk like I was with you. I'm aware of that. I did see you being nice to other people. Jenny Majors, for instance. I'd been so jealous when he'd started dating her, in our junior year of high school. How is she doing? I've got no idea. I lost track of her when I went to college, and she doesn't live in town anymore. The whole family moved off to somewhere. We were never that close anyway. He leaned back in his chair, looking at me with such softness in his eyes. You knew that, though. You knew all along that she and I were not going to work out. I recall you telling me that she was too pretty for such an ugly guy like me. Blushing, I felt a little embarrassed for some of the things I'd said to Callan back then. Did I really say that? You did. The waitress brought our drinks. Then he held up the shot glass of tequila. I picked mine up too. So should we drink to him? I asked. Yeah. He touched his glass to mine. This one's for you, buddy. You will always be missed by the two of us. Neither of us will ever forget you, Robbie Winslow, the love of my life, and the best friend anyone could ever have. I had to fight back the tears as I downed the shot. Callan put the empty glass down, then wiped his eyes. Damn. I did the same, wiping my eyes. Yeah. Damn. I never told this to anyone. But I had a gut feeling the day that Robbie left that I would never see him again. I hate the fact that I was right. I had hope that he'd come back. I had held out hope the entire 2 months he'd been away. And when he was able to call me, and I told him that I was pregnant, I still thought he'd come back home. How'd that go? He leaned forward, wearing a curious expression as he folded his hands on top of the table. He was happy, I laughed as I remembered his reaction. I was hem-hawing around, not sure how to tell him that I was pregnant. Then he said he couldn't talk much longer, and I knew I had to blurt it out. So I just said it. I said, I'm having a baby. And he laughed, and shouted out to everyone around him that he was gonna be a daddy. And then he told me, he didn't ask me, he told me that when he came home we'd get married and we would be the happiest family there ever was. And you believed him. Callan sighed heavily as he sat back. You believed that you two still had a future together. But that wasn't true at all. Nodding, I felt a lump form in my throat. It was 4 days later that his mother called to tell me that Robbie was killed in action in Afghanistan. She also told me that Robbie had told her about the baby, and that she and Robbie's dad would always be there for us. They even moved to Dallas about a year after River was born, so that they could help out with him. Thanks to them, I've never had to leave my son with a babysitter or take him to daycare. His mammy and pappy watch him while I work. Why'd you leave Brownsville? He asked. I mean, your parents never left. So why did you? Because I had a secret that I couldn't have kept had I stayed here. I couldn't tell him the truth, so I told him a version of it. I saw Robbie wherever I looked. I couldn't take it. So I moved back to Dallas with my grandmother. And we still live with her. I like it that way. It makes it more like a real home for River. Not just me and him in some small apartment, you know? Yeah. It sounds like you're a good mom, Sage. It was a rare occasion that he would call me by my first name. The reminiscing about Robbie may have made him feel like we still had a connection, which we could not have, despite this nice little catch-up we were having. I've done okay. But that's only because of the help Robbie's parents have given me. And my family too, of course. If I hadn't had such a great support system, then I have no idea how good of a mother I would be now. Robbie would have been proud of you, you know. He touched my hand, sending jolts of pure electricity running through my body. And I hated how it felt. It felt like I was coming undone inside. If things had been different, I would have loved the way it felt when our bodies touched in any and every way. But things couldn't be different. Callan had been the last man I'd ever been with. And it was the absolute best time I'd ever had. Robbie and I had been intimate for the last few months of our senior year. He and I had been each other's firsts. He had some experience, there had been Jenny, and then he had played the field a bit during senior year. I didn't like to think about him being with anyone, though. So, I'd sort of stopped listening when he'd talk to Robbie about any girls he was interested in or had been messing around with. As amazing as being with him had been, it was also something I felt terrible about. Betraying Robbie ended up hurting me more than I knew I could hurt. He was the best. He deserved better than what he got. He deserved better than me. Don't say that. Callan took my hand in his, holding it tightly, making fireworks go off in my lower regions. I feel bad about that too. I really do. I never wanted to hurt him. And we can be thankful that we never had to hurt him by telling him anything. I hated myself for a long time for what we did. I saw no other way to say it. I wasn't trying to make him feel guilty. I'd been just as into it as he'd been. Yeah, me too, he admitted, letting my hand go so he could pick up his beer. I was his best friend. I was the one guy he knew he could trust with anything. And the thing is that I don't know how we got to where we got, Sage. I swear that I don't. I hadn't set out to do that. I swear to you that I hadn't meant for that to happen. Not ever. I'd had this secret crush on Callan that I hadn't told anyone about. I'd always thought that if I had met Callan first, then I wouldn't have fallen for Robbie. I saw Callan with other girls and he was nice to them. If he'd been the same way with me, I had no idea how things would have turned out for me and Robbie. Callan had charm and charisma. Robbie had a solid heart, full of love and commitment. I loved Robbie. But at times I yearned for Callan. And that was why I had never blamed Callan for what had happened that night, after Robbie went to his bedroom, leaving us alone in the den. I'd had more than enough liquid courage, plus I was sort of shell-shocked by Robbie's leaving. The two of those things combined had made it easy to make the first move. It only took leaning in a bit, biting my lower lip slightly and then sighing. And that's when Callan caught my lips with the most savage kiss I'd ever had. And in the end, I was left with a baby in my teenage womb. A baby who would always be known as Robbie Winslow's son. And that was how it was going to stay. We were drunk teens, I said with a laugh, picking up my beer and taking a long drink to try and smooth out my mind and body. And we were both reeling over Robbie's leaving. And where he was going. And if we would ever see him again. So, we were both vulnerable. Like you said, at least he never had to know that his best friend and his girl betrayed him. And no one ever has to know about that. What we did was a terrible mistake. I think we're lucky that we're the only two people who know about it. I regret it to this day. His eyes were on the bottle in my hand. There was no expression on his face. And then he said it wasn't a mistake. His eyes moved to meet mine. I never regretted doing that with you, Sage. And to be honest, I had no idea that you regretted what we did. I had no idea why you never called me after Robbie died. I wanted to be there for you. And I needed you too. I needed you to help me understand why he had to die. I needed to talk to someone who loved him as much as I did. And where would that have left us, Callan? I said quietly. I knew exactly what would have happened. And then we would have looked like the jerks we truly were. There are many reasons why I left town so soon after getting the news that Robbie was dead. And you were one of them. I knew what would happen if I stayed. His brows arched and his mouth slightly ajar. He whispered, "You and me might have happened. We can't be sure about that. But we can be sure that me and you won't happen in the future." He downed the rest of the beer, then got up and walked away without looking back. The pain in my heart was nearly unbearable. Every instinct in me told me to run after him and tell him that I was lying about having regretted that night. That night had given me more than I knew I'd even wanted. And I wouldn't give that night back for all the money in the world. But Callan can never know that.
Chapter 3. Callan.
When did I start wearing my heart on my sleeve? Rubbing my eyes, I woke up with one thought in my head. I made a jackass out of myself. When Sage said that what we'd done had been a mistake and that she'd always regretted sleeping with me, it sort of destroyed something inside of me. Sure, maybe I'd romanticized what we'd done a bit. But it wasn't something ugly or even dirty. It was unexpected. And it was spectacular. That was my take on it. And that was okay. She and I could have different ideas about what it had meant. Apparently, my ego had taken over, turning the pain I had going on into anger, which had spewed out all over Sage. Rolling out of bed, my head pounded with a headache the size of Texas. I downed 2 more tequila shots once I'd gotten home. And I had ended the night with some Jack and Coke, which was another huge mistake. Making my way to the bathroom, I turned on the shower before finding some aspirin in the medicine cabinet. I popped a couple into my mouth, then got into the shower and let the water pour into my mouth so I could swallow them. I needed to make things right with Sage. But I didn't know how I could pull that off. There was still this seething anger that was going to make it hard for me to stop being such a jerk to her. I'd never felt so much emotion toward any other woman as I had toward Sage. It was like anything I felt was caused by steroids where she was concerned. And the words came out of my mouth without any warning whatsoever. The shower had done the trick, and I began feeling more like myself by the time I was finished getting dressed. Making myself some scrambled eggs, I tossed a couple pieces of bread into the toaster. Getting food in my stomach would help me focus on how I could get in control of my emotions. There was their son to think about too. River is what she'd called him. The boy would be 10 now. And I'd never met the son of my best friend, which was odd. It was also something I had wanted to do ever since I'd found out about Sage being pregnant. I'd been away at college for about a week when my brother Casey called to tell me that he'd seen Robbie's dad, who'd told him about the pregnancy. I wasn't as happy for my best friend as I should have been. And the fact that Robbie hadn't called to tell me that himself had bothered me. Casey had been the voice of reason as he'd told me that Robbie didn't always have access to devices he could contact people from. And since my oldest brother had talked sense into me then, I sat down with my breakfast plate and called him to get his take on things. It's awfully early on a Saturday for my party-hardy brother to be calling me. What's up, Callan? Sage Ruiz is in town. I took a bite of toast and gave him some time to recall who she was. Don't tell me. I know that name. It sounds sort of familiar. Something to do with your high school days, if I'm thinking about the right person. Oh. Robbie's baby mama. Right. Well, she was more than just that. I didn't like to put Sage into any one category. Anyway, she's in town and I'm sure her son's with her. I'd like to meet him. But I sort of got in my own way last night, and now she's probably mad at me. And you want me to tell you how to make her not be mad at you? He asked. How can I do that? I've never even met this woman. I don't know a thing about her, other than that she had your best friend's baby. You're smart. And you're clever. I'm sure you have some idea of how I can right my wrong. I gulped some orange juice while I waited for him to come up with something. How mad did you make her? I'm not sure. See, she kind of hurt my feelings, and I kind of walked away from her. So it's pretty much her fault anyway. His laughter echoed on the phone. She hurt your feelings? How did she do that? You're not a baby, Callan. I've never known you to get all butthurt about much. Yeah, she's got the unique ability to turn me into an emotional idiot for some reason. So, what do you think about me meeting Robbie's son? Do you think it's a smart thing to do? I was back and forth on it. She's probably only here to visit her parents. She and the kid live in Dallas. I don't know how much I could even do with him, but I feel like I should at least meet him since he's my best friend's kid. You know, being a single mom isn't easy. I bet she could use some help. You know, financially. Have you thought about telling her you'd like to help support the kid? No, I admitted, but that was a good idea. I have no clue if she'd like that or not. What single mom wouldn't want some money to help her take care of her kid? He asked. Even if she's too proud, you can tell her that Robbie would have wanted you to help out with his kid. You have a certain charm, Callan. Use it on her. Yeah, about that. It seems like my charm nearly vanishes when I'm around her. I don't understand why that is, but it just does. Something happens to me when I'm around her. I get sort of mean and say things I don't really mean. Why would you do that? I wish I knew. To be fair, she does it right back to me. Maybe that's why I do it. It's like what came first, the chicken or the egg? I can't really remember who started the digs and put-downs. Yet, there was the vague idea in the back of my mind that I'd been the one who'd started it. But I didn't like to take all the credit or the blame. Perhaps you two could put your little war to rest for the kid's sake. His words made sense. I could tell her that. I didn't know how well that would work since my mouth had this way of going around my brain to say whatever it wanted to her. And I could try not to mouth off. Yeah, you should try to have some self-control, Callan. You're not some teenager anymore. You should have excellent control over what you say and do. You're an adult now. 29 years old. Too old to be making wisecracks at someone's expense. That's not cool, you know. It's not. You're right. And I know that. But apparently, I hadn't quite mastered the control thing with Sage yet. So, should I go to her parents' house to tell her this? I didn't get her number last night. If that's the only way you have of contacting her, then I guess so. I would recommend bringing a gift of some kind for her as an apology, and another one for her kid too. Something age-appropriate. He mumbled something that I didn't understand. Hey, I've gotta go. We're taking the kids to the zoo today. Good luck with everything. I know you can handle yourself. Just keep your lips tightly closed and only speak after you've thought it through. See ya. Thanks. I ended the call, not feeling much better than I had before making it. I had to do it all. I had to apologize to Sage. I had to try to convince her to take money from me to help her care for her son. I had to do everything, and she didn't have to do anything, which didn't seem fair since she was the one who had said that she regretted doing it with me. I don't care who you are, when someone tells you that they regret something as intimate as sleeping with you, it stings. But I wasn't some panty waste who cried forever over things. I am a man. Tapping my fingers on the granite countertop, I tried not to think about why I felt so hurt by what she'd said, but failed miserably. Was I the only one who felt the sparks every time we touched? Sage made fireworks go off inside my head. She made me feel things no one ever had. And I had a hard time believing that she hadn't felt the same damn things. Can she still be feeling like we would be betraying Robbie if we hooked up again? It would be preposterous if she still thought Robbie cared if we were together or not. He was in heaven. He had angel wings now. He didn't have time to think about what Sage and I were doing. And if he did, then I would think that he would want us to be together. Why wouldn't he want me taking care of the woman he'd loved and their son? Any best friend worth their salt would have wanted the people they loved and cared about to be taken care of by someone they trusted. And Robbie had trusted me. And I had betrayed that trust. I have got to stop beating myself up about that. Sitting there, staring at the ceiling, noticing that there were spider webs that needed to be cleaned up, I thought about how Sage must have felt. She was supposed to have been in love with Robbie. And I thought that she was. But someone who's in love doesn't cheat with someone else. So, maybe Sage had a lot of guilt about telling Robbie that she loved him when she really didn't. I wasn't saying that she'd been in love with me, because obviously she was not. But she might not have loved either of us. For all I knew, she might have been incapable of loving another person. Nah. That's not it. Sage must have loved Robbie. It had shown in her big brown eyes whenever she looked at him. That was one of the things that made me the angriest. She had never looked at me the way she looked at Robbie. But that one night, the night we did something she ended up regretting, I saw something else in her eyes. Something meant only for me. Pure passion and desire. Maybe she feels guilty that she had a deep desire for me, when she was supposed to be in love with my best friend. Guilt could make a person regret certain things. And if that was the case, then her regret had nothing to do with me per se. It had to do with her and only her. That makes perfect sense. What we'd done that night had been amazing. And I knew it had to have been that way for her too. She loved it. So, maybe I misunderstood her. And maybe she didn't say it just right. But she couldn't have had regrets about us being together in bed. She had to have them about herself. With my hurt feelings fading away, I felt better and better. Going to the freezer, I pulled out some steaks and pork ribs to cook on the barbecue pit. I filled the sink with warm water and dropped them into it so they could thaw out faster. Then I headed outside and started up the hot tub that was attached to my infinity swimming pool. Turning on the outdoor stereo, I put on some fun-sounding music, then went back inside to put on a pot of pinto beans that would go great with the barbecued meats. I was going to show River a great time. I had to smile as I thought about asking him if he'd like to call me Uncle Callan, since me and his dad were like brothers back in the day. Sage and I could be nice to each other for her son's sake. Hopping into my truck later on, I had a vague idea about where her parents lived. It had been years since I'd ridden with Robbie to pick her up. But I knew that once I found the right street, I would know the house as soon as I saw it. I remembered that her bedroom window was on the second floor of the two-story home. The window on the right side of the front door. I'd sat in the car many nights, watching Robbie toss small pebbles at the window to get her to open it just so he could wish her good night in person. He'd been a real sap. And she'd loved it. The way she would smile down at him had made me sick. Or jealous. Whatever it was, it had made me nauseous. I had to get over myself though. I had to do what was right. Robbie would have expected more out of me than what I'd done for his girl and child thus far, which was nothing at all. I had a lot to make up for. Pulling up into the parking lot of the nearest superstore that carried everything from groceries to sporting goods, I went inside, prepared to find the absolute best gift for a 10-year-old boy. Looking in the toy section, I didn't find anything for a boy his age. These are all for little kids. He won't like any of these things. I moved to the next section, which was fishing gear. Moving along, I found electronics and knew I'd hit the jackpot. What kid wouldn't want a brand new gaming system? And one had come out only a week before. So I grabbed one of those off the shelf. Reading the back of the box, I found that I would need to get him a subscription so he could play all the games he wanted. And I found that there were a lot of extra things that could go with the thing. Before I knew it, I had a basket full of things for River.
Chapter 4. Sade.
I'm thinking about grabbing a pizza, I told my mother. Or do you already have something planned for lunch today? No. Pizza sounds good. She flipped the page of the magazine she was reading as we sat in the living room. I'm sure your son will be overjoyed to have that for lunch. He wasn't thrilled with the tomato soup and grilled cheeses I made yesterday. No one was ever thrilled with Mom's go-to lunch. He might be spoiled just a little bit from his Mammy's cooking. She goes overboard. You know Jeannie, always making things a little bit better than everyone else's. She's got cookie cutters coming out of her ears that she uses to shape his food into cute little pieces. I did cut the crust off the grilled cheese, Mom pointed out. And I cut the sandwich on the diagonal, which is fancy. You gave it your best shot, Mom. Best not to try to one-up River's Mammy. I knew I was never able to beat her cooking skills, at least not where my son was concerned. Flipping to another page, Mom wasn't one to compete with anyone over much of anything. Don't I know it? I'll go to pick up the pizza now. I got up and grabbed my purse from the table near the front door. River, I'm going to go get pizza. Wanna come with? Sure, Mom. He came down the hall. Can we get pepperoni? Your favorite? I teased him. Nah. Let's get onion pizza this time. Onion pizza? He made a face that had me laughing. Are you nuts? I'm just kidding. Man, you should have seen your face. Standing at the door, I heard something odd and peeked out the peephole to find Callan walking up the steps. Shit. Mom. River laughed. Why'd you say that? Change of plans. I'll order a pizza to be delivered. Stay in here, River. Or go to the bedroom. Yeah, go back to the bedroom and watch some more television. The doorbell rang. Who's out there, Mom? No one. The bell rang again. I mean, there is someone out there. But no one you know. So go back and watch some television. I'll see who this is and order the pizza. You'll be scarfing down slices in no time. Waving my hand to shoo him away, my heart raced. I'd never felt so close to having a heart attack in my life. Geez. You're acting crazy, Mom. He walked away, going back down the hallway. Mom stared at me. Who is out there, Sage? No one, I shook my head. It's for me. Opening the door, I slipped out of it. Duran. He pulled off his sunglasses, his eyes taking me in as he looked me up and down. Ruiz? What are you doing here? I didn't want him to be standing around just in case my son got a wild hair and came outside. So I looked around him and found a tall red truck parked next to the curb. That yours? Yep. It's nice. I'm here to ask you if you and River want to come to my place for a barbecue. I'm making steaks and pork ribs. I've also got a pot of pinto beans cooking. I have a swimming pool and a hot tub too. I think River would love it. And you might even enjoy yourself. You walked away last night. I didn't think you would want to spend any time with me. It had been a real blow to my ego, him walking away from me. But I knew it was for the best anyway. It's for River, really? Should have known it wouldn't be about me. Well, he's out with my dad right now, I lied because there was no way in hell I would let Callan see my son. What about just you coming over then? He shoved his hands into the pockets of his shorts, looking a little uneasy. I mean, I'd like to make it up too. You know, for how I acted last night. That was uncalled for and I'm sorry. I looked over my shoulder, feeling the pressure to get Callan away from the house. I guess I can go over for a little while. I'd been thinking about you guys spending the whole day with me. I really do want to get to know River. I think Robbie would have wanted that. And I think he would have wanted me to make sure you're doing okay too. Somehow, I was going to have to let him know he would never be spending time with River. But I wasn't about to get into it with him, in the front yard of my parents' house. I'll grab my purse and follow you. Okay. I'll be in my truck. He turned to walk away, then stopped and turned back around. Maybe you could let your dad know my address, and he could drop River off. No. I hurried inside, before he could come up with any other ways he could meet my son. Closing the door behind me, I went to find my mother, who was no longer sitting in the living room. Mom. River came running down the hallway. Hey, Mom. Shish. I held my finger to my lips. Callan might have heard River shouting, and that would land me in a whole lot of mess. River, be quiet. No yelling. You were just yelling, Mom. Anyway, what's going on? He parked himself in front of me with his hands on his hips, and he wasn't about to just let me go without some explanation. An old friend from high school stopped by. He'd like me to go over to his place for a while. Would that be okay with you? I didn't want to go off and leave my kid, but I had to do something to get Callan off my case. Although I still wasn't sure what I could say or do to make that happen. He did seem pretty determined to meet River, and now it sounded like he wanted to be part of his life too, which definitely was a no-go. One brow arched. "You're going on a date?" "Did I say that?" I shook my head. "I'm not going on a date. I'm going to catch up with an old friend, that's all." He folded his arms in front of his chest, looking right through me. "Why can't I come too? Why would you even want to come? You don't know this guy. What kind of fun could that possibly be for you?" Now I was getting it from both sides, and that made me feel like I was on the verge of panic. "What are you two going to be doing that I can't be there too?" "Okay, sport," my father said as he came to my rescue. "Let your mother go and have some fun with an old friend. You and I will go down to the bay and fish." "Fishing?" River jumped up and down excitedly. "Yeah. See you, Mom." River ran off to get ready for fishing with my father. I grabbed my purse, heading for the door. "Thanks, Dad. I sensed you needed my help." He came up behind me just as I opened the door. "That your date out there in that big old truck?" "He's not my date. It's Callan Duran, Robbie's best friend from the old days." I had no idea why everyone in my family thought hanging out with someone was categorized as a date. "Why didn't you invite him in? We've never met him before, I don't think. And if he's a good friend of River's father, then the two of them should get to know each other." "You too, Dad." It seemed like everyone thought River and Callan should meet, except for me. Maybe that was because only I knew the truth. "I won't be late. Thanks again for entertaining River." Getting into my 10-year-old car, I felt the sting of being poor as I followed Callan in his shiny new truck. With no college education, I'd had few choices when it came to jobs. In the beginning, I worked at fast food joints, then at several convenience stores, before settling into the place I'd worked for the last 5 years. Handy's Groceries had done well by me. I'd gone from sacker to cashier, then all the way to assistant manager of the cosmetic department. The pay was okay, and the benefits were all right, but raising a child made it hard to make ends meet. I knew I was lucky that Robbie's parents had moved to Dallas so they could help with River. Never having to pay a babysitter or daycare made things a little easier on me. But there were so many other things a kid needed. There never seemed to be a time when he had everything he needed. When Callan took a left turn that led into the fanciest neighborhood I'd ever seen, I began to wonder what kind of job he'd managed to land. And then he stopped in front of a gorgeous set of metal gates, which opened for him. Maybe he's a caretaker. I couldn't imagine why he'd be pulling up into a gated estate for any other reason. An enormous house loomed ahead of us. One too big for just one person. At least, I assumed that if Callan actually lived there, he did so alone. I might have been way off, though. The lawn was immaculate, so I thought that maybe Callan was a groundskeeper. Maybe he got to spend some weekends at his boss's place. I had no idea why that would be, but it had to be something along those lines. He pulled into a 5-car garage, and I parked behind him. Then I got out, meeting him inside the garage before he closed the door using a button beside the one leading to the house. "Welcome to my home." "So this is your home?" I thought he was kidding with me. "And how would you have come about buying a mansion, Duran?" "How does anyone come about buying a mansion?" He laughed as he opened the door, gesturing for me to go inside. "I worked hard for it. Go ahead, check it all out. This is the mudroom. Not that there is ever any mud, but they built a room for it anyway." A large oak bench lined one wall, and hooks ran along the other wall where I guessed that people could hang their coats. "Looks like this place was built for a large group of people." "I would think so. I didn't have it built. I just bought it this way. I fell in love with the pool and the house went with it, so I snapped it up." He walked around me to the next door. "This way to the kitchen." Following him into the next room, I nearly fainted. "You're shitting me, Duran. This kitchen is something out of a chef's dream. This isn't your house. What do you do here? Are you a caretaker?" I asked, thinking about the first assumption I'd made. His deep laughter filled the huge kitchen, which smelled of smoked meat. I assumed it was due to him cooking beans the way he'd said he was. Why don't you believe that this is my place? Because there's no way you're this rich. I wasn't going to be fooled by him. Come on, tell me what you really do here. Is this some sort of perk from your job or something? This is my home. I swear that to you, Sage. He kept walking, and I followed him into another huge room. This one had seating in it, and lots of it. Leather furnishings were grouped in different parts of the room. One long sofa that looked like it had been specially made faced a long line of floor-to-ceiling curtains. He picked something up off a nearby table and pressed a button on the device, and then the curtains began to move, revealing a scene that looked like something out of a five-star hotel. That is some pool, I said with a sigh as the curtains moved wider and wider until the whole wall was nothing but glass. I can see why you fell in love with it. Who am I kidding? This is not his house. Right? It's like my very own personal spa out there. The infinity pool. The lazy river that runs around it. The water slide that looks like an actual waterfall. It was too amazing to pass up. And would you look at that hot tub? Those are real river rocks it's made with. It's so green and plush out there. And the tall palm trees swaying in the breeze give it a tropical feel, which is great since we're so close to the beach. But come on, tell me who really owns this place and why you get to come here. He grabbed my hand, tugging me with him as we walked through the house, then ended up in what I guessed was the real entrance. Double staircases led up to the second floor, and he led me up one of them. Then we went to the left, all the way down, before he stopped in front of a set of double doors. Opening them after letting go of my hand, he held out his arm. Go ahead. Look around. This is my bedroom. If this isn't my house, then why would my clothes fill the closets? Why would a picture of my parents be on the bedside table? Duran, I've never met your parents. For all I know, that's the picture that came with that frame. Crossing my arms over my chest, I wasn't about to let him make a fool of me. You can't make me fall for your stupid trick. Holding up one finger, as if he was getting an idea, he walked over to a desk on the far side of the room and opened a laptop computer. After tapping something in, he turned it around so I could see the screen. Here. Look at this. This is the website of the company my brothers and I own. Looking at the screen, I read that the four brothers owned an electric company that converted energy using the waves of the Gulf of Mexico. And there was an article on them from Forbes magazine too. The first line called them all multi-billionaires. Still unsure if I could believe him, I took my cell phone out of my pocket and Googled his name. Sure enough, the Forbes article came up along with lots of other things too. Holy shit. Maybe I should tell him the truth about things after all.
Chapter 5. Callan.
Is it really so hard to believe that I've actually made something out of myself? I hadn't been a stupid kid. I'd made high A's all through high school. Looking a little odd, she shook her head. No, I don't know. This is surreal. Sorry. It just is. I tried to think what it would be like if the roles were reversed, and I had just found out that Sage was a billionaire. Yeah, I guess I can see that. But don't let it get to you. I'm still the same guy that first was before the money came my way. Her eyes met mine and she smiled. Yeah, you are that same old jerk I knew in high school. The dig bounced right off me, and I shot one back at her. You too. Putting her hand on her chest, she raised her dark brows and her expression turned slightly indignant. Me? How am I an ass? I didn't want to do this with her. I wanted to figure out how we could stop the same old thing we'd done during the 3 years we knew each other back then. You're not. I'm sorry. I don't know why I say the things that I do to you. So how about we go back downstairs so I'll get the pit going and we can start burning some meat on the grill. I watched her walking out my bedroom door and thought how insane that was. I'd imagined her in my room quite a few times during fantasy hour with myself. She looked better being there in real life than she had in any fantasy. Let's go then. Catching up to her, I asked, how's life been treating you in Dallas? We didn't really do any catching up last night. Pretty fair, I guess. She went down the stairs quickly. It was almost like she was trying to put space between us. And for some reason, I didn't like that. Neither was I about to make it easy for her to accomplish. Quickening my pace, I caught up and walked right next to her. How fair. Like, have you been dating anyone? No. She looked at me only for a second before looking down at the floor. Is this marble? Yeah. Only the foyer is marble though. The rest of the house is just tiled. So, why haven't you dated anyone? If she hadn't dated anyone, then chances were that I had been the last man she'd ever been with. I knew she hadn't been with Robbie before he left because he'd told me that he wasn't happy about it, just before he had to board the plane that took him away from us forever. As a single mom, dating hasn't been an option. Plus, Robbie's parents are the ones who watch River when I'm working or have other things I need to do. Can you imagine me asking them to watch him while I go out on a date? She laughed. I could never do that to them. Heading into the kitchen, I went to the sink to get the meat out of it. Can you grab that cutting board over there for me? She looked around, then found the large granite cutting board. This one? Yep. I got to work taking the meat out of the packages as she sat the heavy cutting board on the counter next to the sink. Sage, I don't think Robbie's parents ever expected you to turn into a nun just because their son died. Probably not. It's more my issue than theirs. She looked around the kitchen. Is there a fridge in here? I'm a little parched. It's built into the wall, I said as I pointed to the fridge. You push that panel, and you'll find all sorts of things to quench your thirst. She had a bit of trouble figuring out how to make it open, but then she got it. Wow. There is so much to pick from that I'm a little overwhelmed. How about you bring me a beer and get one for yourself too? There's a nice craft beer made right here in Brownsville. It's called Island Sun. See the 6 of them in a row at the top? What does it taste like? She grabbed one bottle for me, then waited for my answer. Sunny beach days with lots of smooth waves. I laughed at my description. It's good. Just get a bottle. Worst case scenario, you don't like it and I'll finish it off while you pick something else. Okay. Grabbing another bottle, she put them on the counter, then tried to unscrew the lid off one of them. Ouch. You have to use a bottle opener for those. I nodded at the place I kept the bottle opener. In there. Is everything you have so fancy? She began opening the bottles. I mean, what happened to good old-fashioned twist-off tops? I've got some cheap beer too. I'm not as highfalutin as you're making me out to be, Ruiz. I beg to differ, Duran. She held up the shiny, sterling silver bottle opener. This isn't cheap, and it's just for opening expensive bottles. Has the money gone to your head? Stop it. I wasn't going to let her goad me into a put-down contest. Anyway, back to you not having dated anyone. I'm just spitballing here, but does that mean that I was? She cut in, you stop it. I'm not talking about that night anymore. Looking around the kitchen, she seemed to be trying to come up with something else to talk about. What can I do to help with this barbecue that you're making? I know how to make macaroni, if you've got a box of it hidden in here somewhere. I don't like that kind. I do have some frozen if you care to put it into the oven. It takes like an hour and a half to make. We should get it going right away if it's going to be ready when everything else is. And where would the freezer be? Her eyes scanned the kitchen walls. I pointed it out. Right next to the fridge. She gasped when she opened the full-sized freezer. Holy shit. This thing is huge and packed too. Pulling out the package of frozen mac and cheese, she shook her head. This is way too big for just the 2 of us. All the things in here are big. Do you usually only cook for a whole party of people, or what? Yeah. Make it anyway. You can take all the leftovers home for you, for your family to enjoy. An idea hit me. Or you could call and invite them all over. I've never met your parents. I told you that my father took river fishing. So they can't come over. She went to the oven and looked at it for a moment. Okay, how do I put it on 350 degrees? Push the button that says oven. Not the one that says convection oven. You only use the convection button when you want to air fry things. And you did not tell me that your father took river fishing. You said he was out with your dad. Okay. But that's what I meant. They're busy today. They can't come over here. Her finger hovered around the controls. And now to set the temperature. The up and down button on your right. I folded thick aluminum foil around the ribs after seasoning them. I'm going out to put these on the pits since they're going to take longer to cook than the steaks. Once you get that thing into the oven, come out and I'll show you to the pool house. There you can find a bathing suit. I'm not swimming. She pulled the tray from the package, then looked around for the trash can. Under the sink. And yes, you are going to swim. The last time we all went swimming together, you kept dunking me. So no, I am not swimming with you, Duran. I'm not a stupid teenage boy anymore. And yes, you are. I carried the meat out of the side door that led to the patio where the pit was. 15 minutes later, she came out with 2 more beers in her hands. Look, I haven't shaved my legs in years. Shut up. I didn't believe her at all. I'm serious. She put the beers on the table, then pulled up her pant leg to show me more hair than I had on my legs. Sage Ruiz. I couldn't believe her at all. What the hell has happened to you? Taking her by the hand, I dragged her with me to the pool house. Lucky for you, the bathroom in here is stocked with all you need to defer yourself. Geez girl, you can't live this way any longer. I'm serious. Callan, no. I really don't want to swim. I had the idea that she'd limited her fun to nearly nothing. So I wasn't taking no for an answer. You need to lighten up. You need to have some fun. You need to just let go and enjoy life. And I'm gonna help you do it. I kept dragging her along behind me as she tried to convince me to leave her alone. Can't you see that I'm happy with the way things are right now? I don't need tons of fun in my life. I've got a kid to think about. Lots of people have kids and still have fun too. Opening the door to the pool house, I strode back to the bathroom and pushed her inside. Shave. I'm going to leave a bathing suit in the dressing room for you to put on. You've got half an hour to get it done, or I'm going to come in here and get you out myself. Don't think I won't do it. I've seen you naked before, and nothing would make me happier than seeing you naked again. Even if you regret that night, I don't. She looked at me for a moment. That's why you left? You didn't like that I said I regretted sleeping with you. You think. I closed the bathroom door, then walked into the dressing room to pick out the skimpiest bikini I could find. Then I hung it up for her to put on after she shaved off the massive amount of hair on her legs. Her current physical state let me know more than her words ever could. She'd stopped being anything but that boy's mother. She needed more. She might not have known it, but she needed so much more. She needs me. A half hour later, she came out to the pool with a beach towel wrapped around her. Her legs were so white from not having seen the sun in years that they glowed. Thank God I've got my sunglasses on. I changed into my swimming trunks and nothing else, and her eyes on my body felt good. I don't want you to burn, so I'll put the canopy over the pool. All that white is going to take some time to tan. Going to the button that rolled out the canopy over half the pool, I made some shade for us. You can get rid of the towel and get into the pool now. You gave me a bikini that leaves very little to the imagination, Duran. My entire butt is hanging out. She held firmly to the towel, not letting it budge even a little. It's called a thong. Lots of people wear them. Come on. I won't laugh at you. Yes, you will. Her head shook. I'm not going to do this. Bet you are. I hurried to get to her before she could run away, scooped her up, towel and all, then jumped into the deep end of the pool with her in my arms. As she struggled to come up from underneath the water, I pulled the towel off her. Duran? Ruiz? I shouted right back at her. Live a little. Splashing me, she began to swim away from me. You nearly drowned me. No need to worry. If I had done that, I would have brought you back to life using a little mouth-to-mouth. I caught her by the leg as she swam for the shallow end. Better stay out here with me. This is where the shade is. All that white flesh will turn red within minutes under the tropical sun's rays. Duran, stop. Ignoring her, I pulled her until I had her in my arms. Sage, stop fighting me. That's how things always were with us. Always fighting this thing we have going on between us. Let's just stop doing that. What do you think we have going on between us? She ran her hands over her face to clear the water off it. And why are you holding me? What do you think is going to happen here today? You sure are set on never being with a man again for some stupid reason. Robbie wouldn't have wanted that, and you know it. Do you think for 1 second that he would want me with you? She shook her head, making water sprinkle my face as it flew off her hair. I think he would want you with me since he can't be with you. And I think if you could get out of your own way, you'd like that too. I can make life sweet for you and your son. I can make the hard times you two have had disappear. And I'd like to give that a try. If you will let me. I'm not going to be with you, Duran. Get over yourself. You might be rich, but you can't buy my love. Letting her go, I swam away from her. I'd never had anyone talk to me the way she did. Seething with anger, it was hard for me to follow my brother's advice. I bit my lips to keep them from flapping and telling her what a jackass she was. She swam to the ladder, then got out of the pool and went into the pool house. When she came out, she was dressed and walked right by me without even looking at me. Hang on. I moved quickly to get in front of her before she got to the door. Blocking it, I had something to tell her. I get it. You don't want me. But I need to do something for Robbie's sake. I'm going to set up a bank account for you on Monday with my bank here in Brownsville. I'll give you the debit card. I'll put $10,000 a month in the account for you and River. And if you need more than that, all you have to do is call me and I'll add it to the account. Robbie would have done the same for me if he could, if I'd been the one to leave behind the love of my life and our child. I've never needed you or your money, and I never will. And then she pushed me to the side and walked away. Why does she have to like that?
Chapter 6. Sade.
You're home much earlier than I thought you'd be, my mother said as I walked into the house. And your hair's wet. Did you get caught in some random rain shower or something? Why do you look so angry? Can I just come home and not be asked a million questions? My feet pounded each wooden step as I fled to the privacy of my old bedroom, nearly running upstairs. I shouldn't have come back home. I spotted my reflection in the mirror over my dresser, and found that I looked a lot like a drowned rat. Falling onto my small twin bed that still had the blue gingham bedspread on it that I'd had when I was still in high school, I put my hands over my face. Something was so very wrong with me. Callan Duran wanted me, and I wanted him too. He wanted to bring me and River into his wonderful life. Even if I refused all that, there was the generous offer of giving me money for no reason at all. $10,000 a month was more than 10 times what I made each month. It would be life-changing money. But I knew that I couldn't take it. Otherwise, he would want to meet River at the very least. I can never let that happen. "Mom, we're back," River shouted just before he threw my bedroom door open. I sat up quickly so he wouldn't see me wallowing in self-pity. "Hey, what happened to you?" I took a quick dip in my friend's swimming pool. I ran my hand through my damp hair. I know it looks like a mess. I'm about to shower and wash it. I heard the sound of footsteps, then my parents were standing at my door. Dad asked, "What happened to you?" She took a swim, River said. I didn't know that guy had a pool. I would have loved to swim there with you. Yeah, well, I'm not going back there, so too bad, buddy. I got off the bed and went to get some clean clothes out of the closet. Why wouldn't you go back there? My father asked. Did that guy get fresh with you? 'Cause if he did, I'll go straighten him out right now. Yeah, me too, Mom. River smacked his fist against his palm, the way my father did. And what does get fresh mean? Mom chimed in, it means that someone makes some moves on you. She looked at me. Is that what that guy did? Did he put some moves on you? Is that why you left so early? He'd put some moves on me, all right. But that was not exactly why I'd left. It's not like that. He just insulted me is all. Being who he is, I should be used to that by now. But somehow it still bothers me. What did he say to insult you? My father asked as he took a seat on my bed. I had no idea why there was a family meeting going on in my bedroom, but I wasn't cool with it at all. So I acted indignant about the offer Callan had made me. He made an obscene offer of $10,000 a month for me and River to live on for the foreseeable future. That's what he did. He said Robbie would have wanted him to do that. Wow, my mother said, sitting down next to Dad on my bed. I thought I would play up the whole idea that he'd insulted me. Like, how could he think so little of me? How could he think that I don't have the wherewithal to financially take care of my son? The nerve of that guy. Honey, Dad said softly. You could use some financial help. And I think the guy is right. Robbie would have wanted his best friend to help you out if he was financially able to. And it sounds like this guy has plenty of money if he offered you that amount each month. He's a brilliant billionaire. I pulled a t-shirt off the hanger and draped it over my arm. I'm gonna go shower, so. I tried to end our little chat. But when I looked at my parents, whose mouths hung open, I got the idea that the conversation was far from over. My mother stood and pointed her finger in the air. Robbie sent him to you. Or you to him. Either way, you were meant to run into that man who can change you and your son's lives. I looked at River, who stared at his grandmother. How can he change our lives, Mimi? What if your mother didn't have to work another day of her life? My father asked my son. Hey, I protested. I wasn't about to let them come up with a bunch of what-if situations. Callan didn't say that he would keep giving me that money indefinitely. I think it's just for as long as River's in school or something. I didn't let him get too far into the details before I stormed out. Who storms out on someone who is being so generous to them? My mother asked with dismay on her face. Who are you, Sage Ruiz? Did I teach you to be so rude? No. No, I did not. You owe that man an apology. And you should think about others too, Sage, my father added as he stood up and began throwing his arms around. Robbie's parents have bent over backward helping you with River since the day he was born. And we've done more than our fair share too. Whoa. I didn't like where this was headed. You don't have to help me. I never asked for it. You offered and I accepted, but I never asked any of you for help. If you accepted our help, Mom said, people who make very little money, then why not accept help from a man who makes more than he could ever spend in a lifetime? My father's face went stiff. Hey, did this guy want you as part of the bargain or something like that? Is that why you turned him down and stormed off? Because if that's the case, then I will give him such a beating that he will never forget. Is that why, Mom? River asked, once again smacking his fist against his palm. I'll flatten the guy. An old man and a little boy think they can take down the likes of Callan Duran? What a hoot. I saw the man, my mother said. He's a big guy. And handsome as they come too. But if he did anything to you that wasn't right, you let your father know and let him take care of him. He didn't do anything for anyone to be mad at him about. He just offered the money because of his relationship with Robbie. And I don't want his money. If you guys don't want to help out with things anymore, then don't. I'll figure things out. Work more hours or something. I'm not going to take Callan's money. I can't do it. Why not? My mother asked. If there are no strings attached, then why not? Gesturing to River, I said, what if he wants to meet River? What if he wants to be in his life or something like that? How fair would that be to poor River? How fair would that be to Robbie's parents who've done so much for us all these years? Don't they matter? Wouldn't his interference in our lives matter to them? Mom, you said he was my father's best friend, right? I looked at my son, barely nodding. None of that matters, River. You shouldn't have someone in your life just because he once was your father's best friend. But Mom, what if I want to meet him too? What if I want to ask him questions about my dad that you can't answer? Things that only best friends know about each other. Things like if my dad was afraid when he heard thunder the way I am. And if he liked dogs the way I do. You can ask your grandparents about those things, River. He acted like he didn't have a direct line to knowing things about his father. Or who everyone else thought his father was. Mom, you said this guy has a pool. Why wouldn't I want to meet him and spend time with him? Because meeting him will turn your life and the lives of your mammy and pappy upside down. Well, the thing about Callan is that we're not friends. We're more like enemies. We always have been ever since day one, when your father and I went to lunch in the school cafeteria, and Callan got mad that we liked each other for some stupid reason. My mother tapped her finger against her chin, lost deep in thought. Maybe this Callan guy liked Robbie for more than just a friend, and got mad when he found out that Robbie liked girls and not boys. I saw the man. He is extremely handsome. And if I know anything, it's that men who are that good-looking are often gay. She nodded as if she'd figured it all out. Is he with a woman now? I pinched the bridge of my nose, aggravated that this whole conversation was happening. Callan Duran is not gay, Mom. You haven't been here in 11 years, Sage, my father said. How would you know if he is or isn't? You never know nowadays. One of the guys I grew up with lives with his partner in Monterrey, Mexico now. And his partner and he wear wedding rings. Shrugging, he went on. You never know. That's all I'm saying. Maybe his unrequited love for Robbie has made him want to take care of River the way he thinks he should be taken care of. You know, if River was their son instead of yours and Robbie's. Gay men have kids now. Lots of them. Dad, please stop saying things about gay men. That is not the case here. The case is that River is my son, and I will do what I think is right by him. And taking Callan Duran's money is the most wrong thing I could possibly do. Now please get out so I can take a shower. Gathering my clothes, I went to the bathroom across the hallway and took a shower. An hour later, I emerged with my plan. River and I are going to pack up and leave. My parents had become wild cards. They might do anything now that they knew a billionaire wanted to give me money. I couldn't trust them. Mom and Dad had seen Callan's truck. Mom had taken a good look at him too. If she ever spotted him, she or my father might talk to him and even bring him home to meet River. When I got back into my bedroom, I got my suitcase out of the closet and began filling it up. I wasn't going to wait even one more night. We'd leave as soon as I had packed our things. It has to be this way. I'd gotten away with River's blonde hair and blue eyes because my father had them too. Robbie and I both had dark hair and eyes, and River had nothing dark about him except that he tanned exceptionally well. But I also attributed that to my father, who was half Hispanic and half white. If Callan and River didn't share anything other than their hair and eyes, I wouldn't have been so worried about the two meeting. But they shared a birthmark. It was exactly the same on both of them. A strawberry birthmark the size of a quarter lay on the same spot on the back of their right arms. One sleeveless shirt on either of them would bring about questions that didn't need to be asked. I didn't regret that night with Callan. It had given me my son. It made me into a woman I'd had no idea I could become. I was strong. I was responsible. I was a mother. Callan had made me all those things. I didn't hate him for it. Alas, I loved him for it. But he could never know. He could never know that I loved him. He could never know that he was River's real father. He couldn't know that because it would destroy Robbie's parents, and it might well destroy River too. When a kid finds out that their whole life has been a lie, then things can go really bad. I will never let that happen to my son. Not ever. Mom, why are you packing your suitcase? I heard River ask from behind me. I turned to find my door open and him walking in slowly. Sneaking up on me. I was going to sneak up behind you and give you a hug. I can tell you're upset. I don't understand why. But I wanted to make it all better for you. He held his little arms open. I hugged my son, rocking with him as I kissed the top of his head. My little man. Always so sweet and thoughtful. I'm packing because I'm ready to go home. This trip isn't turning out the way I thought it would. It's best for us to leave. He stepped back and his jaw dropped. Mom, you haven't even taken me for our beach day yet. And you said we'd go to the zoo here too. I've been looking forward to that ever since you told me we were finally coming to Mimi and Popo's house, instead of them coming to see us. Please don't make us leave now. Please, Mom. He wrapped his arms around me again. I won't ask about my father's friend anymore. I swear I won't. Just don't make us leave. I'd never seen him like this. It broke my heart. So I had to change my plan. Now it had to be Operation Stay Away from Callan. This isn't going to be easy.
Chapter 7. Callan.
On Monday morning, I took my Tesla Next Generation Roadster to work. Frustrated by the way Sage had acted when I'd given her an offer most people wouldn't have refused, I needed to get some speed under my ass, feel the freedom of the road a bit. I had to get my head into a better space, or I wouldn't be worth shit at work. I had no idea why I kept letting Sage get under my skin. She was who she was, and that was never going to change. But a huge part of me wanted to show her what she was missing. If she could just get out of her own way for a bit, I could bring her back to life. Her stubbornness knew no bounds though, so I needed to stop thinking about her and get back to my own life. I'd lived 11 years without the woman. I could live the rest of my life without her too. If she didn't want me to have anything to do with Robbie's son, that was on her, not me. I did feel for the kid though. If she took the money I'd offered, he would have a much better life than she was able to give him on her own. However, that was her call, and I couldn't do shit about it. I turned onto the road leading to work, the only road that gave people access to the beach. It was early, so there weren't many cars on the road yet. By afternoon, the road would be jammed with beachgoers. I tried to make sure I came to work before the crowd started, and I left after most of them had left the beach to get back to their hotel rooms for the night. A small black car pulled out of the Denny's parking lot, and I recognized it instantly. After all, there weren't a lot of old Hondas going around town. I was pretty certain it was Sage's car. So I stayed behind it instead of speeding around. She wouldn't recognize me in the Tesla, she didn't know I owned one. I was in the clear and stayed right behind her. I noticed a head in the back seat. She's got River with her. Now was my chance to get a glimpse of the son she didn't want me to have anything to do with, for some insane reason. It wasn't like I was a bad guy. I wasn't a drunk. I wasn't a drug user. I wasn't even really the jerk I was at times with her. I was a nice guy, generous, and people from all walks of life liked me as a person. So, why she didn't think I was good enough to know her son was a mystery to me. She pulled up into one of the parking areas people used to get to the beach. I slowed to a stop near the curb to watch them get out of the car. The back door flew open as the boy wasted no time getting out of the car, running to the wooden walkover bridge, then stopping as Sage got out, yelling at him, "River, wait for me." "Aw, Mom." "Hurry up then," he whined. I couldn't pull my eyes off him as he stood facing me. Blonde hair. He was too far away to see what color his eyes were, but they looked to be on the light side from where I was. His mother and Robbie both had dark hair and eyes. I, on the other hand, had wavy blonde hair. Rivers was cut too short to be able to tell if he had waves or not. My gut began to ache as one thought filled my mind. Can he be my son instead of Robbie's? The two of them disappeared over the sand dune that protected the road from the blowing sand on its other side. So I drove away feeling unsettled and somewhat sick. Would she really hide something this important from me? Back when I first found out that Sage was pregnant, there had been a flash of a thought that the baby might be mine. But that thought soon vanished after Robbie's death. In my mind, if Sage had had my baby and Robbie was no longer in the picture, I thought she would definitely come to me to let me know that we had a baby and that I had to help her with it. After all, who wants to take on such tremendous responsibility alone if there was someone else to share it with? I knew that Robbie's parents hadn't moved up to Dallas to help her with the baby until he was about a year old. He must have had blonde hair back then. One would think that if Sage had this blonde-haired, blue-eyed baby, then she would at least suspect that he could be mine, not Robbie's. But them moving there meant that she had never thought the boy was anyone's but Robbie's. Or is that true? It couldn't be true. Sage wasn't an idiot. She remembered being with me the night before Robbie left. She had a high school diploma, and that meant she knew at least a few things about genetics. And that boy didn't seem to show any of Robbie's. At least from what I saw from a distance. When I got to work and headed into my office, I barely noticed my administrative assistant pouring herself a cup of coffee. "Morning, Callan. How was your weekend?" It was interesting." I jerked my head to gesture to the coffee. "Can you pour me a cup too?" "You?" she asked with wide eyes. "Coffee?" "Yeah, I know. I never drink coffee. My head's sort of a mess this morning, and maybe the caffeine will help me sort my thoughts out." I headed toward the door to my office at the back of the reception area. "Thanks, Tracy." "Sugar and cream?" she asked. "Make it however you make yours." I had no idea how I liked coffee since I'd never had it before. But I needed something to help stop my head from spinning. "Will do. I'll bring it to you. You want a pig in a blanket too?" I brought some from home. I made a big batch of them yesterday morning for my kids. "Thank you. That would be nice." Going into my office, I sat down on the sofa instead of at my desk. When she came in with the coffee and pastry, she looked at me wide-eyed as I was laying down on the sofa. "Okay, what's wrong with you?" "I'm not sure. I've never felt this way before. My heart feels like it's being pinched. My stomach is churning. I can barely breathe. Should I call 911? She put the things down on the coffee table and took out her cell phone. "It's not a medical emergency." "Sounds like one." Her finger hovered over the screen. "Maybe I should just see if your doctor will come to take a look at you." Sitting up, I shook my head. "It's really not medical. It's emotional. I think I saw something I never thought I would see. Not yet, at least. And it's got me all messed up in the head. Still sounds on the medical side to me. Did you see a sea monster or something like that? A UFO? A spaceman? A ghost? Could you be having hallucinations, is what I'm getting at." "No," I said, looking at her. "I think I might have a 10-year-old son, Tracy." It was crazy to think it, but saying it out loud was even wilder. She blinked a few times. "And how is that, Callan?" "A woman I used to know came back to town to visit her parents, and she brought her son with her. She says he's the son of my best friend, who died in the war 11 years ago before the boy was born. But the thing is, we had a one night together just before my friend left to join the Marines. So the boy could be mine. And I just found out that he's blonde like me. His mother and my best friend had dark hair. So you see, I'm sort of freaking out because if I've been a father for the last 10 years and that was kept secret from me, I might lose my mind. Or my temper. Probably both." Shaking her head, she said, "Look, kids don't always follow the genetic path science sets up for us. You know that I've got 3 kids. And my husband is the father of all 3 of them. I've got black hair and blue eyes. He's got red hair and green eyes. Our oldest is a perfect cross of the 2 of us with red hair and blue eyes. The next baby was born with brown eyes and brown hair. And then our youngest has black hair and green eyes. So you see, there can be some differences. My mother had brown hair. And my husband's mother had brown eyes. So that's where our second kid got his looks from. Do you know much about the looks of your friend's family or that of the kid's mother? My friend, yes. All dark-haired, dark-eyed people. The mothers, no. Not a clue. I've never met anyone from her family. Okay, so there could be someone in her family who has the same features as yours. You said that your friend died before the boy was born. Now, if the mother of that child had any idea that he was yours, I think she would have told you. Or did she become involved with another man? If she had another relationship, she might not have told you anything. From what she said, she hasn't had another relationship in all these years. I find that hard to believe. Yeah, I did too. Until she showed me her hairy legs. I'm pretty sure she hadn't shaved them in years. Only a single woman with no intentions of being with someone would do a thing like that, right? Did she shave them before? Yeah. Hell yeah. Well, maybe you're right. Some women will purposely do things to make themselves less attractive so that they won't have to deal with unwanted advances. I remember when I was young and single, my girlfriends and I would all wear the ugliest panties when we went out drinking and dancing. It stopped us from getting drunk and going home with anyone. Who wants to let anyone see them in ugly panties? She did say that she didn't want to be with anyone else. She thinks my friend's parents would be upset if she was with another man, which is stupid. Maybe it's not stupid to her. She tapped her chin with her forefinger. If they've helped with the child for years, she may feel that she owes it to them to keep other men out of the boy's life for their sake. Maybe. I wasn't sure about anything. How can I stop obsessing over this? Why not just ask her to tell you the truth? She and I don't communicate well. Never have, and now I'm wondering if we ever will. Things get twisted with us. It's annoying. 3 lines formed along her forehead as she looked like she didn't quite believe me. Callan, I've been working for you for some time now. You are an excellent communicator. I don't understand you saying that you can't communicate well with her, or anyone for that matter. It's true. I picked up the cup of coffee, blew across the surface, and saw steam swirling around in the air. Sipping it noisily, I felt my face scrunch up. It's bitter. I can add more sugar if you want. She held out her hand for me to give her the cup back. I took another, less noisy sip. No need. The taste is already growing on me. It does that to a person. Patting me on the back, she said, I've got reports to work on. You think about what I said. You should simply ask her if you're the child's father. Use your common sense, Callan. Whatever has you two getting into communication troubles, fix it. You're great at doing that. Thanks for your advice, Tracy. I'll contemplate it for a bit. I picked up the puffy pastry and took a bite. This is good. My kids love them. Enjoy, Callan. She closed the door behind her after she left. I finished the tasty breakfast treat and sipped on the coffee that was growing on me more and more by the second. Addicting stuff. I thought about the things Sage and I had said to each other. Something that stood out were her parting words to me the last time we spoke. She'd said that she'd never needed me, and never would. If I were talking to someone with whom I hadn't shared anything except for a memory of a one-night stand, I don't think those words would ever come to my mind. Of course, I wouldn't have needed them because we hadn't shared anything tangible. Now, if I were talking to someone I did share something with but hadn't gotten their help with it, I might say those words to them. Or something like, I've been doing this by myself this long. I'll just keep on doing it without your help. That would only be if I'd given them the chance to help with our shared situation. If I hadn't even given them a heads up about it, then I wouldn't have been upset with them at all. Yet Sage was upset with me. She wouldn't take my money. She wouldn't let me meet her son. She wouldn't even give us a shot to see if what we had could turn into something. Because she's afraid. But afraid of what? Of hurting Robbie's parents. That was just crazy. They were grown-ups who knew how the world worked. I knew they might be a little upset if she told them that River wasn't their biological grandson, but the boy would always be their grandson, no matter what. People don't help raise a child for years without developing an indestructible bond. River would never lose Robbie's parents as his grandparents, no matter who his mother was with. Or even if she had to let them know that River wasn't their blood kin. I hadn't seen Robbie's parents since they moved to Dallas, but I knew they were good people. And good people don't walk away from a child who loves them and whom they love right back. Sage wasn't being fair in many ways. Tracy was right. I just needed to be upfront and ask her if River was mine. And if she said no, then I would ask her if she's afraid of falling in love with me. This might be a life-changing evening. Am I really ready for all of this?
Chapter 8. Sade.
River tossed his football to me, and I had to run up to catch it, but I did catch it. Hey. I finally caught one. Great. Now toss it back to me, and try to make sure I can catch it this time. He held out his hands, and I tried to aim the ball right at them. But for some reason, it was way too low and ended up falling into the water as we stood in the surf. Mom, you throw like a girl. Because I am one, I pointed out. Snatching up the ball before it was pulled out to sea, he splashed water as he ran past me. I hear the ice cream truck. Can we get some? Sure. I followed him to the car in the parking area, so I could get some money out of my purse. I hope they have bomb pops. I used to love those when I lived here. I want something covered in chocolate. We headed up to where the ice cream truck had parked, and found that we'd beaten everyone else to the front of the line. I saw the list of frozen confections on the side of the van, and smiled when I saw that they still had my favorite. 1 bomb pop and 1 chocolate-dipped vanilla cone. River was all smiles as he rubbed his hands together in anticipation of the sugary treat. This is like the best day ever, Mom. My heart swelled, as it wasn't often that we had days that got such high praise. I'm glad you're having fun. I handed him his ice cream, then we went back to the beach. I've missed the beach. I'm gonna miss it when we have to go back home. I love it here. It's always breezy. It's never breezy back home. And I like the way it smells here too. It's fresh. It doesn't smell fresh back home. It sort of smells like too many cars at home. And it's noisy there too. I don't hear a thing when we sleep at Mimi and Popo's house. Well, our life is in Dallas, River. Your great-grandmother is there. She needs us, or she would be lonely. And what about Mammy and Pappy? They're there too. They moved all the way there just so they could be with you. Yeah, I know. He sat down on the sand, watching the waves as he ate the ice cream. I took a seat beside him. Maybe we can make more visits here, River. It takes a good chunk of change to make the 8.5-hour trip. But I could maybe save up some money when I get the tax refund each year in February. We'll just have to not spend the money on anything else if you want to spend a week next summer down here with my parents. What about that money that guy wants to give you? He licked away the chocolate that had begun to drip down his hand. You know, son, that wasn't really a conversation you were supposed to hear. That was adult stuff. I don't expect you to understand, but I can't take his money. I don't want to take it. But things would be so much easier for us if you did. He dug his toes into the sand. So he was my dad's best friend, and maybe he knows what my dad would have wanted for us better than you do. I know what your father wanted for us, and I'm doing it. His blonde brows shot up as he looked at me with a sarcastic expression. So, you actually think that my dad would have wanted me to get most of my clothes from the thrift shop near our house? His words hit me square in the heart. River, You know I go through that store with a fine-tooth comb to find only the clothes that still have the original tags on them for you. I know that you do your best for me. I've never complained. You know that. I love you, Mom. I know you work hard for me too. But what if you didn't have to do that? What if you could do more with me? If you got that money, you wouldn't have to work all those crazy hours at the store. You could make it to my parent-teacher meetings, instead of Mammy having to go in your place. Guilt began piling up on me. River, I'm sorry. Yeah, I know. He took a bite out of the cone, as he'd finished off the top already. I hurried to finish my melting bomb pop. But it didn't taste as delicious and refreshing as I remembered. Maybe the conversation's topic had made it that way. I didn't know what to tell my son. I knew not taking Callan's money was a thing no one would understand, not even Robbie's parents or my grandmother. Everyone was out of money and time, helping me raise my son. If I had $10,000 a month, I wouldn't need them to do anything else for either of us. Is it your pride that has you not taking the money, Mom? No. I pulled our beach bag to me, got out the small plastic garbage bag I'd packed, and put our trash in it. We only have about an hour or so left out here. We should stop talking and get to playing in that beautiful clear water. Tomorrow we'll go to the zoo, and the next day we've got to get on the road. What? He asked with a low groan. I thought you said we're staying a whole week. I guess you didn't understand me. If you will recall, we left home last Wednesday. We got here late Wednesday night. So that means we leave this coming Wednesday, which is the day after tomorrow. A full week. Get it now? Disappointment radiated off him as he said, "Oh?" Running my hand through his short hair, I understood why he felt the way he did. My mom and dad will come up to see us on Thanksgiving, the way they always do. And then again at Christmas. I know. He shrugged. It's just that I really would like to stay longer. Maybe spend the entire summers here. But you have to work, so that can't ever happen. Glad you understand. I knew he wasn't saying it in an understanding way though. More in a way that said I was a shitty mom who didn't want to let him have any fun. Pulling his knees up, he wrapped his arms around them and rested his chin on top of his knees. So, did you and my dad come out here to the beach a lot? Almost every day in the summer. I looked out at the same waves we used to watch together. Sometimes we'd come out here alone, and other times we'd come with a group of people. Sometimes we'd stay so late that it would become dark, and we'd build a big fire to give us some light. Man, Mom, that sounds like so much fun. I loved the smile he wore and the twinkle in his blue eyes. He had his father's eyes, and I saw more and more of that man in my son all the time. It was a lot of fun. You'll have lots of fun when you're in your high school years too, don't worry. It might not be nights at the beach, but it'll be something that only kids from Dallas get to do. The friends I have now like to ride horses and do rodeo stuff. I don't really like horses that much. They're kind of big and smelly. Well, there are other things to do. Like that skating rink near our neighborhood. Some of the people who work with me tell me their teens hang out a lot there. Sounds fun to me. His eyes rolled. Roller skating. He'd never roller skated before. I couldn't expect him to get excited about something he'd never done. It might be fun. Have you ever done it? Well, no. But you can't rule it out. Anyway, there are so many things that you could do when you get older. Me and Pappy went to get a chocolate malt for Mammy one night, sort of late. We saw cars driving up and down the road. It was crazy. They were all revving up their motors and stopping at each stoplight and talking to people in other cars. Their radios were playing music real loud too. There was lots of smoke coming out of their windows. Pappy told me they were a bunch of teenagers cruising the boulevard. Maybe I'll like doing that. It did look cool. No. Not that. You're not cruising the boulevard, River. Out of all the things he could do, he would pick the one that involved drinking and smoking. Good kids don't do that, is what I'm saying. When you guys used to come out here, did my dad's best friend come too? Yeah. I bit my lower lip, hating that I couldn't be as honest as I should have been. I clearly remembered Callan and those beach days and nights. He was the life of any party. Everyone liked him. He always stole the show. And there had been times I could barely pull my eyes off him. There were times I'd caught him looking at me too. But he'd often stick his tongue out at me when I caught him looking. So, I was never sure if he'd been actually looking at me just to look at me. Or if he'd been doing it to get my attention, so he could poke fun at me. I bet those two had lots of fun together. Playing in the waves. Kicking sand at girls. Laughing at each other's stupid jokes. It's like you were there, River. I put my arm around him. You know, no one knew their parents when they were crazy teenagers. You're not the only one. I'm the only one who never got to spend a single day with my dad, though. Another kick right to the heart. To be fair, there are other people in this world who have lost their mother or father before they had a chance to spend any time with them. So, you aren't exactly alone in that category. As sad a category as that was. Yeah. He closed his eyes. I like being here, Mom. It's like I never knew what I was missing until now. Gosh, you're so dramatic. I kissed his cheek before taking my arm off his shoulders. I'm serious. I know you are. I couldn't change anything, though. Too many people would be hurt if I did. It wasn't about my pride. It wasn't about me being embarrassed that I'd cheated on Robbie and never wanted anyone to find out. Callan and I weren't compatible. I could not imagine having to have that man in my life until our son was grown. I could not imagine us getting along well enough to not argue constantly over our son. That wouldn't have been good for anyone. And now, years had gone by with River thinking he was someone else's son, and he had grandparents who thought the same thing. Lives would be damaged if I told the truth now. And Callan would never let me hear the end of it. I was sure of that. He'd call me every name in the book. He'd make my life hell. He would probably even try to take River away from me for what I'd done. And now, I knew that he had the money to hire lawyers to make that happen. He would leave me with nothing. And I could not live my life without my son. I simply couldn't. So I would keep the secret to myself until the day I died. I would do that for my son. I would do that for Robbie's family. I would do it for my own sanity. You know what, Mom? What? I'm not a baby anymore. I'm 10 now. Mimi and Popo only work during the day. And I go to school all day. So if we moved in with them, you could get a job here and Mammy and Pappy could move back here too. Pappy misses the fishing he used to do down here. He's told me that before. We could never move back to Brownsville. And what about your great-grandmother? She won't leave Dallas. She's got great Aunt Helen to keep her company. She didn't always have us living with her, you know. You really are wasting your beach time, sitting here talking about things that can't happen. I can't just leave my job without first having another one. If you took that money, you could. But I am not taking the money. So that is a non-existent issue. Getting up, I headed for the water. I'm going to have some fun, even if you won't. He jumped up, running ahead of me. Me too. He splashed water as he kicked it, until he got deep enough to swim. We played until the sun began to set, then we loaded up the car and headed back to my parents' house. Both of us were worn out after the long day. River laid his head back on the seat. Mom, why haven't you ever gotten yourself a boyfriend? Because I don't need one. Lots of the kids I know have step-parents. It doesn't seem like a bad thing to me. I guess what I'm trying to say is that if you want to have a boyfriend, I'm okay with that. Looking at him through the rearview mirror, I smiled. You sure about that? Having a boyfriend would mean I would have less time to spend with you. You would have to share my attention. Yeah, I know. I don't think you would like that at all. I also think that everyone would feel awkward. Plus, I'm not in the market for a boyfriend right now. I've got a full life as it is. I see no room for anyone else. A full life? You. He laughed. You go to work and then you come home. That's like all you do, Mom. You could have a boyfriend to go out to dinner with and do other stuff like that. Sounds like you're trying to palm me off on someone else. You don't like spending time with your mama? You know I don't mean it that way. I just think you should start living life the way normal people do. As complicated as my life was, I saw no reason to complicate it any further by adding any man, to it.
Chapter 9. Callan.
Pulling up next to the curb at Sage's parents' house, I was happy to see her little black car not in the drive. That meant she couldn't run out and keep me from getting inside to meet her family. Striding up to the front door, I rang the bell, and in no time, a man answered it. Oh, hello there. I'm Callan Duran. Is Sage home? I knew she wasn't, but I didn't quite know where to start things with the man I thought must be her father. No, she and her son went to the beach today, and haven't made it back yet. But please come inside. I know they'll be back soon since the sun's starting to set. I walked inside the home. Thanks. You're her father. I am. He held out his hand. Ralph Ruiz. Shaking his hand, I said, It's nice to finally meet you. I've been outside this home many times in my high school days with Robbie. Yes, his almost nightly visits to my daughter to tell her good night. I remember. A woman walked into the room, wiping her hands on her apron. I'm Sage's mom, Kathy. I saw you when you came to pick her up. It's nice to meet you, Callan. You too, ma'am. Ralph gestured to a chair. Have a seat. I'm sure they'll be here soon. I'm making some fried chicken if you'd care to stay for dinner, Callan. There's plenty to go around. We'd love to have you, Kathy said with a huge smile. That would be nice. Thank you for the invitation. I was already feeling very welcomed. Although I was certain that would change once Sage made it back home. I'll get you boys some iced tea while you're waiting for dinner. She took off again, returning moments later with a couple of glasses of tea. Here you go. Enjoy. She took a seat next to her husband, who sat on the sofa. You know, she told us about what you offered her. She did. I didn't think she would do that. And she told you that she turned me down? Her father nodded. Do you have any idea why she would do such a thing, Callan? I do not. I took a drink of the tea. Oh man. This is good sweet tea. Just the right amount of sugar. Not too much and not too little. Thank you, Callan, Kathy said. Do you think you can find a way to get Sage to change her mind about taking the money? See, we've never complained about helping her out at all. But the fact is that none of us are swimming in cash. And helping her and River has taken a toll on us at times. Even Robbie's parents. I'm sure it has. I can't imagine how hard this has been for all of you. Since I'm fortunate enough to have enough money to give them, I know Robbie would have wanted me to help. Why let everyone struggle when they don't have to? Exactly, Ralph said. You probably have more money than you will ever be able to spend. Nodding, I wasn't going to deny the wealth I now had. It wasn't always that way, though. So I know what real life is like. I know what living paycheck to paycheck is like too. All I want to do is make sure that Sage and River don't have to worry about finances. I want absolutely nothing in return. Oh really? Her father asked. I swear that to you. I only want to do what's right. For my best friend Sake. I mean, would I like to meet River, the son of my best friend? Well, yeah. And I would love to be a part of his life too. But I respect Sage's decisions. So if she says no, then I can accept that. You know he wants to play football like his dad, but she won't let him, her mother said. Her dad added, she says she doesn't have time to sign him up for Pee Wee football. She works odd hours at this grocery store in Dallas. If she took the money, she wouldn't have to work that job anymore. She'd have nothing but time to put River in whatever activity he wanted. Plus, she'd have the money it takes to pay the dues and buy the uniforms. None of that's free either. Her mother nodded. We just want what's best for her and our grandson. If Robbie were here, they wouldn't be in this situation. I know that's true. He was a stand-up guy. He wouldn't have been a burden on anyone. Robbie was the most responsible young man I've ever known. The main reason he joined the Marines in the first place was so that he could get a VA loan to buy a house for him and Sage to live there happily ever after there. And all I want to do is what he would have done were he alive to do it himself. I had noticed Sage's father's blonde hair and blue eyes, so I had the idea that me being River's father wasn't exactly a for sure thing. He could have gotten his looks from his grandfather. Tracy had said as much. I was still going to ask Sage about it though. Kathy got up and headed toward the kitchen. We tried to talk her into it. I don't know what her problem is. I would say it's pride, but I'm not sure about that. Ralph looked at me with a rather stern expression. You didn't try to get her to do something she didn't want to do, did you? No, sir. Sure, I wanted Sage to do things with me, but I would never use money to get her into my bed. She seems to have an aversion to you, that's why I'm asking. I think we were both jealous over the other where Robbie was concerned, I lied. I wasn't about to tell her father that I'd fallen for his little girl when she first walked into my algebra class. And then I'd gotten pissed when she ended up with my best friend, only a few hours later. With a slow nod he said, yeah, I can see that happening. Those two were nearly inseparable. I bet that put a damper on you guys' friendship. A little, yeah. I thought I should be somewhat honest with the man. Not that Robbie let either of us really get in the way of the other. He insisted that the three of us go almost everywhere together. He pushed Sage and I to get along. And sometimes we did, and other times we did not. Yeah, I get it. We had this sort of love-hate relationship. We kinda still do. When I saw her Friday night, I was happy about it. But then we got into a little tiff, and I walked out on her. Over what? He asked. I couldn't possibly tell him the real reason we'd argued. You know, that's the thing with us. I can't ever really pinpoint where the arguments start. I can only tell when they end. Laughing, I shook my head. We tend to give each other tit for tat. The next day she came over to my place, and I offered her the money. Then she got mad at me and walked out. So we sort of give what we get, which isn't great. And I know it wouldn't be good for River to witness our dynamic. I'd like the chance to talk to Sage, to see if we could put whatever this thing between us is to the side. You know, so River can be the main focus. That's very responsible of you, Callan. Robbie would be proud of both of you if you could accomplish that. Kathy popped back into the living room. I've got some deviled eggs done if you boys would like some appetizers before dinner. That would be nice. Thank you, Kathy. You're such a great hostess. Ah, you're gonna make me blush, Callan. She went back into the kitchen, then came out with the tray of eggs. Here you go. Y'all enjoy. Dinner is about 15 minutes away from being done. It smells great. Every time you open that door, I get a whiff of pure deliciousness. Old-style home cooking was a thing I hadn't had in years. My mouth is already watering. This is going to be a treat for me. She looked a little stunned. Nobody does any cooking for you. Not this type of cooking. It's all gourmet or healthy foods. One of my sisters-in-law makes authentic Italian food. And that's good. She's got a restaurant in town. You might have heard of it, Maria's Authentic Italian Restaurant. Of course we've heard of it, Ralph said. That place always has people waiting in line to get inside. It's a bit too pricey for us, though. I'll tell Arabella to hook you two up. Name the night, and you two will have dinner on me. Are you being serious? Kathy asked. Yes, ma'am. Tell me what time and what day, and I'll set it all up. All you'll have to do is show up and pick out what you want to eat. And you have got to have some of her cheesecake for dessert. It's beyond amazing. I like to have it with blueberry drizzle. But it comes with chocolate or strawberry drizzle too. All of them are excellent. Ralph and Kathy exchanged looks, and then Ralph said, "Normally we don't take handouts. But since we're trying to get our daughter to take the money you've offered, we should show her that we're not above accepting things from you. Maybe that'll help. You know, maybe I'm going about this the wrong way. Maybe I'm coming off as some rich hotshot who's throwing money around to impress people. I just want you guys to know that's not me at all. I hadn't thought about it being me, and how I'd put things that might be putting Sage off my offer. If my sister-in-law, Arabella, didn't own that restaurant, I probably wouldn't have thought of making the offer. It's like I said before, I know what it's like to live paycheck to paycheck. I know what it's like not to be able to pay for extras, like eating out at expensive restaurants. I like to share the wealth when I can." "Well, I think that's very nice of you," Kathy said. "And we appreciate your generosity, Callan. I'll be sure to give your sister-in-law's place a 5-star review on Yelp. She'd love that. Arabella reads all the reviews. Don't be surprised if she comes around to greet y'all when you go there. She's a hands-on owner. She penned all the recipes and trained the chefs to make the food the way her grandmother taught her. You'll like her. She's very sweet." "We'll try to do you proud, Callan," Ralph said. "We're not the fanciest folks, but we can hold our own when we want to." He smiled at his wife. "Looks like you're finally gonna have somewhere to wear that dress I gave you at last Christmas." I was thinking the same thing. She ran off to the kitchen. "Gotta pull the chicken out of the grease. You know, Ralph, I'm rethinking the offer I made Sage." He sat up, looking worried. "Was it something we said? We didn't mean to make you want to pull the offer off the table." "No, I'm not exactly thinking about doing that. Do you know if Sage really wants to stay in Dallas? I mean, what's holding her there?" She and River live with Katha's mother. She's in her 70s, and that seems to be the main reason Sage stays there, to keep her company and help her out when she needs it. Her grandmother wouldn't want to come here to live in Brownsville. There are some very nice communities for the elderly here. Places that offer assisted living. Ida isn't one for change. But she's got family in Dallas. She's never been alone up there. May I ask what you're thinking? Well, I'm thinking that I could offer Sage a job at the company that my brothers and I own. A job that pays extremely well. And I could add the perk of a home for her and River. I've got a 3-bedroom guest house where they could live. Hell, I could even buy a place for Robbie's parents so they'd move back. You would do all that? Honestly, it would end up costing me about the same amount of money. Imagine giving $10,000 a month to Sage for the next 50 years or so. Now think about the cost of buying a place for Robbie's parents. The company would pay Sage for her work, so that won't even be coming out of my pocket. She would have no reason to say no to this offer. She wouldn't be taking anything from me per se. I would only be letting her interview for a job. Of course, she's sure to get the job because I'll make sure of that. But she doesn't have to know. I like it. The smile he wore told me he thought it might work. But she's got so little experience. It'll be a simple job of data input. And she could work her way up if she wanted to. We also pay for college for our employees, so they can earn degrees that will help within our company. We also pay half of their kids' tuition once they start college. We offer full benefits too. Health, vision, dental, life, 401k. That would be amazing. I think she'd take that offer. But she might not accept the house offer. She and River could live here, though. There's plenty of room, and we love having them. Whatever she wants is fine with me. I just think that River needs more. And Robbie would have wanted me to make sure his son has all he needs, and then some more. And Sage needs to make a life for herself too. It's like she's all mom and work and no play. I know. We had to make her go out on Friday night. She wasn't looking for any of her old friends until we forced her to go out for some drinks. I think she's stuck in a rut. Do you know that she hasn't shaved her legs in years? They're hairier than mine. Not anymore. I made her shave them when she came to my place. I've got a pool, and we were going to swim. I not so gently encouraged her to get rid of that mess. Laughing, I recalled her white legs when she'd come out. Those legs had not seen the sun in years. They were as white as a fish's belly. You actually got her to shave, he huffed. I kept telling her to do that, and she completely ignored me. I can't say if she'll keep it up. But at least her legs are getting to breathe again for a bit.
Chapter 10. Sade.
Pulling up to my parents' house, I couldn't help but notice the tall, red truck that belonged to Callan. No way. Slowing to a stop, I wasn't sure what to do. I couldn't let him see River. All of a sudden, the back door of the car flew open and River went running toward the house. I gotta pee, Mom. River, no. He couldn't hear me, as he had already gotten to the house and was inside before I knew it. This was it. My worst freaking nightmare. Callan and River were about to meet. The fallout would be insane. Pulling into the drive, I parked my car, then made myself go inside. I couldn't look at anyone as I came through the door, so I kept my eyes glued to the floor. Sage, did you see that Callan stopped by? My mother asked. Aha. I hit the stairs, hurrying up to my room. You get a shower and clean up. Dinner is in 15 minutes. K. River's voice wafted upstairs. Hi, I'm River. I'm Callan. It's nice to finally get to meet you, River. Your dad and I were best friends. Yeah, Mom told me that. I've got so much to ask you about my dad. Ask away. I'll tell you all you want to know about him. Fantastic. I took a 5-minute shower, then threw on some shorts and a t-shirt, ran a comb through my hair, then went downstairs. I needed to be around to play interference, if need be. Good she's here, Mom said. If y'all would join me in the dining room, I've got supper on the table. I looked at Callan. You're staying for dinner? Mom wrapped her arm around mine, pulling me away from Callan. We invited him, honey. The sun did you some good today. You look great. You know, a bit tanned. My father looked directly at my legs. You shaved? Yeah. He smiled as he and Callan exchanged looks, which kind of freaked me out. That's good, honey. Mom and Dad took their places at either end of the rectangular table for 6. I took my seat across from River, and Callan came to sit right next to me. Is this seat taken, Sage? Rolling my eyes, I scooted my chair over a little without saying a word. I wasn't going to act like I was happy that he was there, because I was anything but that. He'd come over to my parents' home, uninvited. That was rude in anyone's book. And he knew I wasn't happy with him in the first place. He was just adding fuel to my fire. He sat down, looking at the spread my mom had gone overboard with. This looks amazing, Kathy. I'm so glad you invited me. Oh, thank you, Callan. Mom put her hands together under her chin. Ralph, would you please say grace? I cocked one brow, having no idea what was going on. We only said grace on special occasions. And why's Callan calling my mom by her first name? Even Robbie had called my parents Mr. and Mrs. Ruiz. Did Callan actually think that if he could make my parents like him, then it would make me change my mind about things? If that's the case, he's so wrong. God is good, my father said the same prayer he always said. God is great. Thank you for this food. Amen. Amen, Callan echoed. I like that prayer. It's short and to the point. My father can make them last so long that the food gets cold. Mom put a spoonful of mashed potatoes on her plate, then handed the bowl to me as one sat to her right. Was your daddy raised in a certain religion, Callan? Baptist. He looked at me as I put some potatoes on my plate. Those look good. I handed him the bowl, but didn't say anything. After putting a spoonful on his plate, he handed the bowl across the table to River. Your grandpa told me that you would like to play football, River. I call him Popo. And yeah, I love it. But I'm no good at it, 'cause I don't have anyone to practice with. Mom can't catch and she can't throw either. Well, I happen to have played ball in high school and college. I'd love to toss the ball with you after dinner. If you've got a ball. I'm afraid I left mine at home. I do have a ball. I was trying to get Mom to play with me while we were at the beach, but she's just terrible at it. It would be great to get to play with you, Uncle Callan. Turning my head to look at Callan, I raised my brows. Uncle Callan? He looked as smug as a bug in a rug. I asked him if he'd like to call me that, since Robbie and I were as tight as brothers. And he said he'd love to since he doesn't have any uncles of his own. Dad cleared his throat before putting in his 2 cents. I think it's nice, Sage. Me too, Mom agreed. I'm his mother, and I should have been the one giving permission for something like that. But who cares, right? I'd begun to feel outnumbered, and decided it would be better if I didn't say much. I took the plate of chicken, placed a breast onto my own plate, and then placed it in front of Callan instead of handing it to him. He reached over and took a chicken leg before handing the plate across the table to River. It's been forever since I had a good sit-down family dinner. This is nice. We usually eat in front of the TV when we're at home. Granny likes to watch Wheel of Fortune while she eats. River took a leg too. I knew he'd done it only because Callan had, because the boy usually only ate the thigh. Mom's hardly ever home from work in time to eat dinner with us. Gravy, anyone? Mom asked, as she held up the antique gravy boat that she only took out on special occasions. I looked at the plate, and realized it was the fine china that she'd gotten from the local grocery store back in the 90s. Yes, please, Callan said as he rubbed his hands together, seeming to be anticipating the stuff. Mom handed the serving bowl to me. Hand this to Callan, honey. I kept my mouth clamped shut as I handed him the gravy. But he didn't do the same, making sure to briefly touch my hand as he took it from me. Thank you, Sage. I caught my mother looking at me, but averted my eyes as I reached for the bowl of green beans. As I put some on my plate, River said, Yuck. I hate green beans. Callan held out his hand to me. I'd love some. Pass them over as soon as you're done, Sage. You eat green beans? River asked as he wrinkled his nose. Sure do. They're good for you. You have to feed your body good foods if you want to be strong. And if you want to play football, you have to be in great physical shape. Otherwise, you might get hurt pretty badly. He held the bowl out to River. Sure you don't want to try a few? Well, if they'll make me strong, then I'll have some. He took the bowl and put a whole spoonful on his plate. I sure don't want to get hurt when I finally do get to play football. Maybe you could talk Mom into letting me join the flag football team. I've tried, but she's always told me no way. I'll see what I can do, River. I cut my eyes sideways at Callan, daring him to say a damn thing to me about my son. He smiled as he looked at me. Think you can pass me the biscuits? I handed him the biscuits, getting ready to feel his touch again, as I was sure he'd use the excuse to slip his fingers past mine again. He didn't miss the chance, making butterflies flit through my hand, then up to my arm and down into my nether regions. And it made me furious. He has to know what he does to me. You should let me teach you how to throw the football, Sage, Callan said as he took a biscuit, then handed them to River. Yeah, Mom. Let Uncle Callan teach you, so we can play together when we go back home. He took a biscuit then placed it on his full plate as he looked at me. Will ya? I'll think about it. I took a bite of chicken, so that no one would think I was up to talking. 'Cause he can play with me tonight. And maybe even tomorrow, but we're leaving the next day, and I won't have anyone to toss the ball with me if you don't learn how to. River's sad little face made me want to smack the shit out of Callan for bringing it up at all. I said that I will see, River. Well, actually, there is something I'd like to bring up, Callan said as he sipped on a glass of tea, acting like he'd always been a part of my family, and could bring up any topic of conversation he liked at the dinner table. My father said, "Go ahead, son. Tell her what you told us." My head jerked to look at my mother. "How long has he been here?" "Not long," she said as she ducked her head, stabbing a green bean. "He's got some good ideas. You should listen to them." "You should listen, Sage," my father said. "Listen to what?" River asked. Callan was more than happy to oblige him. "Well, River, I happen to own a big company. We employ lots of people too." I already knew what he was going to say. "Don't?" He looked at me with wide eyes. "Don't? You wouldn't like to have a 9-to-5 job that pays better than any job you could get right now? Not offer you something that might change your life for the better? And let's not forget about River. He would get to see his grandparents every day if you guys came back to live here." "What about Mammy and Pappy?" River asked. I nodded as I stuck my fork into the chicken. "There's more to think about than just us. Plus, there's my grandmother. She needs me." "Honey," Dad said, "she'll be fine where she's at. She was fine before you went to live with her, and she'll be fine if you move back home." "He's right," Mom added. "I'm thinking about Robbie's parents too," Callan said. "I can buy them a place here in Brownsville. They might like to move back home too." River's face lit up like a Christmas tree. "I know they would. Pappy talks about missing the fishing he did when he lived here all the time. But what about us? Where would me and Mom live?" "You could live in my guest house," Callan said. I glared at him, wishing he would burst into flames. Dad added, "Or you could live here with us. Whatever you want to do." Callan must have been able to feel my anger as he said, "There's no rush to make a decision. You'll always have a job with us if you want one, Sage. Robbie would have wanted me to help you in any way I could. And since you don't want to take my financial support, I thought you might want to earn more money to help you and River out. You would also get a company car. And free housing, no matter whether you decide to live here with your parents or in the guest house at my estate." "What's an estate?" River asked with curious eyes as he ate his chicken leg the same way Callan had eaten his, holding it in his hand and biting off a chunk. "It's bigger than a block, is all it really is. My home is built on 5 acres. I've got a swimming pool too. I bet you'd like that, River." Nodding like crazy, he said, "I sure would. Mom, come on, just say yes. The job has to be better than working at that stupid store." Callan took the opportunity to fill me in on the job. "It's a data entry job. All you do is pull information off written reports and type them into the computer on a spreadsheet. It's easy. But it still pays great. And there's a complete benefits package as well. You can even go to college on us. My company pays the employees full tuition, and we pay half the tuition of our employees' dependents." "What's a dependent?" River asked with excitement, convinced that I would say yes to the insane offer. "A kid," I said, then took a big bite of green beans. "There's room for growth too, Sage. You won't be stuck at a desk forever. We promote from within whenever possible. You could end up making 6 figures a year in no time at all." My father gasped. "She could what?" Mom said, "This is an amazing opportunity for you and River." I could not even consider taking the job. Sure, it looked like Callan hadn't put 2 and 2 together about him and River sharing such similarities. I chalked that up to him meeting my blonde-haired, blue-eyed father before seeing River. But that didn't mean that Callan would never start to see himself in River, the way I had for years. So no, I wasn't even considering taking the job. All those opportunities meant nothing to me. Especially because they could all be taken away from me when Callan did figure out that River was his son and not Robbie's. He'd be so mad that he would fire me and try to take my son away too. The only thing that taking that job and moving back home would do to River and I was destroy us. And I wasn't going to let my relationship with my son be destroyed. So, they could all think I was the craziest person on the planet, but I wasn't going to take the job. I was not going to move back home. and I was pretty sure I needed to take off the very next day to get the hell out of town and back to reality. And back to a life without Callan Duran in it.
Chapter 11. Callan.
The faces at that dinner table were all smiles, and it was obvious that all of us thought that Sage should take the job and move back home. Everyone except Sage. The one person who had to agree to it, or nothing would happen. With dinner over, we all got up, carried our things to the kitchen, and helped Kathy clean up. Then River, Sage and I headed out to the backyard with a football. The sun had set, but they had a floodlight, which had come on, lighting up the area enough for us to play a bit. See the laces, River? I put my fingers between them and showed him what I was doing. You hold the ball like this. He took it as I handed it to him and tried to make his much smaller fingers fit in between the thick lines. You made it look easier than it is for me, Uncle Callan. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Sage pinch the bridge of her nose as if she was irritated. She hadn't seemed happy when River had called me uncle at dinner, so I was sure I knew what her problem was. But I wasn't going to go there with her. Not in front of River. It gets easier with practice, I promise you. See, the thing about anything you want to do in this life is to keep on practicing. You won't always be great from the beginning, but you will get there if you never stop trying. I won't stop trying. He gripped the ball a few times, then looked at me. So now what? I'll take a few steps back and you'll toss it to me. He looked at his mother, who'd taken a seat on the porch swing. Bet he catches it, Mom. Watch. I'm sure he will. She swung a bit, watching her son, not me. Go for it, kiddo. I want you to throw it as hard as you can, River. I got ready to play it up for him. Okay. He threw the ball, smiling the whole time. It made me happy to be making him happy. When I caught the ball, I stumbled back a little, acting like it was a lot harder than it really was. Whoa. You've got a great arm there. He looked at his skinny arm with surprise. I do. Sure do. I got ready to throw it back. Now your turn to catch. I'm not gonna throw it as hard as you did. I don't want to knock you off your feet. Nodding, he got ready, and I made sure to get it within his reach. Yes? I caught it. Yeah. Did you see that, Mom? I caught the ball. He threw it right to me. That's the way you're supposed to do it. She nodded, looking bored as she swung on the old porch swing. Glad you're learning something. We tossed the ball back and forth for a while, then I told him to run and throw it to him. Go long, River. He started running and then looked back, holding out his arms. "'Kay, I'm ready." I threw the ball, and he caught it, then erupted into laughter that made my body chill. I didn't know someone else's happiness could be so easily felt, but I felt as elated as he was. Jogging over to Sage, I gushed, "He's a natural. I mean it. Did you see that?" She looked past me to her son. "Great job, buddy." "Thanks, Mom." He couldn't wipe the smile off his face. Man, that felt amazing. It's getting late, River. I think you should bathe and get ready for bed now. Sage looked at me. We've got the zoo tomorrow. Another big day for us. Yeah. I knew she wanted me to leave. Can we talk before I go? She looked at River. Off to the shower, son. He looked at me before leaving. Can you stay until I get done? I want to tell you good night before you go. I looked at Sage, who nodded. Sure. I'll be out here with your mom. His grin was off the charts as he ran into the house. When he was out of sight, I took a seat on the swing next to Sage. He's great. I really mean that. He's amazing. And you're the reason for it. Look, I don't want to beat around the bush with you, Callan. I don't want you to beat around the bush either, Sage. I wondered what bush she was talking about, as we had a few of them between us. I'm not taking the job. Why not? There was no real reason for her not to take the job, so I wasn't going to just accept any excuse. For starters, our life is in Dallas. It has been that way from before River was even born. You can live life anywhere, Sage. I need more than that if you want me to agree with you. Leveling her eyes at me, she said slowly and sternly, I don't need you to agree with me, Duran. Can we talk like the adults we are and not the teens we used to be? I didn't want to continue on the same path we'd been on. I'm not trying to say that you need me to agree with you on anything. But I do want you to hear me out. Your son needs more in his life. He needs a father figure. Believe me, I know the importance of having a father. I know you don't want River getting into trouble when he gets older. But if you won't let him have a father figure, then that might happen. It might happen even if he did have one. She sighed and crossed her arms. Robbie's father is his father figure, if you must know. And he's a great one too. But River needs a man around the same age as his father would have been. He needs a man who knows what his father would have wanted for him. He needs a man like me in his life. And he can have that if you move here and take the job I'm offering you. I thought about the fact that she might not want to be handed anything. I mean, I'll get you an interview for the job. It'll all be you if you get it. I won't pull any strings. If that's what you want. Shaking her head, she said, I don't want to live here. I can't live in Dallas. My work is too important to me. I don't want you to move to Dallas either. I don't want you, Callan. Can you try to understand that? I do not want you. I don't recall asking you if you did. I wasn't going to let her make this about her, and I. This isn't about you. And it's not about me either. It's about that boy. He deserves the best, and I can give it to him. But that doesn't mean that you and I have to be together for that to happen. Hell, lots of parents are separated, Sage. We can both give him the best of everything, even if we're not together. Don't you want him to have the best chances in this life? Her hands moved to cover her face. Callan, I don't want to do this with you. I didn't come home to visit so that you and I could get into anything at all. Especially not a debate over what my son needs or deserves. His life is fine. We're fine. That's all that should matter to you. But fine isn't good enough for either one of you. I ran my finger along her upper thigh. Without me, you would still have the legs of a Bigfoot monster. I'm good for you, girl. And you're good for me too. Thought you weren't going to make this about us, Duran. She smiled a little, and that was all I needed. It's kinda hard not to when I feel the way I feel about you, Ruiz. One night, that was all we had. It shouldn't have changed your feelings for me so drastically. You were always mean to me. You were mean to me too, Sage. She chewed on her lower lip, as if trying to remember all the things she'd done or said to me. But when she spoke, it wasn't about her at all. Remember the time you came up behind me when I was walking down the school hall? Which time? There had been literally hundreds of times I'd come up behind her in the hallway. The time you snapped my bra strap so hard that it broke. That had gone differently than I'd meant it to. I didn't plan on breaking it. But you do deserve an apology for that, and I don't think I ever gave you one. No, you didn't apologize. You actually told me to quit crying when I told you that you'd broken it. And I wasn't even crying. I was yelling at you. And do you remember how you got back at me for having done that? Sage always gave as good as she got. Her cheeks turned red and she ducked her head. I don't remember paying you back for that. Oh, so the red panties in my gym bag wasn't payback? I laughed because I knew it was. I never claimed that I'd done that. But we both know that you did. The way you laughed when the guys called me Cali Girl said as much. How could you have known why they were calling me that, had you not known about the panties? Damn. Thought I'd gotten away with that one. Seems I did not. She laughed. But you have to admit that using underwear to get payback for breaking my underwear was appropriate. Touché. Touché. We'd never really hurt each other, and that said something. It was all just stupid things we did to each other. You knew that I really liked you. And I knew that you really liked me. How much did you like me? She moved her feet up underneath her and turned to face me. Because I got the feeling that sometimes you hated me. I never hated you. I had hated the situation many times, but never her. Taking a lock of her hair, I twirled it around my finger. One day, when we can be totally honest with each other, I'd like to tell you about what I really thought of you. Why not tell me now? Mostly because you're going to leave, and I really don't want you to. But if you do, then I don't want anything lingering here between us. You'd like to forget about me the way you had before seeing me in the bar last Friday night? She nodded. Yeah, me too. I don't know why I'm even talking to you right now. This will never go anywhere. And why is that exactly? I wanted to know. Robbie isn't around to be hurt by us. And he was all that stood in our way, and you know that. She threw her arms up, gesturing to something, I wasn't sure to what. We can't be together. Think about what people here would say about us. Think about the people we knew back in high school. What would they say about you and me being together? It wouldn't be good, I can tell you that. There would be whispers of what a couple of total betrayers we are to Robbie. I don't want to live that way, and I don't think you do either. I'm pretty positive that no one will give a damn about us being together. You don't know this because you've been gone for nearly 11 years, but James Jones and Tammy Pfeffer got married a few years ago. If you will recall, James and Linda were together all 4 years of high school. And Linda was Tammy's older sister. Tammy was 2 years younger than they were. Now that's some betrayal if you ask me. And no one gives a shit. She pointed one finger into the air as she wore a smug expression. If they don't give a shit, then why do you know their story? Well, it's common knowledge. But no one looks down on them. And Linda moved on anyway, so why would it matter? I was just pointing out a similar situation to ours. I'm just showing you that this isn't high school anymore, and we're all grown up now. We can do whatever we want. And we have no one to hurt by being together. Not anymore. You said that we can do whatever we want, she said. I want to live a simple life without the trappings of a relationship. Cool. We'll just be friends with benefits then, I teased her. Cocking her head to one side, she said, sure we can. You're already trying to tell me what I need to do. You'll be cool about me doing whatever I want, as long as you get some tail when you want it. Depends on what you want to do, I guess. Running my fingers along her bare arm, I rested my hand on her shoulder. What would you want to do? Go back to Dallas. She moved my hand off her shoulder. See, you won't be cool with me doing whatever I want. Because I want things that you don't. Yeah, that's the funny thing about you. You don't want money. You don't want nice cars. You don't want a great job with benefits and good pay. You don't want... I ran my hand over my torso, a man who is in amazing shape and easy on the eyes. You don't want a man who will be a great role model for your son. You're kinda hard to please. You should know that about yourself. And you are as stubborn as a mule. Right back at you, Ruiz. A new word needs to be invented specifically for your stubbornness. It's like you will cut your nose off to spite your face or something. You're walking away from everything that's good for you and your son. And I have no idea why you would do a thing like that. No idea at all. Well, that's okay. You don't have to understand why. You just have to accept it, and that'll be that. The screen on the back door squeaked, and River ran out to us. She looked at me, and I looked right back at her as I hissed, "Play nice in front of him, please. I don't want him to see us doing this." She nodded. Of course. He had on SpongeBob SquarePants pajama bottoms and nothing else, not even socks. Night, Mom. He hugged her. I had the best day ever at the beach with you today. I love you. Ah, I love you too, River. She hugged him tightly. And I had the best day ever with you too. He let her go, then took a step over to me. Would it be okay if I give you a hug too, Uncle Callan? Holding out my arms, I said, "It would be greatly appreciated, River." He hugged me. "I had a fun time with you too. I hope we can spend lots of time together." "Me too, buddy." "Me too. Night now." He let me go and looked at his mother. "Hey, you should invite him to come with us to the zoo tomorrow." He nodded as he turned to leave, and I saw something on the back of his arm that took my breath away. My heart stopped beating as I watched him walk into the house. River had the same hair color as mine. And he had blue eyes too. But so did his grandfather. The one thing I was pretty damn sure of was that his grandfather did not have a strawberry-shaped birthmark on the back of his right arm the way I did. And in the exact same spot too. I got up and walked away before I did something I would regret. This lying skank.
Chapter 12. Sade.
I sat there, watching River as he walked away. Just then, I saw the birthmark on the back of his arm. As I turned my head to look back at Callan, it's like the entire world went into slow-motion mode all of a sudden. His eyes were as wide as I'd ever seen them. And there was surprise in them too. But then the surprise morphed into fury. Pure, unadulterated fury. He got up and walked away from me, out of the backyard and around to the front of the house. Then I heard his truck start. My heart had stopped beating when I'd realized what was happening. And it finally began pumping the blood through my body once again. I jumped up to my feet and ran through the house. "Mom, I'm going out. River's in bed. I think." "Where are you going?" "I'm not sure. I'll be back." Grabbing my purse, I ran to my car and saw no sign of Callan's truck. My God, what's he going to do? The only place I thought he would go was back to his place. So that's where I went. Speeding through the streets, panic filled me with each passing moment. I had no idea if Callan had Robbie's parents' phone number. But if he called them and told them what he'd seen, then it would destroy them to learn about River's true parentage in such a callous way. I would have to figure out how to tell them the truth now that Callan knew. But that would take some time to find just the right way to say something as hard as, "The boy you thought was your blood grandson is not related to you at all." And what about River? How would he take the news? He would think I was a liar. And he wouldn't be wrong about that. But I hadn't done it for bad reasons. It wasn't like I knew that River wasn't Robbie's right off the bat. I had thought that he was most likely Robbie's son through the entire pregnancy. Being such a young and new mom, I hadn't fully checked my newborn out until a few days after his birth. The first time I gave him a bath was when I saw the birthmark. I had felt like the floor had opened up and was about to swallow me. Even though it had only been 3 days since River's birth, both sets of his grandparents had already come to see him and had approved of me putting Robbie down on the birth certificate as the father and giving River his last name. So, how was I supposed to call them up and apologize? To tell them that I'd made a mistake? That River was nothing to them? Plus, I had no idea how to go about removing Robbie from the birth certificate at that point either. Changing my son's last name wasn't going to be an easy thing to do. Or so I thought at the time. I had barely turned 19 when I gave birth to my son. It wasn't like I was grown and knew about legal names, birth certificates, and things like that. I didn't know what to do. And with Robbie not being alive to get hurt by finding out that I had falsely labeled him as River's father, I saw no harm in keeping things a secret. Until now. Now I saw tons of harm. Years of it. Callan's feelings played a huge part in all the hurt that I had caused by omitting the truth. Who am I kidding? I didn't just omit the truth. I lied. And I had kept lying for 10 years. But now that was over, and my personal Armageddon had begun. No one was ever going to look at me the same way again. Not even my own son. Everyone would stop trusting a word I said. Everyone would stop trusting me at all. And I deserved that to happen to me. After all, I'd betrayed everyone's trust. not just Robbie's. I'd betrayed everyone who mattered to me. And I had no idea how I could even begin to fix it. There had been times I'd been on the verge of telling the truth when River was still a baby. But when Robbie's parents sold their house in Brownsville, bought a small house in Dallas near my grandmother's where River and I lived, I'd put the idea of confessing to rest once and for all. A mistake that I now regretted. But regret wasn't going to cut it. I had to make amends. I had to try my best to mend the fences that would be broken by the flood of truths that were about to come gushing out for everyone to hear. I'd had relations with my boyfriend's best friend. And to make matters worse, I'd done that only one night before he left to join the Marines. That was bad enough. But then I told Robbie that I was pregnant, and hadn't said a thing about the possibility that it might not be his. Sure, he'd been overjoyed about me being pregnant. That was reason enough not to tell him that another guy might have been the father. He was actively involved in the war in Afghanistan. I didn't want to blow him out of the water with the news that not only had I cheated on him, but I cheated on him with his best friend in the whole world. The boy he'd grown up with. The boy he'd held as close to his heart as any brother. Shaking my head to clear it of those thoughts, I decided I wasn't going to feel guilty about not putting that burden on Robbie at that time. Even feeling great about the future, he'd been killed in action. If I'd told him the truth, that there was only a 50-50 chance that he was the father of the baby I carried, I wouldn't have been able to live with the guilt after his death. I would have blamed myself forever. I wouldn't have been able to be the mother that I needed to be. I would have been a basket case. Maybe I might have even had to be put on meds to keep me from doing harmful things to myself. I did love Robbie. I truly did love that boy. But I had yearned for Callan. And that one night, well, I gave into that yearning and it had cost me dearly. But then again, it had also given me everything. My son was no mistake. River was the best part of me. I had never regretted having him. And never would. It had been tough, being a young single mother. Working to provide for him had been hard. But every time he smiled, I knew it was all worth it. Everything I'd done had been worth it, just to have River in my life. I finally made it to Callan's place, only to find the metal gates closed. So I rolled down my window and repeatedly pushed the button to signal him that someone was at the gate. But there was no answer. There was a small camera and a screen that I knew would light up if he checked to see who was at his gate. So I concluded that he wasn't home. And now, I had no idea where he could be. It was 10 at night on a Monday. He couldn't have gone to see a lawyer yet. Or could he? I had no idea who Callan knew. But he was the owner of a huge business, so he probably did have full access to lawyers at all times. And that made me want to throw up. He could show up with police and an order from some judge, and he could walk away with my son. Stop it. He can't do that. For now, there was no real evidence to point to Callan being the father. The birth certificate stated that Robbie was the father. Callan would have to take me to court to get a paternity test. And that would take some time. Then the lab work would take more time. And that would give me the time I would need to tell everyone the truth. I can't make Callan go to court over this. It was time I stopped trying to put off the inevitable. Callan was River's father, and I didn't need to fight him over that very real fact. If he wanted to get a paternity test to be sure he was the father, I wouldn't get in his way. But I had to get out of my own way and tell him myself that he had a 10-year-old son. Somehow I had to find the words. I had to find the courage. I had to find the strength to stand up and tell the people I loved that everything they had believed was false. I cannot do this. I sat there parked in front of Callan's closed gates. I took out my cell phone and went to Google in search of some answers to my humongous problem. Come on Google, don't fail me now. Typing in, how do I tell my son his father isn't who he thinks he is, I found one site that had some good advice. Or so I hoped. The first thing it said was to be realistic and not expect things to go smoothly. Check. Callan had not taken it well at all. So, was that what I could expect from River too? And Robbie's parents? I knew that this was how it would work out, if the truth ever came out. There was no way this was going to go any way but badly. The second advice from the site was to consider having a therapist present to help with the reunification process, which I thought was geared more for a parent who had been in his kid's life, left, then re-entered. But I thought that idea might not be a bad suggestion. Why not have a professional sit in when Callan and River finally meet as the son and father they really are? Not that I could afford to pay a professional to intervene, but Callan could. And I hoped he would want to work with me on this. But I wasn't 100% positive about that at all. The site also said to take things slowly and not rush the child. But I had a feeling that Callan wouldn't be for that, since 10 years had already passed without him knowing he had a son. The other tip was to seek legal advice about custody. Shit. If Callan was Googling the same topic that I was, he would see this tip too and would probably seek legal advice. And I had no way to pay for legal advice, much less hire a lawyer. And the last piece of advice was that I needed to think about how I wanted to present the role of father to my child. And I had no idea what that really meant. Plus, I wasn't sure Callan was going to allow me to tell him what role he was going to play in River's life. Not anymore. So that one would be up to Callan, but I would beg him to let me be the one to tell River how things were going to be. Even if it meant that he was going to have to go live with his father sometime out of each week or whatever we could agree on. No. I can't let this happen to my son. I can't send him off to live with a man who is practically a stranger to him. I won't do it. I'd spent the last 10 years thinking that if this secret ever got out, it would ruin our lives. And now I knew that was God's honest truth. I had to do whatever it took to make Callan understand that he could not uproot River. He couldn't change who River's father was. I had to appeal to him in every way imaginable. For starters, Callan needed to know that there was not a shot in hell for me and him to ever be together as a couple, the way he obviously wanted. If there had been no lie separating us, things might have been different. But this was my son's life and his well-being that was at stake. It didn't matter that my body reacted to Callan's touch. It was just lust, and no kind of a relationship could be built on something as trivial as lust. Even if one could, a relationship between me and Callan could never be. He would definitely want to tell River that he was his real father if he and I ever fell in love. I couldn't have that. I stood a chance, a slim one, but I still stood a chance of making Callan angry enough at me that he would never want anything to do with me again. He would hate me forever. But that might even mean that he would leave things the way they were. That he would walk away from me and River. Why would he want to deal with me and our son for the rest of his life?
Chapter 13. Callan.
I sat in a bar where I hoped no one would ever find me. Plus, I'd parked in the back to keep Sage from driving by and recognizing the car. The place was a dive. 3 old men sat at one end of the bar, which was being tended by 2 old women. The 5 of them hurled insults at each other in Spanish, but their spirits were light-hearted. Usted vieja vaca, usted es tan tacaño con la cerveza, one of the old men shouted at one of the bartenders. Although he'd called her a cow and told her that she was stingy with the beer, she merely laughed as she filled a mug for me. Colette tonto. And even though she told him to shut up and called him a fool, he laughed and raised his mug to her. It seemed to me that some good-natured sparring was not only normal in most cultures, but it was an appreciated art. That's what I thought Sage and I had. Until I saw my birthmark on her son. A boy who was supposed to be the son of the best friend I'd ever had in my entire life. She'd hidden the fact that we shared a son for 10 years. Maybe she really does hate me. Here you go, handsome, the oldest of the 2 bartenders said as she put the cold mug of beer in front of me. You look as if you're being plagued by the world, mijo. Would you like to talk? That's very nice of you, but not right now. I've got things on my mind that I shouldn't be talking about. I gulped the beer down all at once, then put the empty mug on the bar. She looked at it, then looked at her cohort behind the bar. We have a man in need here, Concha. Have we? The woman waddled as she made her way to me. Miho, you're sad. I can see it in your gorgeous blue eyes. Why would a man like you be so sad? Before I knew it, the 3 men had joined me on my end of the bar. The rest of the place was empty. Spanish music played loudly in the background, as if waiting for the plethora of people who would surely show up. Carmen, por favor, turn down the jukebox. The oldest man of the 3 slid onto the bar stool next to mine. I am Rodrigo. And you are? Callan. I wasn't in the mood for talking. Drinking was more what I'd come to the tiny hole in the wall for. No offense, but I'm not going to be good company tonight. His hand lay solidly on my shoulder. We can see that. You are a soul in need. And we are here to be your angels tonight. The other 2 men came to sit on the bar stools on his other side. He jerked his thumb to the man right next to him. This is Frank. And that's Jose. We've been through more things than most people. We've seen things no one else has seen in their whole lives. You can talk to us. The bartender named Concha placed a shot glass in front of me. Then the other bartender named Carmen filled it with some golden liquid from a mason jar. We don't have a license to sell hard liquor, only beer. So this isn't for sale. It's a gift to you. This is the remedy for sadness, Callan. I held it in my hand, looking at the amber color. It's beautiful. What is it? They all looked at each other, then shouted, tequila. I couldn't help but smile as I downed the shot, then put the glass upside down on the bar. Funny, tequila is how I got into this mess in the first place. Carmen leaned on the bar, her heavy bosom taking up most of the room. Yes. That is how tequila works. It hurts and it heals. So, how has tequila hurt you, Callan? She turned the shot glass over, refilling it. It made me do things I wasn't ever supposed to do. Frank nodded as he held up his mug of beer. Yo tambien. Rodrigo bumped my shoulder with his. That means? I held up one finger. I know. It means me too. I know I'm not the first to get drunk and do things I wasn't supposed to do. Everyone nodded as if they'd been there before. It did make me feel a little better to know I was in the company of like-minded people. Let he who has not thrown rocks at a glass house have rocks thrown at him, Frank slurred. It took me a minute to get what he was saying. Oh. Okay. I think you're trying to say that those who live in a glass house should not throw rocks? That's exactly what I said, he slurred. I was clearly in the company of inebriated people. But that was okay. Who better to help me deal with the troubles that plagued me? Rodrigo draped his arm around my shoulders, hiccuped, then said, We all make mistakes, mijo. Some of us more than others. Carmen and Concha nodded. See. But what do we do about these mistakes? I asked before downing the next shot. I mean, what am I to do? I've got a kid who doesn't know he shares my blood. Both women grabbed their massive chests with a gasp as they looked at me with horrified expressions. Carmen asked, You have a child who does not know you are his father. Nodding, I felt like I might cry. Yeah. The little glass was refilled by Concha. Mijo, you poor thing. How long have you known this? What time is it? I had no notion of time, space, and sobriety anymore. 10:30, Jose said. Well, about an hour and a half or so. I looked at the full glass of tequila. Maybe I should have a beer instead. Carmen nodded and waddled away to get me a beer. He is right. Concha, make him something to eat. No, Concha said. Pain such as his shouldn't have anything to stifle it. Let him live it. Let him explore it. She picked up the shot glass. Uno más. Only this last one. I took it. She nodded. For now. Frank moved to stand on my other side. I too have a child that does not know I am her father. You do. I knew I'd stopped at the right bar. Nodding, he took a drink of his beer. She is 3. Rodrigo bumped his shoulder to mine, grabbing my attention. The mother is beautiful, and her family is rich. One drunken night she met Frank, as fate would have it, at the gas pumps at the convenience store near his house. They struck up a conversation, and that was that. I saw her pumping gas there several months later. She had a big belly, and I instinctively asked her if it was mine, Frank said. She didn't lie. She told me it was, but that her father had already arranged a marriage for her, and that the man she was to marry would be the father of her child in all ways. I wasn't to try to contact her, or her father would have me killed. Damn, I hissed. That's some major shit right there. Tell me about it, Frank said. So tell us your story. It's not as dramatic as yours. I took a drink of the new beer on the bar in front of me, before getting started on my tale. It started back in high school, in 10th grade. Concha reached under the bar and pulled out a tray of nachos. Sounds like this story is going to be a long one if it starts that far back. We need sustenance. Dig in, everyone. Although I'd never eaten pre-made nachos that had been hidden underneath a bar for who knows how long, I took one and popped it into my mouth before going on with my sad story. I loved her from the moment I set eyes on her. Was she beautiful? Jose asked. Not in the way that most people see beauty. She was average-looking in most ways. She wore her brown hair in a bob haircut, which didn't have any highlights to make her stand out. It was all the same color. But it was shiny, and it moved back and forth when she walked, skirting along her shoulders. Concha sighed. You did love her from the first time you saw her. Some people say that, but not many really mean it. You remember her too vividly to be making that up. My heart was hers from that moment on. Only she had no idea about that at all. She didn't even notice me. I took a drink, wishing the pain in my chest would just go away. Carmen gasped. No. Mijo, she must have noticed you. You are striking. I was only 14 back then. I was good looking for a kid, but we were all just kids. Like any teenager, I was in between a kid and an adult, and my gangly body showed that. I knew I stood out much more now than I did back in my school days. Come on, Carmen, Rodrigo said. Stop bothering the man. Can't you see he's hurting? Sorry. She nodded, picking up a nacho covered in melted cheese. Please go on, Callan. So she hadn't noticed me at all. She wasn't in my next class. Or even the class after that, and not even the class after that. Then it was time for lunch. You will never guess what I saw when I went to lunch. Frank said, You saw her again. Right. Did I get it right? Yeah, I said as I nodded. But this time, she was sitting at a table with my best friend. And they were sort of huddled up close at a table meant for 6 people, but only the 2 of them were there. Oh no, Conch moaned. This is bad for you, Callan. Yeah, it was very bad for me. I sort of lost my cool. I sort of made a fool out of myself too. The thing about Sage is that she brings out so much emotion in me. She always did, and she still does. Passion, Carmen said as she nodded. Everyone else began to nod too. Rodrigo added, Passion makes us do crazy things. It's not explainable at all. But you can see why there are crimes of passion. At times, passion can take over the mind and make people do things they wouldn't have ever done normally. And they don't have to be drinking or doing drugs either. It's pure emotion. You know, I have never thought about it that way. Carmen put out 5 more shot glasses. This calls for a shot for everyone. She filled all the glasses, including my empty one, then we all grabbed them up and I followed their lead, holding the glass up as Jose said, To Passion, El Diablo. We all took the shots, then put the glasses upside down on the bar. It was crazy, like we all got it. We all understand that humans are weak, and that we do things we never thought we would do. One emotion ruled supremely over us, and we had nothing to guard ourselves against it. Carmen pulled up a tiny stool behind the bar and took a seat on it. So many emotions can be contained in passion. When you are making love passionately, there is love, excitement, pleasure, and even pain sometimes. But overall, all of those emotions reside within the one major emotion of passion. Concha pulled out another tiny stool and took a seat. Anger can also reside within passion. Anger and hate. You've heard the expression, "I hate him with a passion." Oh yeah. I'd never put all that together before. So, having passion for someone means trouble. Yeah, Frank agreed. Lots of trouble. Better to find someone you share no passion with at all. The more boring the relationship, the better off both people are. Trouble won't find you if there's not a beacon of passion lighting you up. And passion does light up a person, Jose said. The eyes, the mouth, the whole body lights up when passion takes over. I've never thought of that before, but you're right. I knew I'd seen Sage light up before. I was sitting here, thinking that Sage must hate me if she didn't tell me that I was the father of her son. But now I think that she has a passion for me. One that she's afraid of. And back then, there was every reason to fear that. I feared what I felt for her too. Because of your best friend, Rodrigo said knowingly. Neither one of you wanted to act on the passion that flowed between you, because if you did, then the other guy would have been hurt, or even worse, devastated. Carmen turned over the shot glasses, and Concha refilled them. One more time to the evil mistress called passion. So we drank another shot to passion and cursed it loudly, finding new things to say about it with each shot. How many shots I ended up downing, I had no idea. I wasn't sure what else had been said or what I had said, but I suddenly looked around to find the bar filled with people. I sat on the same bar stool at the far end of the bar. Jose, Rodrigo, and Frank still sat by me, talking in both English and Spanish. But I must have been saying plenty, because some random guy walked up behind me. His tab is on me, Concha. He pays for nothing, this man. His pain is too much to bear. Frank slurred, "Hey, me too, amigo." I haven't heard you say anything about being in pain, the guy said to Frank. You came in late. I have a child that I can never see, because the father of the mother will kill me. I'm a shattered man deep inside. Can't you see the pain on my face? That is a pretty forlorn mug you got there. Okay, him too. The guy laughed while patting me on the back. Tonight, the prescription for sorrow for these two is on me. He pulled up another stool, crowding in between me and Rodrigo. So this woman has never told you that you are a father in these 10 years? Oh yeah. I guessed I had been talking about that, and he'd overheard. Robbie, he was my best friend and her boyfriend. Anyway, they were going to get married. She didn't know for sure if the baby was mine or his, I guess, but she let him believe it was his. But Robbie was a Marine, and he was killed in Afghanistan. I watched Carmen as she turned the shot glasses over and began refilling them. This one is for Callan's best friend, Robbie. How can I turn down a shot for Robbie?
Chapter 14. Sade.
I hadn't known that Brownsville had so many bars until I went searching for Callan's truck when I didn't find him at home. As I cruised the parking lots, I found tall red truck after tall red truck, but none of them were his. Callan's had a small sticker with a blue wave on it on the top left-hand part of the windshield. So, at least I had something distinctive to look for. Not that it was helping me. Even though it was only a Monday night, the bars were packed. And the later it got, the more cars filled the parking lots. To make matters worse, I had to drive very slowly, looking out for the people who were walking in and out of each establishment. Do any of you people have jobs to get to in the morning? Or kids to take care of at home? Good Lord. After an hour of searching, I began to think that he might not have gone to a bar after all. He might have gone to someone's house. Like one of his brothers. Or a friend's. It was close to 11. The bars closed at midnight since it was a weeknight. Time was running out for me to find him. And he might have already gone back to his place. Only then did I wish we'd exchanged phone numbers. We needed to talk. We needed to get things straight. I could reason with him if we could just talk it out. Callan wouldn't want to destroy River. He was a kid with his whole life ahead of him. And Callan wouldn't want to break Robbie's parents' hearts either. I just had to try to get him to see that. And if that didn't work, I'd have to go along with Plan B. I would let him do anything, except tell anyone that River was his son. I would even agree to take the money he had offered, if he would just forget about what he saw on River's arm. That was all he had anyway. Apart from having seen the birthmark they shared, he had no concrete evidence to prove that River was his son. I hadn't admitted anything. There had been no tests to reveal the paternity. I didn't see why Callan couldn't put what he'd seen behind him, and do what was best for River instead of what he thought was best for himself. Callan had never had kids. He had no idea how much the responsibility of having a child could weigh on a person. If he was a real father, he would have to deal with the times River was sick. He'd have to deal with getting him up for school, a thing River hated doing. He'd have to deal with him when it's time to go see the doctor for his checkups and booster shots, a thing River fought against like hell. Being a parent wasn't easy, and I was going to give Callan an out. He wouldn't have to worry about River, not ever. He wouldn't have to deal with the cranky moods River had from time to time. He wouldn't have to deal with all the questions the boy could ask. Callan was lucky I was willing to be both parents for our son. He was lucky I had never come to him, demanding his help. Most women did things like that. Especially when they had a baby, when they were young, the way I had. I had never put my burden on Callan, and I never planned to. If he would just agree to let things stay the way they had always been, then we might be able to make some compromises. I hadn't liked the idea of River calling him Uncle Callan. But I could get over that and allow it. But only if Callan agreed not to pursue anything more than that. Pulling into another parking lot, this one a lot smaller than most I'd been searching, I knew I was talking to myself way too much over this thing. I had no idea how Callan was going to react to what he'd seen. He'd been mad as hell, I had seen that. And that alone was enough to terrify me. But he should have calmed down by now. And maybe we could talk like reasonable adults. If not now, maybe later. I just had to see him. I had to know what frame of mind he was in. I had to let him know what I wanted, so he could weave that into his plans. If he was making plans, which I was pretty sure he was. Rolling down my window, I heard the sounds of reggae music and smelled the telltale scent of pot in the damp night air. I prayed I wouldn't find his truck at this place. But then again, pot was best known to calm the mind. And Callan's mind could have used some calming. Changing my mind, I crossed my fingers, hoping that I would find him here, and that he'd be so mellowed out that he'd agree with me about what was best for River. I stopped in front of a red truck to check out the windshield when I heard a man's voice. Sage, right? Turning to look at where the voice had come from, I saw a guy I'd gone to high school with. Todd? Yeah. He came up to my window. It's been forever since I last saw your face around town. Where have you been, girl? Dallas, I said. I moved there during the summer after graduation. His droopy eyes got even droopier. Aw yeah. He put his hand on my shoulder. Robbie didn't last long when he went into the Marines. That was some bad shit back then. This whole town mourned his loss. He was a good cat. Down to earth. A real man too. We lost a good one. Yes, we did. I felt my eyes getting misty and blinked so he wouldn't see that. How have you been doing, Todd? He jerked his head toward the bar. I bought myself a bar, that's how I'm doing. You should come in. Everything's on me, Sage. My treat. I've got some wicked cool shit in there too. We serve up drinks and some delicious food. Mostly baked goods. Brownies with a surprise inside. You get what I'm saying, right? Smiling, I knew exactly what he was saying. I would love to join you for some delicious food. But I've got a kid now, so enjoying myself is sort of a no-go. I've got 3 kids myself. He laughed. 3 different moms. 2 are cousins. My life is a real-life soap opera, but it's my life and I love it. Do you get to see your kids often? I wondered how something like that even worked, having 3 baby mamas, 2 of them being related. Every day. We all live in the same house. Well, not in the same house, but on the same property. I've got the main house, and my ladies have smaller houses on the property. It's like a little commune out there. You should come and meet them. Are you back for good, or only for a visit? I'm here on a visit, and leaving the day after tomorrow. Or maybe even tomorrow. I'm not sure yet. It depends on how things go. But thanks for saying hi, Todd. His outlook on his life was a bit on the odd side. It sounded more like a train wreck than a soap opera. I've got to get going. He leaned on my car, apparently not ready to let me go yet. So, why did you come into this parking lot if you weren't looking to have a good time? I'm looking for someone. So I'm scouring the parking lots of all the bars I can find. For who? He was on the nosy side. I hadn't remembered him being that way before. Just someone. And it's getting late. I don't want to miss them if the bars start closing. Them, he asked. So you're looking for more than one person? No, I huffed with frustration. Just the one person. And I really have to get going. Glad to see you're doing so well. It was nice catching up with you. I wish you well with your bar and your, I wasn't sure how to put it, extended family. Thanks, Sage. Good luck with your family too. I wish you well. Next time you're in town, stop by here and let me show you a good time. Even people who have kids can have a good time. It's not against the law. I was pretty sure that pot in any form was still against the law in Texas. Thanks, Todd. I'll make sure to do that next time I'm back in town. I began rolling up my window so he'd leave me alone. He backed up, waving. Looking forward to your next visit, Sage. Wishing you a happy life. I nodded, then drove away. Wow, that was a little insane. I hadn't known Todd to be the friendliest person back in high school, but he seemed super friendly now. Not that I wanted to find out what it meant to be that man's friend. Seemed he had plenty of girls he was friends with already. And having multiple partners seemed super cool with them all. While that might have been okay for all of them, it wasn't my idea of a family. A mom, a dad, a couple of kids, that was my idea of a normal family. Not that I could ever be a part of one. But I had my idea, and that was that. My family was just me and my son. Plus the grandparents. I couldn't forget them. Without their help, I didn't know where me and River would be. Maybe if I hadn't had the strong support system that I had, I might have told Callan about his son. I might have had no other choice than to seek his help. But that wasn't how things had gone. And that wasn't exactly my fault. So I didn't want to be blamed for hiding the truth. It was just the way things had played out. A little further down the road, I found another small parking lot, and a blue sign flashing the word Peeps. It was a long shot, and I knew it. The chances that Callan was in this little Mexican-styled bar were minimal. I drove through the parking lot anyway, but I did not find his truck. Then I went down the side street to make the block and head back to the main road, as this was the end of the line where the town was concerned. But as I drove down the small side street, something caught my eye. A red truck. I made a U-turn, then went to the back of the bar. There I saw Callan's truck. Parking right next to it, I rushed inside the crowded bar. Smoke hung thick in the dank air as I went inside. The music was loud, nearly drowning out the noise the patrons made. Looking around, I saw a pack of people at the far end of the bar. Shot glasses were held up high by too many hands to count, and then they all shouted, "To Robbie! Rest in peace." My heart stopped, my mouth dropped. Callan sat in the middle of the small crowd, slammed the shot down his throat, then put the glass upside down on the bar. Robbie Winslow, the best friend I've ever had. And the only man I've ever betrayed. I tried to get to him, but the crowd wouldn't move out of my way as they danced to Mexican music, ignoring me as I shouted, "Excuse me, please." But to be fair, I loved Sage first, Callan slurred as he wobbled on the bar stool. The people around him hung on to every word he said as the man beside him asked, "Did she love you too, Callan?" She did not love me. She loved Robbie. And she was right to. He was so much better than I was. He was good to her. He was faithful to her. She was his world. But she and I had one night before Robbie left for the war. One magical night. I pushed people apart, trying to get to him before he said much more. He was using our names, and many people in this town knew his name. Things were getting way out of hand. Callan. Sage Ruiz and I made a baby that night. She named him River and gave him Robbie's last name, Callan said. My body went white hot as anger flushed through me. Callan, shut up. I moved a couple out of my way, and had only a few more people to get through before I could get to him. Sage put Robbie's name on the birth certificate. River is my son, and she must have known that early on. But she kept pretending that he was Robbie's, and Robbie's parents helped her raise River. They think he's their blood. Their grandson. One of the women behind the bar threw up her hands. Mentiras. I had no idea what she'd said, but then Callan translated her word. Yes, lies, Carmen. All lies. I finally got to him, and grabbed him by the arm. Callan. His glazed eyes met mine. Sage. Everyone seemed to disappear, leaving us alone at the end of the bar. Let me take you home. You're drunk. You hate me, he slurred. I don't hate you. Come on. Let's get out of here. You've already told these people more than they should know. I tried to pull him off the bar stool, and he got up, towering over me, then leaned on my shoulders as I ran my arm around his back. I had to talk to someone, he said as we began to move slowly through the crowd to get out of the bar. And they understand me. Not like you. You don't understand me at all. I do understand you. But you need to understand me too. I felt a hand on my shoulder and turned to find a man with a big cowboy hat smiling at me. Hey, be cool with him, Sage. I hated that he knew my name. Yeah, I'll be cool. I looked up at Callan, glaring at him. You really had to say my name to these people? And Rivers as well as Robbie's? You're mad at me. He looked pitiful. We finally got out of the door, and I managed to get him to his truck. I'm going to grab my purse and lock my car, then I'm going to drive you home. Get into the passenger side of your truck, and give me the keys. I held out my hand, wiggling my fingers. He laughed, and walked around to get in on the other side. You don't need keys. A minute later, I got into the truck and knew I was in over my head with the huge thing that had so many buttons and bells. You're going to have to tell me how to work this thing, Callan. He pointed at a button near the steering wheel, and then passed out.
Chapter 15. Callan.
The sheets lay twisted on my bedroom floor. Sage had never looked more beautiful. Her dark hair was splayed out on the pillow, her brown eyes looking at me with so much attraction in them. Cradling my face in her hands, she drew me to her. Less talk and more action, Duran. Holding her tightly, I got up and walked with her to the window, never letting our bodies part. The lights of the pool outside reflected off her skin. Hugging me, she whispered in my ear, "You're the only man that I want." The harsh sound of an alarm going off had my eyes springing open. It was still fairly dark in my bedroom, but I could see just a little, enough to know that I was alone in my bed and Sage nowhere to be seen. Sage? Moving proved painful. My head throbbed and I felt like I might pass out. So I sat on the edge of the bed, trying not to throw up. What the hell happened to me? Burping, I tasted old tequila as it came flooding back to me. Gosh no. I had work that day, but with the way I felt, I knew I would be useless. Clumsily moving my hand along the side of the bed until I reached the nightstand where I hoped my cell phone was, I did find it. Squinting my eyes, I sent a text to my assistant, letting her know that I would be in after lunch so she could go in late too if she wanted. Dropping the phone on the bed, I put my aching head into my hands and wondered where the hell Sage had gotten off to. I had a foggy memory of her coming into the bar and taking me home. But from there, I had no idea what had happened. I tried to stand, but my stomach lurched and I sat back down hard. Shit. Dropping back on the bed, I lay still, eyes closed, trying to just breathe. I must have fallen back to sleep because the next time I opened my eyes, I saw daylight streaming through the curtains. Holy cow. My head still pounded, my mouth was as dry as a cotton ball, and my stomach felt like it had been used as Mike Tyson's punching bag. Dragging myself out of bed, I made it to the bathroom by some miracle and grabbed a bottle of ibuprofen before getting into the shower. Only then did I realize that I had been sleeping with no clothes, which could have meant that Sage and I had been together after all. I poured some of the pills into my hand, then popped them in my mouth, letting the shower water run down my face to swallow them. I needed to talk to Sage, and I didn't need a hangover affecting me when I did. If we'd had done it, then things were going to be different between us. There was no longer a need to hide anything we did, since Robbie wasn't here anymore. She and I could build a family with our son, River, and life would move on beautifully. After the shower, I dressed, then went to the kitchen to make some coffee and burnt toast. As with most poisons, alcohol included, charcoal worked best to rid the body of toxins. The burnt toast trick had gotten me through my college drinking days, and I knew it would pull me through this day too. As I munched on the toast, trying not to gag as I did, I looked through my phone for any pictures I might have taken during the night, as it had become increasingly hard to remember what had happened. I didn't find any pictures, but I did find that Sage's phone number was now in my contacts, so I called her up. She answered the phone with a huffing sound. Finally. It's nearly noon. Yeah, I know. It was good to hear her voice. I missed you when I woke up. I don't see why, she snipped. We parted on pretty bad terms. Shit. No way. I'm sorry, I apologized quickly. I didn't want us to be on bad terms at all. Whatever I did while in a drunken stupor, I am so sorry. You said what you meant to say to me. And you didn't agree with what I was saying. I don't expect you to apologize, but I do expect you to respect my wishes. The only problem with that was that I had no idea what words had been said between us. Can you go over the highlights of last night's conversation? Imagine that, she said with sarcasm lacing her voice, you can't remember what we talked about last night. Have you forgotten any other important things? I wasn't sure what she was talking about. Look, I've still got a bit of a headache going on here, Sage. But if you're asking if I've forgotten what I saw on River's arm, the answer to that is no. I have not forgotten that he's my son. Callan, lots of people have strawberry birthmarks, and even in the exact same spots. I told you that this is just a weird coincidence and nothing more than that. I would agree with you, had we not been together the night before Robbie left. So that means there is a 50-50 chance that he's mine. And the blonde hair and blue eyes are a big giveaway, but since your dad has those characteristics too, I know it's not a given that River is mine. But that birthmark in the exact same place as mine is a dead giveaway. We'll have to agree to disagree, she snipped. No, we aren't going to do that. This isn't some little thing here, Sage. This is a human being. A human being that I helped to create. A human being whose life I want to be a part of. A huge part of. I want to be his father in all ways. And I want to be in your life too. I want to make things right. You're forgetting the fact that you and I argue like cats and dogs. I think they call it fighting like cats and dogs, not arguing like them. But anyway, the reason we used to argue was due to the frustration we both felt. I know you felt it too, Sage. Don't even bother denying it. When we were together, you were in heaven with me. And what about last night? I still wasn't sure what had happened. What about last night, she asked. Ha. That's a joke. You couldn't have been able to if you'd tried. You were out of it, Callan. Completely out of it. Then why did you try talking to me about something as important as our son? Don't call him that. He's Robbie's son. He's his son on paper, where it really matters. You're nothing to him. You never will be. We're not changing his life the way you want to. You have no idea how fragile a person can be, Callan. Something this huge could break him in ways you can't even begin to understand. Let's just talk about the fact that he's going to know that I hid this from him for 10 years. Yeah, let's talk about that. Why did you do that? You should have come to me and told me about him. I wouldn't have let you do it alone. Even if we weren't together, I would have helped you take care of him and support him. I'm not a bad guy, Sage. You should have given me the chance to do right by you both. Yeah, well, it was well into his first year before it really began to sink in that he was not Robbie's biological son. But River is his son in every other way. That's ridiculous. Robbie died before he was born. He never knew him. But he could have known me, his real father. He could have had a better life, Sage. And you could have too. I wanted her to know that having a good life was still possible. That offer is still on the table. Let me be his father, and I will make things better for both of you. I cannot do that to him. Her stubbornness had risen to a new level. So, you think that I'm going to just let you get away with this? If you care about River at all, you will. She sighed. And what about Robbie's parents, Callan? They think River is their grandson. What will that do to them? They can still be in his life in just the same way they are now. Plus, River will have uncles, aunts, cousins, and my parents as his grandparents too. He'll have it all and then some. This doesn't have to be devastating to anyone, unless you present it that way. I don't want to present it at all. I want things to stay the same. I want that for all our sakes. You have no idea how hard it is to be a parent. Yeah, you're right about that. You took that away from me, Sage. You took away so much more from me than I ever knew. I'm going to be honest with you. I fell in love with you the moment you walked into algebra class in 10th grade. Whatever, Duran. If you think I believe that, you're nuts. You hated my guts for taking a portion of your best friend's attention away from you. That's not why I acted the way I did. I was angry as hell that I'd missed out on you. You should really think about what I'm saying to you, Sage. You stole my heart without even trying to. And then we ended up making a baby together. If it wasn't meant to be, then why did it happen? Because we were upset over Robbie leaving us. I was reaching out, and you were too. But it was a mistake. How can you say that? I had no idea what was going on in her head. River isn't a mistake. No, he's not. But he should have been Robbie's, and we both know that. She sounded so determined that it frightened me. Let him be Robbie's. You're insane. I didn't know what else to say to something that crazy. He's mine. He has a living father who wants to be in his life. You would deny him that. You would deny him all I could give him. You would steal his inheritance of my fortune. She was far more stubborn than I had realized. You would hurt him in many ways only so that you don't have to tell him and everyone else involved in this that you and I had been together. It shouldn't have happened. But it did happen. And I'm actually happy that I have a son. Doesn't that mean anything to you? I'm not upset in the least that I have a son. I'm so happy about it that I'm willing to forget about what you've done, hiding him from me for 10 years. That's something, Sage. That is really something. And to make things even better, I want you too. We can be a family. The family we were always meant to be. You should know that I don't find you attractive. I had to laugh at that. Oh, really? I find that hard to believe. Oh, you look good. You look great, actually. But I don't find you attractive because of the way you act toward me. So, I don't want to be with you. I don't want to bring my son into some weird family thing with you. She took a deep breath before adding, so here is the deal. River is Robbie's son. End of discussion. Goodbye, Duran. What happened here?
Chapter 16. Sade.
I'm sorry, River. We can't do the zoo this time around. We've got to get going. I'd made up an excuse as to why we had to leave a day earlier than I'd said we would. If we wait until tomorrow, it will be dangerous for me to drive because there will be terrible weather. Then we could stay an extra day, he argued. There's more than one way to skin a cat, Mom. I hate that saying. Whoever came up with it must have been in some kind of a satanic cult. I zipped up River's bag that he'd refused to pack himself. Here we go. We're all packed now. Tell your grandparents goodbye. We've got to get on the road. Yeah, why now? It's after lunch already. You told me that you like to leave early. So, why did you decide this all of a sudden? He crossed his arms over his chest defiantly. It wasn't like I could tell him the truth about that. I had hoped that Callan might have gotten so drunk the night before that he'd forgotten the events of the whole day. But I'd been wrong. He remembered the important part. Mom walked past the room River had been sleeping in. She stopped and backed up to look inside. What is all this? I hadn't told anyone but River that we were leaving. And I didn't get a chance to say anything to my mother as he spouted out, Mom is making us leave right now. Narrow eyes took me in. Why? Mom, I was checking the weather along the route we have to take home tomorrow, and I found that some of the central Texas areas are going to have severe thundershowers. If we leave now, we won't be affected by them. After heaving his heavy bag onto my shoulder, I grabbed my own bag and began making my way out of the bedroom. And it's sort of late in the day to be leaving, so we really need to take off. Your father was planning on making his famous nachos tonight for your going-away dinner. You can stay one extra night. That way you will also avoid the rain. Yeah, Mom. River stared a hole in me. I told you that was a good idea. But it really wasn't a good idea because, for all I knew, Callan was on his way over to blow my secret out of the water. True, it's not a bad idea. But I have to be at work the day after tomorrow. So you see that won't work for me at all. Sorry. Now come on. Let's get on the road. Mom stepped back so I could walk into the hallway. Well, if you would take the job offer that Callan so generously gave you, then missing work wouldn't matter at all. You could quit that go-nowhere job anyway. Have you thought about that? I can't take it. I knew that sounded crazy. I don't have any experience in that field. Everyone would know that I got the job because Callan gave it to me. And that would make everyone hate me. I don't like being hated, so I'm not taking the job. River jogged around to get in front of me, blocking the front door. Can we see him before we go? I want to tell him goodbye and let him know that I had lots of fun tossing the ball with him last night. He's at work, I lied. And you probably need to have a parking pass to even get into the parking lot where he works. It would be a big deal, and I don't see what use it would be. I'll call him sometime to let him know how much you enjoyed your time with him. I'd like to tell him that myself. So, why don't you give him a call right now so I can tell him that? He wouldn't move, so I looked at my mother who stood right behind me. Can you try to explain that people at work don't want to be bothered while I pack up the car? I'm sure it wouldn't bother Callan at all if you called. He is an owner of the company, after all. Bosses don't answer to anyone. Make the call. Let River tell him goodbye. Yeah, that wouldn't be disastrous at all. I'll do it once we're in the car and heading out. I've got a strict schedule that I need to keep. Gently moving River out of my way, I finally got out of the door, feeling like I was in the home stretch. Get the hugs and kisses going, Mom. We're out of here in 5. I've got to get your father. He's in the backyard. I'll get him, River volunteered, running in the wrong direction of where I needed him to be, in the car. Huffing and puffing, I got the car loaded, then stood there, tapping my foot as time ticked by and no one had come out of the house yet. Holy hell. My family is trying to give me a heart attack with all their lagging. Come on, River. The door flew open, and my father led the threesome outside. You're leaving? I just checked the weather, and didn't see anything about thunderstorms. He would check the dang weather. I used my good weather travel app I made up. It's new. And it's got more updated features than the one you use. That one came with your phone. It's not accurate at all. I pulled open the back door so River could get into the car. So let's go, buddy. Time's a-wasting. This just feels so rushed, Dad said as he came to me, holding out his arms. You seem to have forgotten to give your old dad a hug too. Hugging him, I said, I didn't forget. I knew you'd come out here to say goodbye. Well, I'm not ready to let you two go is all. I planned on making you guys my famous nachos for dinner. And you were supposed to go to the zoo too. What about that? There are zoos in Dallas and Fort Worth. River has been to both of them. A zoo is a zoo. Plus, I'll make it up to him somehow. I wasn't sure how I would make it up to him, but I would try. I know he's disappointed. And mad, River said as he slipped into the back seat. Don't think I'm going to be quietly disappointed back here. I'm mad, Mom. Really mad. Fantastic. This is going to be one fun 8.5-hour ride. Being the good father he was, Dad was quick to get to River. Now come on, River, your mom's just doing what she thinks is best for you. Don't be mad at her. And don't give her a hard time either. He closed the back door, then looked at me as I walked around to the driver's side. Give us a call when you make it home. I know it'll be around 9, and we go to bed at that time, but call anyway. I won't be able to sleep until I know you both are safe and sound at your grandmother's house. Will do, Dad. I waved at my mother, who stood on the porch, looking upset. Love you, Mom. She lifted her hand, not waving it. Love you too. Be safe. I will. I kissed my palm and threw Dad a kiss. Love you too, Dad. Me too. He walked away, shoulders slumped, and I knew he was upset about our hasty retreat as well. Trying not to gun the engine as I took off, I had to take deep breaths to calm myself down. But it wasn't easy when I knew Callan could pull up at any moment. An hour later, I finally settled down, knowing he couldn't catch up to me now. So, where would you like to eat dinner? Where will we be at that time? It's 2 now. If we eat around 6, we should be around the Austin area by then, I think. Traffic is a little thicker than it was when we came down here. We're running a little slower than the 8.5 hours it took us then. I saw him rolling his eyes through the rearview mirror. Probably because you left later than what you said was the best time to travel. Smarty pants. Anyway, I like burgers and chicken nuggets, so anywhere that has one of those things is fine with me. That should be easy to find, right off the interstate. At least he was being easy to please. So, school will be starting back in a couple of weeks. Are you looking forward to that? Not really. He stared out of the window. It's not like I can be on the flag football team or anything. You're going into the 5th grade, River. They don't have any school sports teams until you get to 7th grade anyway. He could be so dramatic. His blue eyes shone in the rearview mirror as he narrowed them at me. Yeah, but I can be on a team that meets after school. I just don't have anything to look forward to. You have the fact that you'll be seeing your friends every day. Isn't that something to look forward to? Not really, he said, sounding blah. Hey, when can you call Uncle Callan so I can tell him goodbye? Not right now. I looked at my phone. I'd put it on silent, so River wouldn't know that Callan had been blowing my phone up. Texts were stacking up. Not that I was going to read them. I knew they would just make me mad. Well, when? It was obvious that he wasn't going to let it go. When will he be done with work today? Late, I think. I didn't want to talk about Callan, so tried to change the subject. You know, I think they came out with the lists of whose class you'll be in. Tomorrow, we can go up to the school and see who your new teacher will be. That'll be cool. You'll be able to see which of your friends will be in your class too. Mom, I've been thinking. I used to think I look like Popo. You know, we have the same color hair and eyes. But they aren't exactly the same color. My hair is a little lighter than his, and my eyes are a darker blue. This topic was a little worrisome to me. Yeah, that's how genetics work. You don't always exactly match someone else's. Look at me, I take after my mom but not entirely. I've got my grandmother's nose. It's not an exact science. Popo has straight hair. When mine got long last summer, it was wavier. You know, like Uncle Callan's. And his eyes and mine are a lot more like the same color too. Holy shit. Oh, did I tell you that I talked to Mammy and Pappy the other day and they told me that they bought you some school clothes? That was sure nice of them. I can't wait to see what they got you. And Mammy said she bought you a backpack too. I bet it's super cool. They totally get your style. Yeah, that's nice. He gazed out of the window. You know, they have a lot of pictures on their walls. My dad is in most of them. I think they have so many, so that they won't forget what he looked like. I bet you're right. I wanted to get as far away as I could get from the subject of what Robbie and Callan looked like. Hey, do you want to play that road game where you try to spot license plates from other states? If I spot more than you, then you have to take the trash out for a whole week. And if you spot more than I do, then I'll take it out. Mom, you have no idea who takes out the trash, do you? He looked at me like I was crazy. Not really. Work gets in the way of me knowing who does all the chores, I guess. Yes, it does. It's the next-door neighbor, Mr. Sanchez. He's got the hots for great granny. He takes out the trash every night after dinner. And he mows the yard too. Mr. Sanchez? I had no idea. That old man likes Granny? I think he's in love with her. But she doesn't care at all. She lets him do the chores and all she ever gives him in return are bags of those nasty mint chocolate chip cookies that she makes. He shrugged. I guess you and Granny don't like men. That's not true. I didn't want him going around saying things like that. Well, it seems like it's true. You and she are a lot alike sometimes. She doesn't seem to realize that Mr. Sanchez likes her, just like you didn't seem to notice that Uncle Callan likes you. So I think that means that you and Granny don't like men. Are you insinuating that we like girls instead? No. I think y'all don't really like anybody. Like y'all want to live alone. I don't know why y'all want to live that way. Mammy and Pappy like being married. They're a lot happier than you or Great Granny. And so are Mimi and Popo. Well, they found the right people for them, that's why that is. I didn't like him thinking that I didn't have the capacity to be in a loving relationship. You know, River, I've devoted my life to you. I don't want to let some man come in and interfere with that. He nodded, then asked, when can we go back to Brownsville? Like, can we go down there for Christmas this year instead of Mimi and Popo coming up to Dallas? Doubt it. I wouldn't let that happen. I wasn't ever going to go back to Brownsville. I'd made a pretty good stand with Callan, and going back would only be bad for us. I wonder if Mammy and Pappy have any pictures of my dad with Callan, since they were best friends. Who knows? I'll ask them. He looked right into my eyes for a brief moment, as I looked back at him through the mirror. I don't look like the pictures of my dad at all. We don't have the same hair. And we don't have the same eyes. Not even the same shape of eyes. Dad sort of drooped a little. And your eyes are a little small. And yours are almond-shaped just like Callan's. God help me keep this secret from my son.
Chapter 17. Callan.
I'd called Sage more times than I could count and had sent 5 text messages asking her nicely to please call me back, which she left unread. And that infuriated me. I had been beyond nice about the whole thing. Most people would have been mad as hell, making threats, calling lawyers, and trying their best to get even with the person who had hidden a kid from them for 10 years. I hadn't done that at all. I told her that we could be a family. Whatever kind she wanted. We could be together or not. Whichever way she wanted, I wanted to make it work for all of us, not just for myself. Robbie was still on my mind. I knew that he was in a better place. And him being in heaven, I was under the impression that from there, he knew things that we on earth did not. So, I thought he must have known that I was River's father. And being that I knew him better than anyone else ever had, I knew he would want me to do what was right by Sage. And I would do right by her too. She just had to let me, was all. But so far, she wasn't willing to even talk to me over the phone. I'd gone into work for only an hour or so, but the circumstances had me so preoccupied that I wasn't accomplishing a damn thing. So I left early and came home to try and figure out the best way to handle things with Sage. It was obvious that I couldn't let her make all the decisions, since all she wanted to do was keep things the way they were. That was not going to work for me at all. I'd missed out on 10 years of being a father. And my son had missed out on 10 years of being my son. That was long enough. River had said they were going to the zoo that day, so I gave them time to finish with that before I headed over to her parents' house. I didn't text her that I was going as that would give her the heads up, and she would probably try to avoid me. Of course, I wasn't going to walk in and declare the truth about me being River's father. But I was going to show Sage that she had to work with me now. Doing it alone was over for her. And that would be best for her and our son. Our son. I had never thought that I would even think those words. Sage and I had a son. And he was a great kid too. I was disappointed about missing out on 10 years of his life, but I would spend the rest of mine making that up to him. That kid was going to have the biggest post-baby shower anyone had ever had. I knew he wasn't a baby anymore, but I was going to throw a party for him so he could meet my family, the family he never knew he had before. They would bring presents for him, and tell him how happy they were that he was now part of the Duran clan. Things in his life would never be the same again. I sat there in my truck, waiting at my gate, letting that run through my mind. I had been 10 once. My parents had made pretty good money too. We'd had things that some other kids didn't. But my father was far from being the billionaire that I was now. I'd never even dreamed of living in a home the likes of the one where I currently resided. Or having the automobiles that I now had. Or the bank account, for that matter. What if when I was only 10 years old, my mother brought home some man I didn't even know, and told me that he was my real father? And what if that man happened to be the richest man on earth? River's reaction might be a little different, since he had never known Robbie. I had known my father, of course. So, that would have made things harder if I had been in the same situation River was in. River did know Robbie's parents as his real grandparents. Sage had brought that up. And I had knocked it down, not thinking things through. But now I knew that I was moving too fast on this. But we had to start moving toward it. Whatever we needed to do, we had to start doing. Maybe we needed professional help to make sure we didn't do anything to really scar our son. I was all for not messing him up, emotionally or in any other way. There was so much to do, to learn and to understand. And I was ready to do all that too. But we had to start somewhere. And I knew that starting place was with Sage and I being able to communicate without either of us pushing the other out. We both mattered in this situation. River needed both of us. He needed us to get along. He needed us to agree on certain things. The first thing I needed Sage to agree with me on was moving back to Brownsville. I could not move away. My life's work was here, and I wasn't about to leave that behind. Sage's job in Dallas was meaningless. River would have to leave his friends behind, but he could make new friends right here. I was pretty sure I could talk Robbie's parents into moving back to Brownsville too. Especially if I bought them a house not far from ours. Of course, if I bought them a house closer to my house, then I would offer to buy one for Sage's parents too, it would have to be as close to us and as nice as the one for Robbie's parents. There was so much to start doing, and I was itching to start getting things done. I drove out of my neighborhood, heading over to the nearest subdivision to scope it out. Although the homes there weren't mansions the way mine was, they were nice, newly built homes. There were a few for sale signs, so I knew there would be homes nearby that I could buy. How could Sage be unhappy about things if I did so much for her family and Robbie's? The way I saw it, everybody would win. The initial blow might be hard, but the aftermath would heal that wound quickly. Or so I hoped. The only one person who would really get some hard knocks was Sage. She would get it from all sides too. Her parents would be disappointed, at the very least. And Robbie's too, for that matter. River would probably be upset that she hid this from him. Love would heal everything though. I knew it could. But will Sage let love into her heart where I'm concerned? I had to let that go, for now. I didn't need to have Sage falling in love with me to make this father thing work. If that was how things were supposed to turn out, then they would. And I had to have patience with Sage. Now, it was clear why she still acted like we couldn't be together. She'd been hiding our son. But now that I knew about that, and once everyone else did too, then she might calm down and let life and love happen for her. Patience was going to be a thing I would have to practice each and every day for a while though. I couldn't push her. I couldn't rush her. But I had to make her understand that this process of me becoming River's father had to begin. It needed to begin now. After cruising around neighborhoods for a bit, the sun had begun to set, and I figured that Sage and River were either home or would be soon by now. So I headed toward her parents' house, but when I got there, I found that her car wasn't there yet. Parking next to the curb, I went to the door and rang the bell. Kathy answered the door. "Callan, I'm afraid that you missed them by a mile." Huh. I wasn't sure what she was saying. I missed them? Aren't they supposed to be coming back from the zoo soon? She stepped back, gesturing for me to come inside. "Come on in. We can talk inside." I went into their house and saw Ralph getting up from his chair. "Hey Ralph. Sorry to bother you guys." He gestured to the sofa. "You're not a bother at all, Callan. Have a seat." Kathy kept walking, heading to the kitchen. "I can make some tea. We've already eaten. I popped some frozen meals into the microwave earlier." "No. Please don't go to any trouble, Kathy." I sat on the sofa. "I didn't come here to eat. I just came to see River and to talk to Sage. Will they be back soon?" I thought that if they had eaten frozen dinners, then Sage might have taken River to get something to eat. Or you can just tell me where they went, and I can go find them. Ralph shook his head. "They left to go back to Dallas. I think it was around 1 this afternoon, or maybe a little earlier than that. But it was afternoon, I know that for sure. They're probably about another 3 or so hours from getting back home." She left. I cannot believe that she just up and left. I've been calling and texting her all day. I didn't know how to react to this news. "And she hasn't taken any of your calls to let you know that she left?" Kathy asked as she took a seat. "Not even one of them. And she hasn't responded to any of my texts. I didn't expect them to leave until tomorrow. That was the plan, wasn't it?" "It was the plan," her father said. Some new weather app on her phone told her there would be bad weather on her trip home if she left tomorrow. I couldn't find that same forecast though. But that's why she said they had to go early. Kathy added, "She didn't even tell us that they were leaving. She just packed up. I happened to walk by River's room. That's how I found out that they were going." "So right around noon, huh?" I knew why she'd left in such a hurry. She must have thought I was going to storm on over and blow her out of the water. I wasn't about to do that at all. Even though I knew that plenty of people in my position would have done something like that. Sage just kept on expecting the worst out of me, which pissed me off. "Yes, right around noon," Kathy said. "I tried to talk to her about taking your extremely generous offer, but she's just so against that right now." Yeah, I bet she is. Did she happen to tell you why she wouldn't take my offer? I did ask her that. She told me that she has no experience doing that job, and that everyone would know you gave it to her, and they would hate her for it. Her eyes rolled. Which is ridiculous, I know. All I knew was that I was hating Sage at that moment. She shouldn't have left. I knew I had to take further action now. Since she's not answering my calls, do you guys think that you can give me her address in Dallas? What for? Her father asked. So I can go and see her. As much as I hated her at that moment, I still didn't want to sick my attorneys on her. Not yet. I need to talk to her. I need to make her understand certain things. Ralph stood, his eyes narrow. I'm not sure I like what you're saying. I've asked her if you've done anything to make her not want to take the job or the other offer you made before that. She kept telling me that you hadn't done anything. But by what you've just said, I ain't so sure that she was being honest with me. So you had better be. Did you do something, or try to do something to my daughter that she didn't want? I can honestly tell you that I did not do anything to your daughter that she wasn't a full participant in. I wasn't going to hide anything for her. But that was 11 years ago. Most recently, I've done nothing at all with her. Kathy reached up to grab her husband's arm. Sit down, Ralph. Don't go getting all macho right now. Something's wrong here. Can't you see that? He looked at me sideways. You sure she doesn't have any reason to be afraid of you? Now that was a loaded question. Look, she and I need to talk. She won't answer my calls. So, I need to go talk to her in person. That's why I came over here in the first place, to talk to her. It's very important. I don't really want to say more, because I know she'll be upset if I do. And why would that be? Ralph asked as he took his seat. Maybe you should ask her that. I didn't have any intention of hurting Sage. That wasn't my agenda at all. I just wanted to make things right. But she had to go out of town, stopping all communications between us. So, I didn't know what else to do but to go see her in Dallas. But I really do need that address, Ralph. Please. There is no way I'm giving you that address. If she wants to talk to you, then she will. And if she doesn't, then you just have to accept that. He clenched his jaw so hard that I saw a vein begin to pop out on his forehead. Maybe you should get going now. Ralph, Kathy hissed at him. Maybe you should calm down. We're just having a conversation here, and you're making it into something it's not. You don't have to give him the address, but we should find out why he's so set on talking to our daughter. She turned her attention to me. Would you like to tell me why you feel that you need to talk to her, Callan? I didn't say one word. Instead, I just rolled up the sleeve of my t-shirt, stood up, turned around, and let them see the birthmark on the back of my right arm. Her father gasped, "Holy shit." Holy shit indeed, Ralph. Holy shit indeed.
Chapter 18. Sade.
I got into the house at 9:30. Traffic had been thick as molasses most of the trip, taking longer than it had taken us to get down to Brownsville. Emotionally and physically, I was exhausted. To bed, River. He slumped as he walked into the house. Granny must be asleep already. I'm sure she is, so be quiet. Just go to bed. I'm going to do the same thing. I kissed him on top of the head as he walked by me. Love you. Love you too, Mom. Night. It felt good to be home. It felt safe too. The whole way back, I'd felt like I was trying to outrun something. I knew Callan wasn't following me, so that wasn't it. But it did feel like something ominous was on my trail. I didn't like the feeling at all. Things felt out of control, and I had to figure out how to make things feel right again. Somehow, I had to find the right things to say to Callan to get him to see that if he didn't just let things stay the way they were, then River's life could be ruined. I hadn't bothered unpacking the car before we came inside, leaving that chore for the next morning. My bed was calling my name. Changing into a nightgown, I crawled under the blanket, a quilt my granny had made for me when I first came to live with her. Moving away had been my choice, and when I asked my granny if I could maybe stay with her for a while because I just had to get out of that town, she was quick to say yes. And she told me I could stay however long I wanted, even forever. Granny had made me feel right at home from day one. She and I had taken walks each day when I was pregnant. On those walks, I had found the first place I would work at, a small food truck parked in a vacant lot at the end of the road where we lived. It was only open on weekends, and I cleaned things up for the cook and owner. She'd paid me $100 each Sunday after we closed the truck. My grandmother had made life right for me, in a time that I felt unsure of what lay ahead for me and my unborn baby. A baby whose father was either Robbie or Callan. Robbie had already died before I had come to live with my grandmother. I recalled many nights laying in the bed I laid in now, wondering if I should let Callan know that the baby might be his. But I always came to the same conclusion. He had to have known there was a chance it could be. It was no secret that I was pregnant. Pretty much the entire class that we'd graduated with knew. And yes, everyone thought it was Robbie's baby. But there was one person besides me who knew that there was a chance that someone else was the father. Callan Duran. He'd left for college at the beginning of August. Not long after that, I had told Robbie about the pregnancy, and somehow the news made it from his mouth back to our hometown with miraculous speed. I knew Callan had been made aware of the pregnancy. But he never tried to get in touch with me about it. And when the news of Robbie's death came, Callan still didn't try to contact me. He had contacted Robbie's parents on both occasions though, expressing his happiness for the pregnancy and then condolences for their loss. Not once did he ask about me. At least, that's what I was told when I had asked Robbie's parents about their calls from Callan. He knew that I could be carrying his baby, and he purposely buried his head in the sand. So those nights that I had laid in bed, wondering if I should try to contact him to tell him that he might be a father, I chose not to. Once I did realize that River looked far too much like Callan, birthmark and all, it seemed like too much time had passed without Callan contacting me. He'd never told me congratulations on the baby. He told Robbie's parents that, but not me. How was I to know that he would have wanted me to tell him about our son when he was avoiding me as if I were the plague? My cell dinged, and I picked it up, seeing that my mother had texted. "Call me when you get home." Shit, I forgot about letting them know we've made it safely home. Bad daughter. I made the call. She answered, "I cannot believe you, Sage Michelle Ruiz." I know. I forgot to call you. We made it home about 15 minutes ago. We were both so tired that we went right to bed. Sorry, Mom. Not that. You have lied to us, she said with a certain snarl in her voice that I'd never heard before. My body froze. My mind just stopped working. I wasn't sure whether I was breathing or if my heart was beating. About what? You know damn well about what. How could you do this? You weren't raised to be a liar. And a liar of this proportion is just insane. You have no idea how disappointed your father and I are in you. No idea at all. You have to make things right. You have to tell the truth. There is no other way. Face the consequences for your actions, young lady. The time has come. Blinking, I looked at the ceiling, wondering if this was just a really bad nightmare. She can't possibly be talking about Callan being River's father. It had to be something else. Mom, can you please calm down and explain to me what you think I've lied about? Why? Do you have more than one lie out there, Missy? She asked with so much anger in her voice that it frightened me. I did not have more than one lie out there, so this was becoming much too real for me. Mom, can we talk tomorrow? We're talking tonight. Were you ever going to tell anyone about this? I don't know what this is. I'd kept the secret for 10 years. I wasn't about to just admit something this huge. That's it. I'm putting your father on the phone. Gosh, no. Mom. Wait. I don't want to tell him anything. I sat up and began biting my fingernails. Please, Mom. Don't put him on the phone. What do you want me to do? For starters, I want you to tell me what you should have told me years ago. I want to hear you say the words, Sage Michelle Ruiz. Words you probably have never said before in your entire life. I'm not letting you off this phone until you do. Callan must have told them. Mom, did you guys talk to Callan? I'm not telling you, she snapped at me. How does it feel not to know something? I knew Callan had to have told them, and the fury that filled me took over completely. I've got to make a call, Mom. I'll call you back in the morning. I ended the call before she could say another word. Then I called Callan. He let it ring 3 times before answering. Sage. I didn't let him say another word. What did you do? Look, I had no choice, he tried to defend himself. You had every choice. You shouldn't have said anything to my parents. You shouldn't have been talking to them at all. I didn't say anything. They guessed, he said. Sure they did. They just guessed that I have been lying to everyone for 10 years out of the blue. You guys were just sitting there, drinking sweet tea and talking about the weather, when my mother popped off with a random topic. Something like, let me guess, you're River's father and Sage has been lying to us for a decade. Not quite. But you're getting close. Look, I don't want to fight. I bet you don't. I bet you just want me to do what you want, and to shut up. It felt like fire ripped through my veins. I was about to explode or implode or do something rash. Not at all. And you don't have to be so angry. If anyone should be angry, it's me. You left and took our son without even letting me know. You shouldn't have done that, Sage. Not now that I know he's mine. He's not yours. You've never been a father to him. Yeah, I know. You'd rather a ghost be his father, which is sort of nuts, Sage. You have to admit that you choosing to make everyone believe that a dead man is the father of your son, when you know damn well that he has a father who is alive and wants him, is just crazy. I knew it would look that way on the outside. But I wasn't crazy, and I didn't like being told that I was. Do you honestly think that I haven't thought everything through? I had nothing but time to make the decisions that I made. I was alone, Callan. Throughout my entire pregnancy, I was alone in this thing. There was no one to help me decide what was right and what was wrong. Only because you decided in the very beginning not to tell anyone about me and you and that one night. If you had confided in anyone about that, they would have told you that you needed to make sure who had fathered your baby right after he was born. But you kept that to yourself, didn't you? Robbie was my best friend, and you know that. He and I getting together on my first day at my new school made it so that I didn't make any close girlfriends. So, excuse me if I didn't want to tell Robbie that I had betrayed him. And with none other than his best friend in the world. You always preceded me, Callan. You and Robbie grew up together, and I was just the girl who showed up in 10th grade and stole his heart. You always had more of him than I did. You sound jealous, he said. I was jealous too. In several ways. I was jealous that he was so head over heels for you. While other best friends got to go out and get into all sorts of trouble together, partying and chasing girls, Robbie and I didn't get to do that because he was so wrapped up in you. That was not my fault. I wasn't going to take the blame for how Robbie had been. I never stopped him from doing a damn thing. You didn't have to tell him not to do things. He just didn't do them because you were the only girl he thought about. It was like you took this kid I knew and changed him into a responsible family man. And I didn't like it one bit. Then why didn't you just find yourself a new best friend? Because that's not who I am. Robbie and I had been friends since kindergarten. You don't just walk away from something like that because a girl showed up and took his soul. I didn't take his soul. He was being overly dramatic, something River must have gotten from him. Didn't you? He asked. You put his name on the birth certificate of a child who is not his. You made Robbie's parents believe that they are the grandparents of a child with whom they are not blood-related at all. You did all this after Robbie's death. Think about it. You should think about it, Callan. I picked a dead man to be the father of my baby over you. I didn't want to be mean, but he was pushing all my buttons. I told myself that I didn't want to fight with you. I told myself that I was going to let bygones be bygones. I told myself that we could compromise and both get some of what we want. But you want everything your way. You want me to stay the hell out of your life and Rivers. Isn't that what you've done so far? I saw no reason to beat around the bush. Just keep doing you, and I'll keep doing me. Forget that I ever came to Brownsville at all. Forget that you ever knew me. It shouldn't be hard for you to do. You've been doing it since the day Robbie got on that plane and left us behind for good. It had never occurred to him that I might have needed a friend the day that Robbie left. Not a lover, a friend. This is going nowhere. I can't change the past. And neither can you. That's exactly why I wanted to put the past where it belongs, behind us, and move on to the future without letting that drag us down. We have a son together. We should be able to work this out. We should be able to do what is best for him, putting our own feelings to the side. What is best for him is to keep things the way they have always been. Sage, you leave me no choice, he said solemnly. I'm not going to butt out of my son's life. No matter how much you think that I should, I can't do that to him. So I'll have my lawyers deal with this matter. Don't expect them to go as easy on you as I'd initially planned. Don't expect them to be lenient with you the way I want to be. I know you were a kid when this all began. I know you were confused. So was I. I'm willing to take as much of the blame as you have. But you keep refusing to meet me halfway. I can't meet you halfway when I feel it's best for my son to keep believing the same thing he's believed in ever since he was born. I can't do that to him. Can't you understand that? I felt like things were slipping even further out of control than before. Sage, you should tell Robbie's parents the truth before they find out another way. I don't want to hurt them. But the truth has to come out. Start fixing things now. I'll give you 2 days before I have my lawyers begin to deal with this mess. And you might think about getting a lawyer too. It wouldn't be fair for you not to have one. Talk to you in 2 days, and I hope you've changed your mind by then. Goodbye. What the hell am I going to do?
Chapter 19. Callan.
The next day, I went to work, still unable to concentrate. Casey came into my office and found me sitting in my office chair, but instead of being behind my desk, I was rocking back and forth in front of the window overlooking the water. He came up behind me. Cannot beat the view, huh? I suppose not. I wasn't in the mood to talk. So, did you read that report I sent you? He pulled up another chair, joining me at the window. I'm only asking because I sent it to you last night, and I figured you'd have read it by lunch today. But it's after lunch, and I still haven't heard back from you. I haven't opened my computer today. What have you done today, Callan? This, I said, gesturing to the window. I didn't see much else I could do with so much on my mind. I was in a waiting game, giving Sage time to think about how things were going to go for us. Would I get my lawyers on the job of getting at least equal custody of my son? Or would Sage be willing to work with me on that so that we could leave the courts out of this? Casey looked out of the window, scanning the scene that lay in front of us. While this is very nice and relaxing, this is not what we come to work to do now, is it? Turning my chair to face him, I wasn't sure what to say. There was so much. And I didn't know where to start. Things are, well, they're complicated. So, why don't you tell me what these things are, and I'll see if I can't help you uncomplicate them. He'd always been the most helpful of my brothers. A couple of days ago, I found out something that has my mind sort of warped right now. And what was it you found out? He always seemed to know the right questions to ask someone to get them talking. I have a 10-year-old son. For a moment, he just looked at me. Then his brows began to rise, and a smile crept over his lips. You do? Nodding, I said, I do. Sage's son is mine, not Robbie's. Sage's son. The smile faded quickly. No, Callan. You didn't. Please tell me that you two didn't. We did. I didn't want to lie to him. We both regretted it. Well, to a certain extent, me less so anyway. I'd always had a thing for Sage. So, when did this happen, and how many times did it happen? It happened the night before Robbie left. And it only happened that one time. So, you two were together right before he left, and when I told you about her being pregnant, it never occurred to you that you might be the father of that baby. He shook his head and held up his hand as if to stop me before I could answer his question. No. Don't say a word, Callan. You definitely knew that you could be the father. It's hard to really recall what I thought back then. I wasn't lying about that. I did a lot of hardcore drinking in those days. I do remember you telling me about Sage being pregnant. I remember you telling me that Robbie's parents told you about it. And then I don't remember shit. I think that I probably was feeling sort of blue about the whole thing, but then me and my college buddies got wasted so that I could stop thinking about it. At least you're being honest, he said, rolling his eyes. When you sobered up, what did you think about that? You know, I never really sobered up all through college, I said jokingly. This is serious, Callan. What do you plan on doing about this? Well, I was trying to work things out with Sage, but she doesn't want anything to change. She told me to forget about her and River. Tossing up my hands, I shook my head. Like I can just forget about them. Well, in her defense, you have forgotten about them up until now. Did she tell you that the boy is yours? I saw the writing on the wall. Raising the sleeve of my shirt, I showed him my birthmark. He's got one of these too. And right in the same spot as mine. Plus he's got my hair and eyes. Well, that's pretty telling, he agreed. And what did Sage say when you confronted her? She's not trying to deny it. But she is trying to make me believe that the right thing to do by them both is to leave them alone and pretend I never figured things out, which is not possible. So what you're saying is that so far you two haven't reached any type of agreement, he asked. We have not. And I told her last night that I was going to give her 2 days to come to terms with the facts of life. If she's still unwilling to cooperate with me, then I will sick my lawyers on her. Moving like lightning, he stood, towering over me. No, you won't be doing that. I don't see any other way, Casey. She's being completely unreasonable. She took off yesterday without telling me a thing. She ran away with my son. I have to do something. I can't let her win. Win? He laughed, stepping back a bit to give me room to breathe. Winning doesn't have shit to do with being a parent. I'm sure she's scared to death right now. And she probably has been ever since you figured out that the kid is yours. She's raised him alone for 10 years, Callan. 10 years is a long time. And now you want to step in. And take over, is probably how she's looking at it. Before I knew he was mine, I offered her sort of a child support deal. I did that for Robbie. I thought he'd want me to take care of his girl and kid. She refused my offer. And it was a good one, too. $10,000 a month, and if either of them needed anything more than that, all she had to do was ask and she would receive it. I should have known she was hiding something when she refused that offer. Do you think pride made her refuse? He asked. Or was it guilt? The latter. Most definitely, the latter. Guilt or apprehension. If I was giving her money, then she had to be worried that I would want to spend time with River, and that would have ended up with me figuring out that he was mine. Sage had a mind for the future, that was for sure. Yes, I can see that happening. So, after her refusal of that offer, I made her another one, thinking that she wasn't taking the first offer due to pride. I let him know. I offered her a job here. I offered for her and River to live in my guest house. I even offered to move Robbie's parents back to Brownsville, so they would still be as big a part of River's life as they have always been. She refused that one too. This time she said that if she took the job, everyone would know I gave her the job since she's not qualified for it, and they would all hate her. So she was dead set against coming back to live here. And she bypassed all that money to make sure you never found out that River is your son. I find that interesting. She must not like you at all, Callan. You think? I got up and began pacing. I can't let what she thinks of me get in the way of me having a relationship with my son. You're right. But you have to try to understand where she's coming from. Take a seat. That pacing makes it hard for me to concentrate. He sat back down and I did the same. We have to brainstorm, Callan. Why should I care where she's coming from? That didn't matter to me at all. You should care because she's the mother of your child, he let me know. See, the thing is that she must have known that you knew she was pregnant. Well, yeah. I mean, I did call Robbie's parents after you told me the news. I told them to let Robbie know I was happy for him. So Sage would have known that I knew about the pregnancy. But so what? So what? He rolled his eyes. You're not an idiot. I don't see what you're getting at. I really didn't. What would it matter if she knew that I knew she was pregnant? She knew that you could be the father, but you didn't reach out to her, he brought up. No. I knew that she wouldn't have wanted me bothering her about that. She was with Robbie, my best friend. Remember? If I had tried to talk to her about something like me, maybe being the father of the baby, she would have been so pissed at me. We both knew that Robbie could never find out about that one night. Not ever. And he never did. But then he died, Callan. Shortly after she told him about the pregnancy. And she probably waited to see if you would reach out to her after that. You know, let her know that you understood that you might be the father and that you would be there if that was the case. I didn't think she would want that at all. She was hurting from his death, and so was I. When you're in mourning like that, you don't think straight. And now that I can look back, yeah, that would have been the right thing to do. But Casey, I was only 18 and so was she. It wasn't like I was capable of making great decisions back then. Neither was she, he said with a matter-of-fact tone. So she made the only decision she could. You hadn't stepped up. Robbie was dead. She was on her own. And that's when she moved to Dallas to live with her grandmother, I pointed out. She left town. I don't think she left to get away from her memories with Robbie. I think she left so if the kid ended up looking like me, I would never find that out. But she messed up and came back for a visit. Chewing his lower lip, he seemed to be thinking about what I'd said. I'm not sure that's exactly why she left. Maybe she was seeing him everywhere she looked around town. And maybe she was afraid of what would happen if you came back from college and saw her with a baby who looked like you. Maybe she was afraid that she would suffer humiliation when her friends saw a baby who looked like you and figured things out. There are many reasons I can think of for why she left. It doesn't matter anyways. The fact is that she left and she didn't come back for 10 years. I couldn't worry about all those other reasons. And the main fact is that she knew that boy was mine within the first month, or even sooner than that when she saw his birthmark. That's a big assumption, Callan. Well, I have no other reason to believe that it's not accurate. She won't talk to me about things like that. She just wants to deny that he's my son. She keeps saying I've never been a father to him. Throwing my hands into the air in frustration, I bellowed, like I had the chance to do that. Okay, calm down. Getting loud won't do anything to help this situation. He stroked his chin, thinking again. I said what I believed was the only thing I could possibly do to get my son into my life. Lawyers are the only way, Casey. She's not going to work with me. You're rushing her. Stop doing that. I've missed out on 10 years with him. I'm not going to miss out on another year while she takes her sweet time coming to terms with this. I couldn't wait. It was killing me to give her 2 days. What about me, Casey? Do I matter at all here? Of course you do. And she matters too. But do you know who really matters the most in all of this? River. I knew who was most important. And he deserves the life I can provide for him. I agree. So, let's come up with a plan that will put him at the center of what matters. He's grown up thinking things that aren't true. He's going to know that his mother has lied to him, over and over again, about his father. Think about how you would feel if you knew our mother had lied to you about pretty much anything of any significance. Well, she did lie about Tweety. I'd had a bird when I was 5. One day, I couldn't find it, and she'd told me it had flown away. But later that night, I found my dead bird wrapped in paper towels in the kitchen garbage can. And I was upset that she lied. But I forgave her for doing it. That was over a little bird. This is over his father. So multiply what you felt back then by, let's say 1,000, and that's how River is going to feel. That was a lot of upset feelings. So, I should hire a therapist? Yes, you should most definitely hire a family therapist to help all of you through this. And you shouldn't force yourself on either of them. They've lived a long time without you in their lives. Nothing good will come from you moving them in with you, and them having to learn to incorporate you into their lives. And that goes both ways. Adjusting to living with a woman and a kid won't happen in a snap. Let me tell you that from experience. And I love my wife. What about them living in my guest house? Again, they have to want to do that, Callan. You can't make them do anything. You know that saying, if you set a bird free and it comes back to you, then it was yours all along. Cocking my head, I stared at him. He didn't realize one very important thing about what he'd just said. The bird didn't even know it was mine to begin with. Genius.
Chapter 20. Sade.
The next day was the last day of my vacation. Since I'd canceled our trip to the Brownsville Zoo, I was trying my best to make it up to River with a visit to a nearby water park. We both were dragging our feet by the end of the day. "Mom, are you ready to go back home yet? I'm so tired, I can barely walk anymore." "I'm with ya. Let's go change, grab our things, then head to the car. What do you think about me picking up pizza on the way home? That way, Granny won't have to worry about making dinner." "Sounds good to me." 20 minutes later, River looked dazed as we drove home. I knew he was just worn out from all the things we'd done that week. "I bet you're ready to get back to normal." "In a way, yeah." He looked at me through the rearview mirror. "I keep wishing that you would change your mind about taking that job, though. I keep imagining what it would be like to live there. And not with Mimi and Popo, either. With Uncle Callan at his place. He said he has a pool." "Well, it's just a swimming pool, nothing special." It was a lie. Callan's pool was spectacular. But I didn't want to make River think any harder about that place than he already was. Plus, your friends are here. Going to a new school is not easy. Trust me. I did it. It was scary, and I was older than you when I did it too. "Yeah, but you met Dad there." "The first day is what you told me. So it doesn't sound bad at all, really." I thought about all the stories I'd told him about me and Robbie. I told him lots of them too. And if Callan went through with bringing lawyers down on me, River would know that I had lied all those times. Not about the things that happened, because those were real. But about Robbie being his father. Yeah, well, it was still scary. And I don't want to uproot you. This is our home. You have always lived here. Why change things now? I pulled into the drive-thru pizza place. "Pepperoni?" "Yeah. And make sure you get Granny one with sausage and jalapenos. She loves that kind." River had always been a thoughtful kid. "I'll do it. You know, if we did move, your Granny wouldn't come with us. She won't leave this place." I thought that might hinder his affection for moving away. "Oh, I know. She's told me that before. She'll never leave her home. She's also told me that just because she likes where she's at, it doesn't mean that we have to stay with her. She's a big girl and can take care of herself. Damn that old woman. It was like I was the only one who understood the importance of River and me staying right where we were. Then again, I was the only one who knew the things I knew. Sometimes, Granny tries to act tougher than she really is, River. Keep that in mind when she's telling you some of the things she does. I smiled at the young man who pulled open the sliding window to take my order. Hi there. A large pepperoni and a small sausage with jalapenos, please. That'll be $10 even. He slid the window closed and went to get our order. I pulled the cash out of my wallet, finding it close to empty now that our vacation was at an end. Well, we spent pretty much all the money I had saved up to make that trip. Mission accomplished, I guess. You got to go to the beach. So that was good. Right? Yeah. He looked out of the window. But I already miss everyone. I barely got to spend any time with Uncle Callan. You know, he's not your uncle. Not really. So maybe don't keep calling him that. I'd never liked that anyway. And if Callan did sick his lawyers on me, it would just be one more awkward thing to deal with once it came out that he was River's father. I could hear him messing up and calling Callan Uncle Callan instead of Dad, and kids asking why he would do such a thing. And River would probably tell anyone who would listen to him the whole sordid story. And we'd most likely be living in Brownsville, where everyone would know that I was a huge cheater and had done Robbie so very wrong. Is it wrong that I just want to fall off the entire planet before this gets out? I wasn't stupid. I knew that Callan would do exactly what he'd said he would. I knew I had one more day before he turned our lives upside down. But I still couldn't bring myself to back down. It just didn't feel like the right thing to do. I had no money to hire a lawyer either. My only hope was that once there was some sort of legal action taken against me, then I could file for free legal help. I didn't know what else to do other than wait. My stomach was a disaster with all the stress weighing me down. I couldn't remember the last time I'd eaten. I tried to put a chicken nugget into my mouth on the drive home the night before and nearly gagged. All the while, I'd been trying not to let River see the stress I was under. I tried to keep things light, even though the weight on my shoulders was nearly overwhelming. The pizzas were handed out to me, and I handed over my last decent-sized bill, then we headed home. I'll be going back to work tomorrow. Things are going to be tight until I get paid at the end of next week. So no going out for fast food, he said, nodding away. Yeah, I know the drill, Mom. He put his hands behind his head, leaning back on them, looking dreamy-eyed. You know, they said that you would make great money if you took the job that Uncle Callan offered you. If you made great money, then we'd never have times like this again. It wasn't like I wanted to talk about this topic at all. I wanted to forget that there were forces on the verge of drastically changing our lives. Would it be okay if we just didn't talk, River? I'm pooped. Sure, Mom. I'm pooped too. When I pulled into the driveway, I saw a small van stop behind me. A man got out, waving at me. I've got a delivery for Sage Ruiz here. Getting out of the car, I watched as he pulled a huge flower bouquet out of the back of the van. And then he got a box of chocolates too. Those are for me? He nodded. Yes. And there's a box for your son, River, too. He handed me the flowers and chocolates. River walked up too. There's a box for me? Yes. It's kind of heavy. I think you should be very careful with it. He pulled the box out of the back and handed it to River. You guys have a nice evening now. Who's this from? River asked. I didn't have to ask. I knew for certain who'd sent all this stuff. Callan, I stated. Yes, the delivery man said. Callan Duran sent these to you both. Thanks. River shouted. Bye. Be safe. You too. The delivery man took off, and we headed inside. River's smile went from one ear to the other. I wonder what this is. Me too. I wasn't nearly as chipper as my son was over the gifts Callan had sent. If he thinks that some material objects will make me change my mind, then he's nuts. My grandmother sat in her rocking chair, watching the evening game show that she was so fond of. Did you kids have a good time playing in the water? She looked up from the television, seeing us with gifts in our arms. Oh, what's this? River was happy to tell her, Callan from Brownsville sent us this stuff. He was my dad's best friend. He's the best. He played football with me while we were down there. It was so much fun. He put the box on the couch, then tried to pull the tape off. I'll grab a knife from the kitchen to get that box open. I went to the kitchen, put the flowers and chocolate on the table, then got a knife before going back to help him open the gift. River was jumping around the living room, seemingly no longer exhausted. Come on, Mom. I can't wait another minute to find out what's in the box. Once I'd cut the tape, he took over. His hands shook with excitement when he saw the inside of the box, and I started to ask, "Is that a?" I didn't get a chance to say the words as he shouted, "It's an Xbox. The newest one, too." What's an Xbox? Granny asked, as she craned her neck to see what River was so excited about. It's only the best thing ever made, River shouted. His voice seemed to be in permanent shout mode. He picked up the box, carrying it back to his bedroom. I've got to get this thing hooked up to my television. There's something in the box that says your name on it, Mom. Read it. It might be instructions or something. Looking in the box, empty of all but the white envelope with my name on it, I took it out. This Callan guy from Brownsville seems to be smitten with you, my dear, Granny said, then wiggled her eyebrows at me. Is he hot? Granny? I had to smile. Yeah. He's hot. You met him while you were down there for your visit, she asked. Must have made quite the impression on him. We met in high school. He was actually Robbie's best friend. I opened the envelope and saw a folded piece of paper and a card inside of it. His best friend, huh? She smiled slyly. You know, your grandpa had an adorable best friend when we met in college. I had quite the crush on him. You did? I had never known that. Yes. Of course, I never acted on it. I was far too shy to do such a thing. But I had many a spicy fantasy about him. So how you do feel about this man? I feel like he's about to ruin my life. I'm not sure. Jerking my thumb toward the door, I excused myself. I've got to get the pizzas that I brought for dinner. I got your favorite. Sausage and peppers. Yes, ma'am. There was a note on the folded piece of paper, and it said to please give Callan a call. So I called him, feeling unsteady about what he was going to say. Sage, I'm glad you called. Callan, it's nice of you to send the gifts. I didn't want to say anything mean to him. I didn't want to argue. I just wanted him to know that nothing had changed. I didn't send them to butter you, if that's what you're thinking. I sent them because I wanted to express my feelings for you both. And I want us to bury the hatchet once and for all, Sage. How are we supposed to do that when we're on opposite sides? I didn't think he was seeing things as clearly as I was. We want different things. There is one thing that we both want, he said. I had no idea what that was. We want very different things, Callan. I don't see any common ground between us. I think that's because you've been running with blinders on, looking only in one direction, unable to see the other available paths. And that's okay. You're in a panic right now. And I know that anyone who was in your place would feel the same way that you're feeling right now. While I'm glad that you can see my side of things, I have to worry about your ability to let things stay the way they are. I chewed on one of my fingernails nervously. There had to be something that he was going to do, if he'd sent these makeup gifts before he dropped the bomb that would destroy our lives. I want you to know that I hear what you're saying. I understand your fears. So, I've hired a family therapist to help us through this difficult transition. She's based right there in Dallas, too. She's going to come and see you guys there at your house. She and I will have our sessions through Zoom meetings to get me to where I need to be. And when you feel ready and she thinks the time is right, she'll bring us all together. We're going to do this right, Sage. No shortcuts. No shocking surprises. See, the thing we both want is for our son not to be traumatized by this. Am I correct? Yes. I closed my eyes, feeling the burn of tears that welled up behind them. No shortcuts? You promise? I swear that I will not do anything to hurt you or River. Our family therapist has helped lots of families just like ours. Families that were separated due to circumstances beyond their control. I kind of like that idea. No blaming, right? I had always thought that I was the only one to blame, and that had stung a hell of a lot. No blaming. You were only a teenager when this happened. You made the best decisions that your teenage mind was capable of making. And I made some decisions back then too, that I wasn't even aware of making. Decisions like knowing that you were pregnant, and knowing that there was a 50% chance that the baby was mine. But I stuck my head in the sand. And it's been there all these years. So who am I to blame you? Really? I could not believe he was saying these things. You mean that? I mean that with all my heart. We're going to get through this, Sage. I'm not sure what is waiting for us on the other side of this whole thing. But no matter what, you, me, and River are going to be a family. What kind is yet to be discovered. So you and I are off the table. I wasn't sure I liked that. If he and I were going to raise River together, I didn't want to think about him being with some other woman. But I couldn't very well say that to him. Nothing is off the table. Not one thing. This is a work in progress, and none of us knows where it will truly lead. But we can count on one thing. We will be a family. We will be one when all three of us are ready for that. Why does this feel too good to be true?
Chapter 21. Callan.
Miss Jean, our family therapist, had set up the first meeting with me. I'd spoken to her over the phone when I did the first interview to determine whether she was going to be the right fit for us, but she hadn't counseled much more than suggesting the best way to talk to Sage about the therapy. Feeling nervous, I tried to shake it off. The woman was there to help, not judge. I had to keep reminding myself of that, and I had done my fair share of reminding Sage of that too. She bore the majority of the blame, and no matter how much I had tried to get her to understand that half the blame was mine, she still wasn't accepting that idea entirely. The first session that any of us would have was on the following day. Miss Jean told me that as the outsider, I had to be counseled first so that I would know how to come into the situation when it was time. It felt like I had to learn how to ease into the family that Sage and River already were without disturbing them too much, which was nothing like the way I had been going about things before talking to the therapist. I'd been ready to move them right into my house. I'd been ready to tell River that I was his father and get to doing father and son things. I had been trying to run the show, so to speak. And Miss Jean said that wasn't a good way to handle something this delicate. Since the session was right in the middle of the day, I took the video call on my computer at the office. I'd sent my assistant out for a long lunch so that I'd be completely alone without anyone around. I wanted this to be private. I wanted to be able to express my feelings without worrying if someone was overhearing me whine, complain, or even shed a tear or two. The screen blinked a couple of times, then I saw Miss Jean sitting on a white sofa, clipboard on her lap, a smile on her face. "Hello, Callan. How are you doing today?" "I'm nervous," I admitted. "While that's understandable, I don't want you to feel nervous. I want you to feel comfortable. I see that you're sitting in an office chair. Do you have somewhere more comfortable to sit while we talk?" Taking the laptop with me, I went to sit in one of the overstuffed leather chairs by the window. This is my comfy spot. I turned the computer so she could see the view of the ocean. That's the gorgeous Gulf of Mexico. "I'm envious of you." She turned her computer around to show me a red brick wall that that was only a few feet from the building she was in. Not even a view of the sky. "I'll have to fly you down here sometime during our therapy, so that you can visit as my guest." I thought she might become almost a part of the family I was trying to build with all the help she'd give us. "That sounds very nice, Callan." She sat her laptop back down, then leaned back, pen in her hand and the clipboard on her lap. "First, are there any questions that you would like to ask me?" "I have so many that I don't know where to start," I admitted. "Okay, so this is your first assignment. I want you to carry a notebook with you, and any time you think of a question for me, write it down. That way, we can go over all your questions throughout our sessions. I'll be talking with you and Sage once a week while also doing a home visit each week to talk with River and Sage. You guys are pretty much filling up my schedule, thank you very much." "Thank you very much. I would have made a mess out of our son had I not found her. I think the biggest question I can think of right now is what can I do to not screw up my son?" She laughed. "Well, you've taken the most important step by getting a professional to help you all with this transition. Like most transitions, yours is a little on the painful side, no matter how excited we are about what's coming up." I am excited. I've never been more excited. And I have to admit that I was going to rush into this like a bull running into a china shop. My oldest brother talked some sense into me, though. I'm glad he did. River is 10, not some baby who won't have any idea that he was once called another man's son. This situation has to be handled well, or he'll end up not trusting his mother, and he could even end up not trusting you either. The boy is on the verge of adolescence, and during those years, children rebel without any real reason to. But he'll have every reason if this is done without care. I did not want River to turn into a rebellious teenager. He's such a good kid right now. I would never want anything to change that. Of course you wouldn't. Now let me ask you about your own parents. Were you and are you still close to them? We're a pretty close family, yeah. I've got 3 brothers. I'm the second youngest. We're in business together, so yeah, our family is close. They will need to be brought into River's life in small increments. I think meeting one of his uncles at a time is a good idea. Do any of your brothers have families of their own? Yes. My 2 older brothers do. I suggest you introduce River to his uncles one at a time and without their families around. You know, make a small, intimate outing or have a visit at your home, something informal and casual. Little by little, bring in another family member and then another, and another, until he's met them all and gotten to know them a bit. That way, he won't feel as if he's been tossed into the deep end of the swimming pool with no life vest on. It would be a struggle, even just getting everyone's names straight. Do you understand what I'm saying? I do now. Man, I was going to make so many mistakes. I'd been thinking that I would throw a huge party, kind of like a post-baby shower where I would invite all my family and have them bring River gifts. But you're right, that would be overwhelming. Yes, it would. If River were a baby or a very young child, things would have been different. Since he's not, you'll have to be careful not to overwhelm him. There was so much to think about. And I knew now that I had been thoroughly uneducated about handling this thing well. Okay, no post-baby shower/party of the century. I'll just take that off my mental list of things I need to do to show my son that I'm happy he's mine and excited about being his father. Let's talk about love, Callan. What about it? Most parents fall in love with their children before they're even born. While mom is pregnant, daddy and she begin the process of falling in love with the unborn baby. And by the time it arrives in the world, they've already fallen in love with their little bundle of joy. You haven't had a chance to do that. So don't force it. Don't say you love him until you feel it in your heart. And don't get upset if he doesn't say it back once you say it. Or if he doesn't say it for a very, very long time. And don't try to make him love you by giving him things. Well, other than your time. Give him all the time you can. Once we get to that stage, that is. Man, I already bought him a game system. Was that trying to buy his love? She smiled. Probably so. But don't blame yourself for doing that. As humans, we tend to go with our gut. And your gut told you that your son would love a gaming system. So you got it for him. Just don't go crazy. And also, don't take it back. Remember this phrase, what's done is done. What's done is done, I repeated after her. See, a big part of acceptance is understanding that what has been done cannot be erased. And a person can't let it affect them for the remainder of their lives either. Have you ever wondered why some people are so unhappy over things that you went through as well, but you let it roll right off your back? I had to think about that for a moment before I found a memory that worked. Yeah. There was this one time when I was like 8 or 9. I was running late to get to the bus stop. The bus picked up all the kids in our neighborhood at the same place. My brothers had all made it in time, and the siblings of this other kid had made it on time too. Only he and I got left behind because we got to the bus stop too late. He was a little older than me, I think 10 or 11. That boy cried like he'd been hit by a truck. But I just shrugged and turned around back home to let my mom know that I'd missed the bus. That's a perfect example. You knew that what was done was done. No reason to cry over it, just move on to the next thing. I'm glad you inherently have that type of personality, Callan. It will help you to deal with this in a healthy manner. I've had my moments with this. I felt anger like I've never felt before. And it was all directed at Sage. I wasn't looking at myself as a person who was responsible for what happened. I was only looking at her, judging her, hating her for keeping my son from me for 10 years. I'm glad you're acknowledging that about yourself. It's important to be honest about who you are and what your shortcomings are. If we can't see our flaws, how can we ever begin to fix them? I agree. But it wasn't like I sat down and made myself stop hating Sage. I was pretty comfortable with that feeling. For a while. But then it faded, kind of magically disappeared. When I began thinking about the future with my son, Sage was right there too. I never want to leave her out of anything. That is great, Callan. It's so important for a child to have two parents. They don't have to be in love with each other, but they have to be respectful of each other, and their love for their child must override any negativity within their family circle. I had good examples. Mom and Dad were a team. I'm not saying they agreed on everything, because they did not. Like any human, married or not, people have their own opinions. It's important to express your opinions, but be able to compromise or understand when the other party has a better idea or a better grasp on the subject at hand. That's what Mom and Dad did. I remember this time when I asked for a cat. Mom said sure very quickly. But then I saw my father's brows raise, and he asked if he could talk to her in private for a moment. The two walked away from me, and when they came back, they presented a united front. My mother explained how she and Dad had talked about it, and she realized that she had jumped the gun in telling me that I could have a cat. We already had a family dog who lived in the backyard. So he might not be very nice to a cat. And there was a strict no animals in the house policy. So we couldn't keep it inside either. And did you get upset that she'd told you that you could have one, then changed her mind about it? No. The way it was presented to me made sense. And the fact that both my parents were standing there sort of gave me the impression that they were just keeping within house rules. And nothing seemed unfair about that. Do you feel that you can be that sort of a parent with Sage? That was a loaded question. I'm going to be honest. I'm not sure about that. I think with time she'll learn that she can trust me. You know, trust that I'm not a person who is seeking to harm River in any way. And I want her to see that I'm not trying to take anything from her. But I know that it will take time and me showing her rather than just saying the words. Good. She looked happy. I'm glad to hear that you don't expect some miracle to occur, and that Sage will automatically trust you. But let me bring this up. You will have to learn to trust her as well. Yeah. I knew that was going to be kind of hard to do. I'm probably going to need help with that. For starters, she didn't tell me about River, and I had to find that out on my own. And once I did know about him, she took him and ran home early after telling me to forget them both. The fact is that I don't trust her. She did sound more receptive when I talked to her about hiring a therapist, so we wouldn't do anything to hurt our son or each other. But I've thought she and I were on the same page before, when she suddenly went in another direction. Was that recently or when you were teens? She asked. Because whatever happened when you two were teenagers can't be used against each other now. Your brains were not fully developed yet. If a toddler bit you, would you hold it against them for the rest of their lives? No. I knew what she was saying. So, I need to let all that go. It seemed like I had a lot of baggage from those years that I needed to empty. Yes, let all that go. I will start trying to do that. It seems that I've held on to things that I shouldn't have. Things like the fact that I had seen Sage first and she'd stolen my young heart. But I hadn't talked to her. She hadn't noticed me. And the next time I saw her a few hours later, she was already under the wing of my best friend. Yes, let that go. Easier said than done, lady.
Chapter 22. Sade.
My first session with the therapist had gone well. She made me see that I wasn't the most terrible person in the world. And if I was going to be able to do what needed to be done for my son, I had to forgive myself, which would be a process and not an overnight thing. The meeting Callan and I had had with the therapist earlier that week had gone great. But I was on edge about the first meeting that River and I would have with our family therapist. I told Granny the truth, and she'd opted to hang out with her sister while we had the meeting at her house. I put a tray of cookies on the coffee table. So, I've been putting off telling you this, River, but we're going to have someone come over here in just a bit. Someone like who? He picked up a cookie and took a big bite. Yummy chocolate chip. Someone who is going to help us with some family issues. Miss Jean had told me to not say much to River until she was here and able to steer the discussion in the right direction. We have family issues? He asked as he sat on the couch. What are they? When she gets here, we'll talk about it. We're going to have, like, a meeting. What kind of meeting? He was definitely paying attention to everything I said. You'll see. My stomach began to bubble with nerves. The time was getting close. And I felt like I might pass out. I sat down, leaned my head back on the couch, and closed my eyes. Mom? I heard River ask as he moved right next to me. Are you okay? I felt like I might throw up, so I was not okay. But I had to calm down and pull myself together for my son's sake. Inhaling and exhaling a few times, I raised my head. I am okay. There was a knock at the door, and I knew the time had come to face everything I'd been hiding from for a decade. River jumped up, running to the door. I'll get it. I got up, coming in behind him. Okay. He opened the door and there she stood, all 5 feet of her. Miss Jean was a small woman in her late 50s. But she packed a lot of knowledge into her small frame. Hi, River. She extended her hand to my son. My name is Miss Jean. He shook her hand as he looked back at me with a confused expression. Mom, is this who's going to help us with the family issues? This is her. I took a step back. Please come inside. I've got some cookies on the coffee table. Help yourself. Can I get you something to drink? Sweet tea? A bottle of water? A can of soda? She held up a bottle of water she'd brought with her. I carry my own. I'm spoiled to this one brand of bottled water. But I'll take a cookie. River stayed close to me, holding onto my arm. I gave him a smile. Come on, River, let's sit down over here on the sofa and Miss Jean can take the chair. He sat right next to me, so close that our outer legs touched. Miss Jean's keen eyes were on River as she sat down after grabbing herself a cookie. So, River, what grade are you going to be in this year? 5th? He looked at me. Is this about school, Mom? No. I ran my hand through his hair. This is about our family. And you don't have to be worried. It's nothing bad. Not bad at all, River, Miss Jean confirmed. I'm just here to help you all handle things in a way that won't overwhelm any of you. While we're going to take things slowly, we do have the initial band-aid to rip off. Huh? He looked at me again. Am I going to get a shot or something? I felt his apprehension, and it tore me up inside. No, River. There is nothing that will hurt you. I've got something to tell you, though. And it's going to be a little surprising. But you have to keep in mind that it's not bad at all. It's very good. It's very good for all of us. Let me say something before you get to that, Sage, Miss Jean said. River, I'd like to tell you some things before we get to the good part. Okay? Okay. He gripped my hand tightly, making me want to quit doing this already. I had never meant for my actions to hurt him or make him afraid. Kissing the side of his head, I moved around, running my arm around him, pulling him close to me, trying to make him feel as secure as I could. Everything's fine, River. It doesn't feel fine, he said. Well, let me get this out of the way, Miss Jean said. River, it's hard to understand that your parent was once a kid just like you are now. But it's true. I know. He nodded. I've seen pictures of Mom when she was a kid. Do you remember when you were 5 or 6? Sort of. Not really, though. The reason you can't remember that very well is that your brain wasn't developed enough for you to start building memories at that time. Even now, your brain is still developing. It won't be fully developed until you reach about 25 or so. It differs for each person. That makes sense, he said. So your mom was in her late teens when she had you. You know that, right? She was 18. I've heard her say things like that before. Right. And as a teenager, even one in her late teens, your mother's brain was still developing. She wasn't capable of making the best decisions at that time. River sat up, seeming a little excited as he said, One of my friend's mom and dad were young when they had him too, just like mine were. And his dad got into trouble with the law, is what he said. His dad just got out of jail a few years ago. It was the first time Joey had seen his dad not from behind a glass wall. He said his dad is ashamed of what he did when he was young. And he's not a bad guy anymore. Miss Jean looked at me. Shame is a rather needless emotion as far as I'm concerned. At least, it is when you're talking about something you did before you turned 25. Would you feel shame about when you were 2 and had an accident in your pants? No, I answered her. But I did feel shame about what I'd done where Callan and River were concerned. But I do hold myself accountable for the mistakes I've made in my past. Perhaps you should stop thinking in that vein, Sage. Do you hold your son accountable for things he did when he was too young to understand what he was doing? Well, no. We tend to be harder on ourselves than we are on other people. Try to find the same compassion you have for your son and have it for yourself, Sage. Yeah, Mom, River said. I don't want you to feel bad about stuff. My son was such a good kid. I just prayed that what he was about to find out wouldn't ruin that. I'll sure try not to, son. For your sake. Nodding, he wrapped his arms around me, hugging me. You seem sad right now. Miss Jean smiled as she watched us hugging each other. You know, you're a very compassionate person, River. I love my mom. He let me go, but I kept my arm around his shoulders. And she loves you too, Miss Jean said. So I want you to remember that she is only human, and that we all have made mistakes. We've all done things that we thought were the best things to do at the time we did them. And we've all tried to cover up the mistakes we've made. It's just what people do. I see no reason to be angry about things that have happened in the past. The future is the only thing we can control anyway. Why not keep looking in that direction and leave the past behind us, where it belongs? He looked at me with a furrowed brow. Mom, I love you. I don't care what mistakes you've ever done. I still love you. And I love you. I looked at Miss Jean, who nodded. So the time had come to tell River my secret. I tried hard not to cry as I began saying the hardest thing I'd ever said. River, when I was young and found out that I was going to have a baby, I was very afraid. I was afraid of how I was going to take care of you. But I was afraid of something else too. What were you afraid of, Mom? As you know, I had a boyfriend all through high school. My dad, he said as he nodded. Yeah, I know that. Looking at Miss Jean, she nodded. Keep going. Yeah. Your dad. Well, let me see how I can say this. I bit my lower lip, trying to find the right words. Mom, just say whatever, he said. Come on. You're freaking me out. You met Callan. What about him? And you know that he was my boyfriend's best friend. Yes? Okay, so the three of us hung around a lot back in those days. Callan and I were a little jealous of Robbie's time. But Robbie wasn't having any of that. He made us all go together most places. So Callan and I were close too, is what I'm getting at. I had never imagined myself saying these things to my son, so it wasn't coming out easily at all. You don't seem close. Yeah, I know we don't. But we were. I mean, we were together more than we weren't. It would have been impossible for us not to be close. And we both felt like we were Robbie's best friend. So when Robbie told us that he was leaving to join the Marines, Callan and I felt the same thing. We felt upset. We felt sort of angry that he'd made that decision without talking to either one of us. So we had this common thing between us. And that made you guys close friends, he said with a nod. I get it. So, when Robbie was about to leave, he had a party with only the three of us. We did something stupid. But lots of teens do this stupid thing. I'm talking about drinking. All three of us drank, because we all felt sad that Robbie was leaving, and Robbie felt sad that he was going to have to leave us behind. His eyes shimmered with unshed tears. I bet that was the saddest party ever. Yeah, it pretty much was. Callan and I needed each other since Robbie wouldn't be there to be our best friend, and we both felt lonely. Robbie hadn't even left yet, and already we missed him. And at that moment, Callan and I turned to each other for comfort and support. I'm glad you guys were there for each other. I bet it helped you be less sad about my dad leaving. I looked at Miss Jean, feeling guilt build up inside of me so much so that it was getting hard to breathe. Take a breath, Sage. I know this is hard, but you're doing so well. I'm so proud of you. Reaching for my bottle of water on the coffee table, I took a long drink, then sat it back down and turned to face River, trying to replace the guilt that I felt with confidence so that I could do the right thing by my son. The person I loved more than anyone in the entire world. Mom, are you okay? You look like you might pass out. He ran his hand over my cheek. Mom, it's okay. You can tell me anything. I took his hand in mine and felt the tears break free. River, I honestly never meant to hurt anyone. Mom? Gulping, I tried to get rid of the knot that had suddenly formed in my throat. It's okay. Take a moment and calm down, Sage, Miss Jean said. River handed me the bottle of water. Mom, drink this. Don't cry. Miss Jean got up, handing me a little pouch with tissues in it. Here, dry your tears. This isn't bad, Sage. This is all good. I tried to believe her. I tried to make myself say the words I needed to say to my son. Mom? What could be so bad that it's making you cry like this? I knew I had to stop acting like things were bad. I had to do that for my son. So I gulped down the water, blew my nose, dried my tears, and squared my shoulders. Nothing is bad. It's just that things aren't the way you thought they were. Like I said, Callan and I were there for each other. And then the three of us parted ways. Robbie went to the Marines, and Callan took off to go to college. I stayed in Brownsville. Alone. Ah, that's sad for you, Mom. River hugged me again. Is that why you're so sad? No. I gently pushed him back so that I could tell him what I had to say. River, I truly thought that Robbie was your father. Even once you were born, I still thought he was your father. But you were a couple of months old when I noticed that the dark hair you'd been born with had all fallen out, and the hair coming in was blonde. Like Popo's, he said with a smile. I look like him. Well, you also look like someone else. Your eyes were dark when you were born, but they lightened up a little and turned blue after a while. Then I noticed that you had a birthmark on the back of your arm. He raised his arm and the sleeve moved up, showing the birthmark. This one, right? Yeah, that one. And when I finally noticed that, I knew I'd made a mistake. I didn't want him to think that he was a mistake. Not that you were a mistake. I'd made a mistake about who your father was. See, Robbie had dark hair and eyes. And Robbie didn't have a birthmark like the one you have. My son looked at me with blank eyes. I don't understand. Callan has the same birthmark as yours. I let that sink in for a moment. Then he's my dad and not Robbie? He asked with wide eyes. That's why I have blonde hair and blue eyes? Because I look like him and not Popo. Yeah. I needed to explain why I'd let people keep believing Robbie was his father. See, I had told Robbie's parents that he was your father. And they had come to see you and fallen in love with you. And they have been there since day one for both you and me. I was so afraid that it would hurt them if I told them that I'd made a mistake and that Callan was your father instead of Robbie. So months turned into years, until 10 of them went by with everyone thinking something that wasn't true. Callan is my father, he said softly. My dad is alive. He looked at me with shimmering eyes. Does he want me? Nodding, I began to cry again. Very much so, River. That's why he hired this nice lady to help us become a family. You're going to have a mom and a dad now. But we're not going to rush into anything. Well, why not? I wanted to stay there anyway, even before I knew that he was my dad. Mom, I want to go live with him. I want us both to. Would he let us do that? So much for not rushing things.
Chapter 23. Callan. 6 months later.
Dad. Hey, Dad. River shouted as he came in the front door. I did it. Going into the foyer, I couldn't wipe the grin off my face. It never got old hearing him call me Dad. What did you do, son? I made the honor roll. Straight A's. He waved the paper he had in his hand. Check it out. Looking over the paper he gave me, I saw nothing but high A's. Dang it, boy. Would you look at these amazing grades? Sage came into the foyer to join us. What's all the commotion? Our son is a genius, I said as I handed her the paper. We sure know how to make some super cute and super smart kids, don't we? Well, we made one anyway, she agreed. I think this accomplishment calls for a celebration. So, what would you like to do to celebrate all your hard work, River? Robbie's parents came inside. They like to pick River up after school and bring him home. Did you see our boy's grades? Jim asked. We sure did, I said as I turned to lead everyone into the living room. We're letting River decide what he wants to do to celebrate his achievement. Faye came up with an idea. You know, we've got some amazing things in our retirement community. Maybe we could throw some sort of party there. Kathy and Ralph would probably like that too, since none of us will be far from our homes. I'd bought both Robbie's and Sage's parents' homes in the nearby retirement community. Anything River wants is fine with me. You know what I really want? He looked at me and then at his mother. I want you two to start thinking about giving me a baby brother or sister. That was a tall order, especially since Sage and I weren't romantically involved. We had tried to slow things down as much as we could, just as the therapist had suggested. They had moved in with me only a week after River was told the news. But Sage had her own bedroom. And we hadn't shared more than a brief hug. River, his mother chastised him. We meant something other than another family member. You know, like a party or something. Well, then I would like to have a sleepover party with my two best friends, and I'd like for us to have that sleepover at Mammy's and Pappy's. And I would like you and Dad to go out on a date while I'm gone. Our son seems to be trying to play matchmaker, I said with a grin. I'm game if you are, Sage. A date? She asked as she looked at me with wide eyes. With you. A date with me, I said with a nod. I like the idea. Me too, River agreed. You two have done nothing but think about me, and whether I'm doing okay with all this. Guess what? I'm great with all this. The only thing I don't like is that you two don't seem to have a life. So go get one. I think we've been cramping his style, I said as I draped my arm around Sage's shoulders. So, what do you say? Wanna date me? Her cheeks turned pink as she dropped her head. Dating? Me. You. Us. Yes? I kissed her cheek, making the blush turn from pink to bright red. Date me. Please. Come on, Mom, River said. You know you like him. I like her too, I said. I like her a whole lot. Oh gosh. Okay. Let's go out on a date. She smiled at me. Happy now? Very. River hopped up and down. Yeah. A few nights later, while River was over at his grandparents' house for the night for his celebratory sleepover, I took Sage out. But not on any boring old date. We pulled up to the airport. She looked at the plane, then back at me. We're going somewhere further than we can reach by drive. We are. I got out. You wait right there, and let me open the door for you. Playing the gentleman tonight? All the way. I went around, opened her door, then looped her arm through mine, pulling her out. So, I remembered you loving all things seafood. Okay. I moved her to walk in front of me up the stairs. There are tons of seafood restaurants here, you know. Yeah, I know. But I remembered that you loved lobster over all the other seafood dishes. I took her hand, leading her to the back two seats of the private plane our company owned. Hi, Sage. We haven't met yet. I'm Jasper. I fly the Durans around for a living. The pilot walked from the bedroom through the cabin to the cockpit. Put on your seatbelts, and we'll get this show on the road. I just checked everything out, and we're a go for takeoff. The co-pilot appeared at the cockpit door. Hi, Sage. I'm Leo, the co-pilot. Nice to meet you. Leo, Jasper, it's nice to meet you both, she said, gripping my hand tightly. I have never been on a plane before. Be gentle with me, please. No worries, Jasper said, then the two of them went into the cockpit, closing the door behind them. This is a little overwhelming, Callan. She looked out of the window, since I'd sat her in the window seat. It's getting dark out too. Is it better to fly in the darkness or the light of day? I think both are fine. I'd sent her to the spa and hairdresser, and boy did it show. You look absolutely gorgeous. And that red dress is hugging your body in all the right ways. Her cheeks turned the same shade of red as the dress. You look like a movie star in that suit. Why, thank you. I kissed her cheek, staying close to her, wanting so much more. I haven't done this sort of thing before. What sort of thing? She asked. The plane thing. Yes, the plane thing. You make me think hard, Sage. I want to impress you more than I've ever wanted to impress anyone. I want to give you everything that I have to give. Since they'd moved in with me, I'd told her that she didn't have to work unless she wanted to. She'd been working since she was barely out of high school. I wanted her to get to be a mom and not have to worry about anything else. If that's what she wanted to. It makes me happy to see you being able to spend so much time with River. Being able to do things with him makes me happy too. And I have you to thank for that. The flag football coach asked me if I'd like to be team mom next season. Me. Team mom. Can you believe it? I can. You're amazing, Sage. The best mother ever. I mean that. I'm not just saying it. You are a remarkable woman. Our eyes held, and I felt her breath warm against my face. You are a remarkable man. I think we're good together. I caressed her cheek. I think we've given River the home and family he deserves. I think so too. Her eyes darted back and forth. Callan, are we ready for more? I am. I knew I was ready for more. Are you? Her chest heaved as she looked a little apprehensive. We've been getting along so well these last months. What if romance makes us argue? You and I are bound to argue. If we take romance off the table, that won't mean we will never disagree again. I didn't want to take romance off the table at all. You know that I have loved you from the moment you walked into that algebra class. Her lips quirked up to one side. So we're being honest, right? Right. My heart skipped several beats when I saw you walking up to the lunch table that first day. I thought you were the cutest boy I'd ever seen. And then I opened my mouth. I nodded, knowingly. And everything went to hell after that. Sort of. She laughed. But we had a lot of good times too. Didn't we? Yeah, we did. There were too many good times to even count. Tonight, I'm taking you to Maine. I hear the lobster is the freshest there. Maine, she asked. Like the East Coast, Maine? That Maine? Yeah, that Maine. The one and only. See, my girl gets the very best. Just the same way my son does. The plane's engines came to life, and Sage's eyes went wide. I'm scared. Don't be. I buckled her seatbelt and then mine, before taking her face in my hands. I'll take your mind off things. How? She asked just before I kissed her. She melted into me. I never even felt the plane take off as our kiss grew and grew. When our mouths parted, I found that we had already leveled off and the seatbelt sign no longer glowed. You know, this flight is going to take a few hours. It is? She looked back at the closed door that led to the bedroom. Would you like to show me around this amazing plane of yours while we wait? I would love to. I unbuckled her seatbelt, then took mine off before taking her hand and leading her to the bedroom. Would you like anything to drink? We've got a full bar. I'd like this time to be alcohol-free, she said. We walked into the bedroom, where she looked at everything. Full disclosure, I'm not on any birth control. So you think this date will end in bed? I teased her. Propping myself up on my elbow, I asked, You're not afraid that we're moving too fast? If 11+ years is too fast for you, then please let me know, Duran. She kicked off her shoes, pulled her earrings off, placing them on the small dresser. Not for me. I was just making sure is all. You know what Miss Jean says, as long as moving fast is okay with everyone, then it's okay to rush to what you really want. And I want you. Full disclosure, I said. I didn't plan on trying to get you into bed, so I also have no sort of birth control. The way I see it, we already have one kid. Why not make some more? He is a cutie and smart too. But don't let me rush you into anything. I so do not feel rushed. I have waited forever for this moment. Her eyes shimmered as she looked at me. Callan? Yes? I leaned in to kiss her forehead. I love you. I wanted you to know that. I really, really love you. You're the best person I know. I respect you. I enjoy your company. And I think you're the best father in the entire world. Thank you for everything. Thank you for forgiving me. Thank you for forgiving me for what I did to you both. Hush, I whispered in her ear. We were both young. We both made mistakes. And we both learned from them. And now we have a wonderful son, and we're a great family. I love you too, Sage. I really, really do. And I respect you, and enjoy your company too. I also happen to think that you are the best mom a kid could possibly have. And you are most definitely the right woman for me. You know what I think? What do you think? She asked as she pulled my body to hers, arching her back to entice me to make the connection we'd only had one other time, more than 11 years before. I gave her what she wanted. Together, we were so much better than any other way. Sage, I think we've found it. What have we found, Callan? We have found our happily ever after. And I am not about to let this happy ending fade away.
Epilogue. Sade. 1 year later.
You can do it, River. Run. Run. I jumped up and down, clapping and cheering as River ran down the football field, about to make his very first touchdown. He's gonna do it. Callan shouted. Wah, the baby cried. Oh shit. Callan hissed. I woke him up. Cradled in a baby wrap and slung across Callan's chest, our 3-month-old Forrest wailed like a banshee. I was going to be doing the cheering, Callan. Even though Forrest was giving Callan fits, our eyes never left River as he sailed down the field, then into the end zone. Yeah. Callan shouted again. Way to go, son. I whistled as loud as I could, drowning out the baby's cries for a moment or two. I fished Forrest out of the wrap, cuddling him against my chest. I'll go to the car and feed him. Callan shook his head. Come on, Sage. I've got this little wrap thingy. You can put him in it, and feed him discreetly right here. I bought it mostly for that reason. I hate that you're always having to run off to hide anytime he gets hungry. I don't know. I looked around at all the people. It's fine. It's natural. Come on. He moved his chair in front of mine. If it makes you feel any better, I'll shield you from view. But you really shouldn't be embarrassed about feeding our baby, honey. Yeah, well, that's easier said than done. I've got to wiggle around to get the nursing bra undone, and then he makes lots of noise when he eats. Little grunting piggy-like sounds. I just feel weird doing it out in the open. Well, get over it. He sat down in front of me, clapping for River as River ran back up the field to join the rest of his Pee-wee football team. Proud of you, son. River waved, and I could still see his broad smile, even with the helmet on his head. Man, he's really good, Callan. Practice makes perfect, he said. If you want to be good at something, you have to practice it. That's why I play ball with him every evening. You're a good dad, Callan. He really was the best ever. You're a good mom, too. You make it easy to be the best dad I can be. He turned to look at me over his shoulder. Have I told you today how pretty you look with your hair in that ponytail? Blushing, I ducked my head. No. Our son has the prettiest mom here, hands down. It wasn't easy, getting myself ready to go anywhere with the baby always needing me. So any compliments were appreciated. I know it's only been 3 months with this breastfeeding thing, but I'm really about done with it. He looked back at me again, this time a frown on his face. Why? It's so good for him. You know what the pediatrician said, 6 months at least. You can hold out 3 more months, can't you? I don't know. The baby grunted and farted, and I knew he was about to load his diaper up. See, this is one of the problems of feeding him in some place that's not private. Every time he eats, he poops. It's really runny, and most times it makes a horrifying mess. And the smell is not so nice. Once he's done eating, I'll take him to the car and change his diaper. That way it'll be me trailing that stench instead of you. But if you really want to stop breastfeeding, that's up to you. You might think about pumping, and we could bottle feed him but still use your breast milk. I don't know why I haven't thought about that before. I'd been preoccupied with trying to get as much sleep as the baby would let me. Maybe that was the reason behind me not having time to think. Oh, and another good reason to do that is that you can do some of the feedings too. Not just me. I like that idea a lot. I'll buy a breast pump and all the things I'll need to make that happen today. Sounds like I'm going to get to spend some quality time with Forrest. I like the idea of being able to feed him. That means you can get more sleep. I'll be happy to get up and feed him at night. We can switch out. You do one feeding and I'll do the next one. You've got to stay sharp for work, you know. I wasn't going to let Callan do more than he needed to. He'd made it so I got to stay home to take care of the kids. He'd made my life a hell of a lot easier than it had ever been. I appreciated that. I wasn't going to take advantage of him in any way. Callan and I had learned how to compromise well. We rarely argued, since we'd finally learned how to communicate effectively. Thanks to Miss Jean and her help, we'd come a long way together. There had been times where we moved fast and times we'd moved slowly. But we'd figured out the ebb and flow that worked for our family. Family therapy was a thing of the past, and we were all better for doing it. The buzzer rang, meaning that the game was over, and River's team was declared the winner just as Forrest blew out his diaper. Oh my! Callan jumped up. I can smell it. I can feel it. I tried not to gag. I'm just going to hurry to get to the car and try to clean up. You grab our things and our oldest son and meet me there. You got it, Mama. Hustling to get to the car before anyone could smell the breathtaking scent of our son's exploded diaper, I made it just in time before the others began going to their cars. Climbing into the back of the Suburban, I used my key fob to start the car. Unwrapping the baby, it was no surprise at all to see him smiling at me. He was fed, had taken a massive dump, and all was good in his little body. Oh, Forrest, for heaven's sake. I don't want you to grow up too fast, but good Lord, I can't wait for you to get solid poop. Grabbing the diaper wipes, I began cleaning the baby off before I got to myself. Green goo covered the lower part of my shirt. The door on the back of the Suburban opened. River tossed in his football pads and helmet, then his nose wrinkled. Yuck. Mom, it's stinky in here. Yes, I'm aware of that, River. Just close the door and get inside so we can go home. I need to change clothes. Looking around for something to cover myself with so I could just take the shirt off, I picked up River's football jersey and yanked my soiled shirt off, putting on his before he got into the backseat. He looked at me as he climbed inside. Hey, you can't wear that, Mom. I'm gonna get in trouble. Coach said not to ever let anyone wear our uniforms. It's an emergency, and I won't tell if you won't. I stuffed all the poop-covered clothes into a plastic bag, then shoved that into another plastic bag, and the smell finally began to wane. How come his poop smells so bad, Mom? Callan got into the driver's seat. Who's ready for pizza? Not me. I gestured to my clothes. Forrest got me. I need to go home and change before we head over there. He looked back at me with a grin. I think you need to start packing a diaper bag for yourself, Sage. You get as dirty as the baby does. I can't wait for you to start feeding him. You'll see what I'm talking about. When he eats, poop comes along with that. He's like that baby doll that you can feed. As soon as it goes in one end, it comes back out of the other. Only it smells way worse coming out. And the leaking diaper thing is quite the nightmare too. He turned around and began pulling out of the parking lot. Can I take back everything I said about wanting to take on some of the feedings? No way. No takebacks. Callan. With the baby on the bottle now, Sage had a brighter look about her. The darkness under her eyes had vanished since she was getting more sleep than she had before. We'd gone as slow with things as we could go. She and I had been a couple for a year now, and I was thinking that it was time to make another big move in our lives. River had already gone to bed, and Sage was rocking Forrest to sleep when I came into our bedroom. You look good with that baby in your arms. Shush. We don't want to wake him up, she whispered. I whispered, sorry. Looking at his closed eyes, the even breaths he took, I knew he was out. Here. Let me take him to his bed. Put him down carefully so he doesn't wake up. She held him out to me, and I took him. His room was right across the hall, and we had the baby monitor to keep track of him. After lying him down, I went back into our bedroom to find her under the blankets, all cuddled up for the night. But I wasn't ready for her to head off to dreamland just yet. Hey, I've got something I'd like to ask you. She sat up in bed, stretching her arms over her head. Shoot. Sitting on the bed next to her, I fingered the ring that was hidden in my pocket. You know that I love you, right? Nodding, she smiled. And I love you too. We've made a great family together too. I agree. Caressing her cheek, I couldn't stop looking into her eyes. The thing is that I can't see my life without you in it. Ah, that's sweet, babe. She took my hand, holding it against her face. I feel the same way. There is no one I would rather raise children with and do life with than you. You're like my soulmate. I knew it from the moment I saw you. It took me longer, but I feel like we were meant to be together too. She sighed, making her chest rise then fall. I'm glad you didn't listen to me when I told you to forget about me and River. Yeah, I'm glad about that too. We would have missed out on so much if I had just gone on with my life like I didn't know you guys. There would be no little Forrest right now. And that would be a shame. He's so cute too. She smiled. I like the fact that he looks like me. I would have felt so left out being in a family full of blondes. Stroking her dark hair, I inhaled the sweet scent of coconut and lime. I love the color of your hair. Please, never dye it thinking that it would make me happy. It would make me anything but that. You're beautiful just the way God made you, baby. Her cheeks went pink. You flatter me, Callan Duran. It's not flattery if it's the truth. And the truth is that I've never seen anyone as beautiful as you, Sage. Even when you gave birth to Forrest, you were still the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Ducking her head, she laughed. I was not. But thank you for saying that. Lifting her by the chin, I looked into her eyes. I mean it. And I want to ask you if you'd like to move this relationship to the next level. She blinked a few times. The next level? Yeah. I would like it if you would marry me. Would you like that too? She just looked at me for such a long time that I wasn't sure what she was going to say. Finally she gulped and 2 tears slipped down her cheek. Yes, I would love to marry you. Then hold out your left hand. Her hand shook as she held it out. I can't believe this is happening. Believe it. We're going to be man and wife before our youngest son turns a year old. I slid the ring onto her finger. It fit perfectly. She looked at it with tear-filled eyes. Callan, this is gorgeous. She ran her arms around my neck, then our lips touched only for a moment before she pulled back and said, I want to have the wedding right here by the pool. I can't think of anywhere better for it. At sunset. The oranges and yellows will make things sparkle in the best way. Sounds to me like you've been thinking about this a little bit. She let me go, leaned over to open the drawer on the nightstand and pulled out a small black box. Flipping the lid open, I saw a titanium band with a wave made of blue sapphires. I saved the money I got from selling my car when we first moved in with you, and you gave me the Suburban. I had this made special for you. I was going to ask you to marry me this Saturday night. I'd already asked Mom to let the kids stay overnight with them, so that I could make things super special when I asked you. I held out my hand. Put that ring on me, baby. She put it on my finger and it fit me just right. We're on the same page more than we're not, she said. Let's try our best to keep it that way. I can't wait to become your wife. And I can't wait to become your husband. I kissed her softly, knowing that our happily ever after was going to go on, hopefully for eternity.
The end.
Sneak peek for Saved by the Bad Boy, a billionaire fake fiancé romance, Irresistible Brothers 13. Chapter 1. Chance.
The sound of the waves crashing against the shore just outside my office window did little to distract me from my work. The soothing sound in the background, the perfect white noise, actually enhanced my thinking abilities. I worked on a design that would enable our machine to not only use the waves of the ocean to generate electricity, but also to store the energy for future use. This was my dream, and it was my job to make it happen. My older brothers had given me all the time I would need to make my dream come true, which was great. It was much easier to think creatively without anyone breathing down my back. And one had to be on the creative side to invent something like I was trying to. My computer dinged, telling me that my assistant in the reception area had messaged me. It seemed that I had a personal visitor, and he wanted to know if I should send her in now. I had no idea who her was, but still, I replied with a yes. Closing my laptop, I looked at the door, wondering who was about to come through it. The door moved, and in stepped a young woman. It took me a second to realize I knew her. "Ruby Salazar," I said in greeting as I stood and went to her. I held out both hands and she took them, smiling at me with the biggest and brightest smile I had ever seen. "Chance Duran." Leaving a kiss on her cheek, I asked, "What do I owe the pleasure of this visit from one of my oldest friends?" A blush colored her plump cheeks. "It's kind of a long story. Think we can sit down and talk about it?" Leading her to the sitting area nearest the open window, I sat down with her on the white leather sofa. "I love long stories. Please tell me your tale, Ruby. I should warn you that this tale does not have a happy ending." A slight frown pulled her full, caramel-colored lips down into a horseshoe shape. "Maybe I can fix that for you," I said with a grin. "I hate to see you frown, Ruby." "Well, it's hard not to. See, I came to you because I didn't know who else could, or would, help me with this problem that I've gotten myself into." She fidgeted in the seat, revealing that she was nervous about what she had to say to me, which was ridiculous. "Ruby, it may have been a while since we've seen each other, but we've known each other since kindergarten. You know that you can tell me anything." Her dark eyes lit up as she looked into mine. "Chance, this is exactly why I came to you. We have this long history between us. I feel closer to you than I have ever felt to anyone. So try not to judge me too harshly." "I would never do such a thing." She had me anxious to hear what she had to say. "Just dive right in and start talking, girl. You can trust me." "I know I can." She closed her eyes and laid her head back on the sofa. "It all started 2 years ago. I met a man who'd moved into Brownsville from Matamoros, Mexico. He and some of his friends came to the fishing charter company that I work for. They wanted to go deep-sea fishing, and I set them up on a trip for that morning. I guess I made some kind of an impact on the leader of the group, a man named Logan." "Because he asked you out?" I took a guess. Nodding, she sighed. "He did ask me out. And it was the best date I'd ever been on. He took me on a private plane, keeping everything a secret. It kind of made me nervous, but also excited." "I can see that. Where did he take you?" I thought that was risky behavior, and not much like the Ruby I knew. But I could see the attraction of it. "Marina del Rey, in California. We had dinner on a private yacht. It wasn't his, but it did belong to some group he was a part of. And we had the whole gorgeous thing to ourselves. Well, there was the crew, but other than them, we were alone. And they stayed scarce, you know what I mean?" "I do. They kept to themselves, only popping out when they saw that you two needed something. I've been on a few of those myself. One of my brothers has one. It's quite the adventure, and so luxurious too. So, I'm going to venture a guess and say that this guy swept you off your feet from the get-go." "Yes, he did." Her cheeks went scarlet, as she must have been remembering the night they had on the yacht. "He was sort of full of fire, and the passion was like nothing I had ever experienced before. And he didn't let up on me either, which flattered me. You know what I mean?" "Of course. I knew that it could be hard not to be attracted to people with passionate personalities. But I also knew that passionate people could be over the top at times. You're here, talking to me though. So this whirlwind love affair must have gone haywire at some point." "It was a whirlwind. You got that right. He took me all over the place. He showed me things I had no idea even existed. He lived in a world that was as foreign to me as life on another planet. The opulence overtook me. I fell for the money, the lifestyle, all of it. So, this guy is part of the billionaire circle. I too was a part of that circle, but I preferred not to be too flashy about that fact. Not that I was cheap. I was just more down to earth than others who were as fortunate as me. No, he's not. But I didn't realize that until it was too late. Not that I was with him only for the money. You know that's not me. I was with him mostly because he was always there, scooping me up, taking me to places, feeding me insanely good food, and everything else was amazing as well." You haven't said one word about love. We said the words to each other. I meant them. I don't think he did though. I think I was more of an object to him than the love of his life. See, he went from treating me like a queen to treating me like I belonged to him. He stopped asking me if I wanted to go with him places, and began telling me about the things we would be doing. I had my job to think about, not that he cared about me making money to pay my bills. But he didn't pay them, so what else was I going to do but keep working? He didn't seem to understand that though. And this is what led to your breakup? I realized that she had left out that ending. Did you break up with him? She nodded, then gulped. In like the worst way ever, Chance. And what is the worst way ever? I really had no idea about that. Breaking up was never easy or nice, so they all seemed like bad ways to me. I left him at the altar. I was going to marry him. I really was. But when I stood there, looking at all our guests, I saw something that just didn't sit right with me. It became clear to me who Logan really was. And who was he? He works as the manager of a car dealership here in Brownsville. When we met, he had just moved into town to take the job. Which dealership is it? The Lamborghini dealership. She shook her head. But I think that's just a cover. I don't think he really runs anything there. His real job doesn't have a thing to do with expensive cars. I think he's involved with something much worse. Things I shouldn't elaborate on, or it might put you in danger. I'm not afraid. Her hand wrapped around mine as her smile beamed. I know you're not. But I'm afraid for you. So, let's leave it at that. See, when I stood there looking at all the people who'd come to our wedding, I finally noticed something about Logan and his friends that I had never noticed before. They were exceptionally tight. How do you mean? So, Logan had only introduced me to his mother once. His father passed away a couple of years before we met. Other than his mother, there were no other relatives of his at our wedding. Instead, his half of the church was filled with men in black suits. Some had women with them, but most didn't. His mother sat alone in the front, dabbing her eyes with a linen handkerchief. A lot of moms cry at their son's wedding. I knew my mother had cried at all my brothers' weddings. It doesn't mean she doesn't like you. No. I mean, I know she didn't know me well enough to even form an opinion of me. Like I said, he took me to meet her only once. It was more like that, she was the only one showing any emotion on his side. The others just stared at me. It was almost like they were sizing me up or something. It gave me chills. What about the man waiting for you at the end of the aisle? The groom mattered more than his guests after all. Logan looked at me with no smile on his face. He showed no emotions either, which was odd to me. The man had been full of passion. Yet he stood there, stone still, no evidence of happiness on his face at all. I'd been smiling all morning as I got ready for my big day. My family and friends were all smiles too. My mother had shining eyes as she looked at me with so much love. My father even smiled at me. So, what made you turn tail and run? It was the look on Logan's face when I failed to step forward while the wedding march played on and on. His jaw clenched. His eyes narrowed. And then I saw his hands ball into fists. He looked at the man who stood beside him, his best man, a man I hadn't even met before, and he nodded just a little. That man began glaring at me the same way Logan was. Wow. I couldn't imagine anyone doing something like that at their wedding. I mean, I get that he would become nervous when you didn't start walking down the aisle. But being angry? So uncool. Despite the heaviness of the story, I couldn't help but be glad that Ruby had come to me with this. Talking to her now, it was like no time had passed. Yeah, I know. I sort of froze with fear as he and his best man glared at me. And then I looked at Logan's guests and found they finally were showing some emotion. Only the emotion was anger, hatred even. So I turned and walked away. I didn't run. I had made a decision. And that decision was that I didn't know Logan well enough to marry him. And I wasn't sure if I even wanted to date him anymore. So, did you see him again after you left him standing at the altar? He came to the dressing room, where I had already changed into the clothes I'd come to the church in. He was beyond angry with me. I told him that I felt that something was off, and that this wasn't the right time for me to make such a huge and life-changing decision. And I said that I was sorry. He told me that if I didn't get back into that wedding gown and back down that aisle, I would find out how sorry I was going to be. Wow. I didn't know what else to say to something that horrible. He seems like a total jerk. He's more than just a jerk. She took a deep breath, closing her eyes. He told me that if I didn't marry him, things wouldn't work out for me. And that is when he made a slight admission as to what he really was. He said that he could make it so I wouldn't wake up the next morning if I didn't do as he said. My adrenaline went crazy and I jumped up. No way. I'd never been so mad in my life. I slammed my fist into my palm. Where is this jerk? No. She reached out, taking my hand and pulling me to sit down again. Chance, no way in hell. He's dangerous. Far too dangerous for you to go beat up. I managed to talk my way out of things with him. I told him that I just wasn't marriage material. I told him that I hadn't thought about it before, but that I wouldn't be a good wife to him. I said that he deserved more than I could give. I wasn't good enough for him. I said all those things to pump up his ego, and to make him think that I'd finally realized things about myself that I didn't like. And he went for it too. Which made me happy. So he left you alone after that day? Pretty much, yeah. That was 6 months ago. But then, 2 days ago, I ran into him. He said that he hadn't found anyone better than me, and that we should give it another shot, which I was never going to do. So, I told him a lie. About what? About you and me. Us? I was lost as to what she was saying. What about us? I didn't want him bothering me anymore. Like, not ever again. So, I told him that you and I had made a pact when we were kids. You do remember the pact we made, don't you? The one about marrying each other if neither of us had found the right person by the time we turned 40. I remembered it well. But I hadn't ever really thought it would come to us getting married, for real. Yeah, that pact. Our one and only pact. But I changed up the terms a bit when I told him about it. I said that you and I had been in love since we were kids, and we had finally realized it. I told him that was why I couldn't give him my heart, it had always belonged to you. So, what are you going to do now? I know we're 15 years shy of being 40 since we're both 25, but I'm going to ask you if you'll marry me, Chance Duran. Marry me to keep that man away from me. That's the only way I'm going to be safe.
Chapter 2. Ruby.
You know, this is the first time I've been to your new house, Chance. It was no house. It was a spectacular beachside mansion. And let me say, it is astounding. Well, I call it home. He leaned against the doorframe of the bedroom suite he'd told me I could use during our engagement ruse. If we're going to do this, then we're going to do it right. I have a porter bringing over the new Range Rover I bought for you. It's pearl white and glistens just as brightly as a pearl too. All leather interior, also pearl white, with polished oak accents. There's a sunroof, of course, because this is a beach town and wasting fresh air is like a sin around here. I have my little Ford Escape, Chance. I began unpacking my things to put them away. My fiancé does not drive a 10-year-old car. He reached into the pocket of his shorts, drawing out a credit card. Here, take this. He walked over to the bed where I was unpacking my things and handed the card to me. This is an unlimited credit card. Use it for everything. I've made an appointment for you at Harry's beauty salon too. I told them to give you the works. He ran his hand through my hair. Some golden highlights for your dark hair will make you look even prettier than you already are. You don't have to do all this. Just pretending to be my fiancé is more than enough, Chance. Really. Don't go spending tons of money on me. Too late. He slipped the credit card into the pocket on the outside of my purse, which lay on the bed. Just so you know, I think a coral color would look great on your fingernails and toenails. You know, in case you want to make your fiancé happy. Chance. I wasn't liking him going overboard the way he was. I don't see a need for all this. Well, I do. He chuckled, sitting down on the bed. Everyone has to think this is true, Ruby. The people you work with. Our friends and family too. I'm not about to lie to my family. That was taking it too far. I thought you said this guy was into bad things. He is. If he's into bad things, then chances are he's got eyes and ears everywhere. I just think it would be best to make everyone, and I do mean everyone, think that we're going to get married. And that we're hopelessly in love with each other, too. That part is key. I'm going to take you out, show you off, make sure everyone knows that we're a thing. A great thing. I'm keeping my job. I thought I should make sure you know that. Like I said before, Logan didn't think anything of me missing work. And my boss came close to firing me for that. I'm not about to tempt him a second time. We can do whatever you want, only make sure it goes along with my work schedule. Which is, he asked, pulling out his cell phone. I've got to make a note of when you'll be working. 6 to 10 each morning, excluding Mondays and Thursdays. I'm off until 3 in the afternoon, then I go back and work until 7. Most weekends, I work overtime hours, rarely getting even an hour off for lunch. His brows raised and his green eyes twinkled as he asked playfully, "And how did you do this gruesome schedule while you were dating the jerk?" I wasn't doing it well at all. I worked mostly mornings and found someone to cover my shift most evenings. And weekends were a problem for me too. I lost tons of hours in the 2 years we were together. I'm not going to make that mistake again. Especially since I will be going back to my life once Logan moves on with another woman, or moves out of Brownsville and forgets about me. Whichever comes first. Chance laid back on the bed, looking at me from under those thick lashes of his. Who knows, Ruby? You might end up never going back. I've got a pretty sweet place here. Much bigger and better than that little apartment I just moved you out of. That you do, Chance. But I'm keeping my car, and I will be moving somewhere once this ruse is over. I let the apartment go, so I can't go back there. But I can get another place. Don't forget you sold all your furniture to the landlady too. So you would have to buy a whole house of furniture, and all the other stuff you let her have. I just want you to know that you've got a place to live for however long you want. Chance was the best friend anyone could ever have. That's why I love you so much. You're the most generous person I know. Oh shucks. He sat up and looked around the bedroom. You can use that card I gave you to do anything you want in here. Make this your space. I mean that. The suite was decorated beautifully already. I don't think I'll be making any additions or subtractions from this gorgeous bedroom suite. The decorator you hired to do this place has outdone herself. I love it just the way it is. Well, if you do find anything that will make this room, or this home for that matter, more like your own, don't hesitate to buy it and bring it on home, baby. Baby? I asked as I arched one brow. Well, we've got to make it look and sound real. Baby. So, what should I call you? Hot stuff. Handsome. He wiggled his eyebrows as he grinned at me. So, what are we going to say about our physical relationship? I don't think we should say anything about that. I went to the closet and opened the door to find another room inside. Holy cow. I looked back at him. You call this thing a closet? It's bigger than my apartment. Yeah, I know. And it has a washer-dryer combo in there too. If you leave your dirty clothes in the built-in hamper beside it, the maid will wash them and put them away for you. She comes on Fridays and Wednesdays. The maid? I had no idea Chance had spoiled himself so much. Yes, the maid. You don't think I have time to clean and do laundry, do you? I mean, this place is over 8,000 square feet. I had to hire someone. I think she brings a small crew with her. I'm not sure though. I'm always at work when she cleans the house. Looking around the closet, I asked, "What else do I need to know about living here?" "Only that I've hired people to do all the work around this place." He came up behind me, gesturing to the padded bench that ran along one wall. "There's even seating in here. I think it's so you can sit there and look at all you have to wear before coming to a decision." I pointed at the front section of the empty closet. "All the things I own will fit right there. So I will use this bench little if at all. You have that card. Fix that situation." He sat on the bench, looking around. "Shoes go into those cubbies over there. And the larger cubbies are for boots." He pointed at a line of hooks. "Those are for hats, I think. That's what I use the ones in my closet for, anyway. You might use them to hang purses. I know you're not into wearing hats." I headed out of the closet and grabbed an armful of clothes, and went back in to hang them up. "Sweetie," I said, "how do you like that little term of endearment?" "Not much at all. Did you even hear the ones I suggested?" He got up and went to grab the rest of my clothes. "I want something manly, rugged. You know, I want it to sound like you think I'm super hot." "Ah, that's why you brought up lover." I wasn't into saying things like that much at all. I had called Logan babe. But I didn't want to call Chance the same thing I'd called Logan. "Yes, that is exactly why I brought up that one." He hung the clothes up, as they were still on the hangers they'd been on back in my closet at the apartment I'd left behind. "I don't much care for lover." A word sprang into my mind. "Oh, but I do like Corazon." He looked at me with a grin. "Hut?" Nodding, I knew I had my term of endearment for him. "Ni Corazon. You like?" "I like." Laughing, he went back out to the bedroom, then over to the other door and opened it. "Come see your private bath, baby." "I don't think we have to use our little love words when no one else is around, Chance." I walked up to him, glancing into the bathroom. But then the grandeur of it took my full attention, and I walked inside. Oh my gosh! Floor-to-ceiling windows looked out at the blue ocean. It felt like the seashore came right into the bathroom. The walls were the color of the water that moved in waves outside. The tiles were the color of seashells. This shower is big enough to fit a whole party of people. I know. Cool, right? He walked over to the bathtub, pointing out the control panel. "So this is a jacuzzi tub, and it's got loads of things that it can do. The best one, in my opinion, is the endless hot water. You can heat it up to any temperature you want, and it will stay there. It's gonna be hard to leave this bathroom, Chance." Scanning the large room, my eyes rested on the toilet that certainly looked as if it were made for a king. It's elevated. They call it a throne for a reason. At least, the developers of this home thought that anyway. I know it's over the top, but I call it home. I had to do something nice for Chance, since he was doing so much for me. "Since it's my day off, I want to make you something great for dinner tonight. Do you still like barbecue ribs?" He walked back to the bedroom and I followed as he said, "I want to take you out tonight. We need to start making appearances in public. This has to look real. I honestly don't want that jerk even thinking about you, Ruby. What he did to you was really bad. I mean, really, really bad. I can't promise you that I won't rip his head off if I ever meet the jerk." That worried me, so I grabbed his arm, turning him to face me. "Chance, you have to promise me that you will never, ever do anything like that to him. I can't tell you much about what I saw when I was with him. But I can tell you that he's part of a group that's very dangerous. People go missing all the time. He and those he's associated with are part of the reason behind it. I can start carrying a gun." He put his hands on my shoulders, then pulled me closer and closer until he had me wrapped in his strong arms. His lips pressed against the top of my head, making my heart speed up. "I can protect myself and you. Can you protect me from actually falling in love with you?" I tried to push the thought aside, but it was stubborn. The thing about Chance was that I'd had a crush on him all throughout our school years. He was way out of my league, even back then. Chance was a cute little boy, and he just kept growing taller and getting cuter as the years went on. Meanwhile, I had been a chunky little girl who was on the plain side, and I'd stayed that way. Chance had light blonde hair that had turned into a darker shade of blonde by the time he was in high school. With those blonde waves and green eyes, he stole all the girls' hearts. He still did, as far as I knew. My dark hair and eyes made me blend it, while his looks made him stand out. He was muscular and I was still chunky. Basically, he was hot and I was not. He held me in his arms, not letting me go. Do you know why I made that pact with you about getting married? I really don't have a clue. I pulled my head off his shoulder and looked up at him. He was at least a foot taller than me. His eyes turned soft as he spoke quietly, almost in a whisper. You were sitting at the second desk in the second row of desks the first day I walked into our kindergarten classroom. I had butterflies swarming my stomach that day. I thought for sure that I was going to blow chunks right there in front of everyone. In the sea of faces that looked a lot like mine, nervous and shy, I found yours. Your smile was as bright as any beacon. Your eyes held mine, drawing me to come and sit right in front of you. To me, it had seemed that you had left that desk empty just so I could sit there. I didn't want to sit in the front row, that's why I left that desk empty and sat in the second one instead. I was afraid the teacher would call on me often if I was right up front. And when I saw you, you were tall already, even though you were just 5. I knew your body would hide me. So I smiled and hoped you would come and sit in front of me. And when you did, I knew the teacher would always pick you to answer questions and leave me alone. He let me go, looking a little upset. Are you serious? Yeah. I hadn't meant to upset him with the truth of why I'd been smiling at him that first day of kindergarten. My older sister had told me about the teacher asking kids in the front row most of the questions throughout the school year. And she told me to look for a kid that was bigger than me and to smile at them, and they would hopefully come to sit in front of me to hide me from the teacher's view. You only smiled at me because of my size? He turned away from me and walked toward the door. I didn't know what else to say. Chance. Don't be mad. I'm not mad. He stopped and looked at me over his shoulder. Disillusioned maybe, but not mad. He turned to face me. I thought you liked me. I thought that you had been the first girl to ever like me. And that's why I asked you to make that pact with me. I came to like you. I thought that meant something too. I really did. You know that I did. We sat next to each other every day at lunch that year. Don't you remember that? Because we lined up according to where we sat. That's why we sat next to each other, Ruby. It wasn't like either of us chose to do that. He looked at the floor, and I knew I had screwed up what he'd considered a good memory. I began to wonder about something and asked, Chance, you thought I smiled at you because I liked you from the moment I saw you. But did you like me from the moment you saw me? He turned and walked away. None of that matters anyway, Ruby. Welcome home. Let me know when you're ready to go out to eat. We have to make this look real. And then he left me standing there, my mouth slightly ajar and my mind filling with questions that he wasn't going to answer. Did he really like me from the first moment he saw me?
Chapter 3. Chance.
Our first week together as a fake couple was better than just nice. I'd never spent that much one-on-one time with Ruby. So far, I loved it. Her job had its perks, fresh fish being the main one. She came home about 8 each night, usually with a fresh catch in the cooler she took to work with her. Mahi mahi, she called out as she came in through the back entrance. My mouth watered as I jumped up from where I'd been chillin' to get to the kitchen. Great. I brought home some sushi and pickled asparagus that we can have with it. She laid out the plastic bag with the chunks of fish in it. Do we have any rice? I've got some in the pantry. Putting on my apron, I turned the gas stove on and found my favorite iron skillet. I'm thinking blackened fish. What do you think about that, Ruby? Sounds yummy to me. She filled a pot with water. I'll get the rice going. We snacked on the sushi and asparagus and had some white wine while we cooked together. You know, before you came to live here, I usually ate out. I bet this kitchen hasn't been used more than a handful of times before you moved in. It's such a great kitchen." She looked around. "How could you have not used it more often?" A brilliant idea popped into my head. "You know what we should do?" "What should we do?" She topped off my glass of wine before adding more to hers. "We should have people over for dinner. We could do it next week on your day off. I know you're off tomorrow, but that's way too soon to plan something that would be any good. Maybe we could save up the fish you bring home and make it all at once for our guests." "Or," she said as she raised one finger as if she'd had an idea of her own, "we could go on our own deep-sea fishing trip and catch a bunch on our own. We could do it tomorrow, since I'll be off. There's a boat that hasn't been chartered yet. I could take it. It'll be my treat to you, Chance. I'll pay for it. You don't have to do that." "No. It's a perk I get. If there's a boat that no one has chartered, we can use it. The captains love it when we do that. They get a chance to check out other places to fish instead of taking the guests to their tried and true fishing grounds." She picked up her cell phone and tapped the screen. "Done. I've booked Nancy's dream. We leave at 6:30 in the morning." That was quick. I tossed the seasoned fish into the pan that I'd already heated olive oil in. "I'll just text my assistant that she has the day off tomorrow, since I won't be going in." "What sort of fish should we fish for?" she asked. "You know, for our dinner party." Laughing, she picked up a piece of sushi with red caviar on top. "My family likes everything. What about yours?" "They'll eat anything too." I thought about what would sound super cool, and one thought came to mind. Swordfish. "Oh yeah. We can go for that. Those things can be anywhere from 100 to 400 pounds. Think we know enough people to feed that amount of food to. I guess we'll have to make our guest list once we catch our fish." I hadn't felt this excited in a long time. I'd been focusing too much on work lately, and not enough on my personal life. "You know, I'm really looking forward to tomorrow." "Thanks, Ruby." "Sure, Chance. I'm looking forward to it too." Taking the lid off the rice, she inhaled the citrusy aroma. "I love cilantro lime rice. It's just so perfect." She'd always been into food. Ruby really took the time to taste the food she ate. She'd always been that way. "Since you're such a food connoisseur, I'll let you take charge of the menu." She looked at me out of the corner of her eye. "What do you mean by that?" "I mean that you like food way more than I do." I turned the fish over to sear the other side. "So, you should be the one who comes up with the food we're gonna serve our guests when we have our party." Taking a drink, not a sip but an actual drink, of the wine, she walked away from me, heading to the fridge. When she came back, she had another bottle of wine. Her lips formed one thin line, which told me that she was a little miffed about something. But I didn't say anything. After opening the new bottle of wine, she said, "I know I like food, Chance. I mean, it shows, and I know that about myself. Did I mess up somewhere?" "I'm sensing an attitude, Ruby. And I'm not sure why that is. I know you like food too. That's precisely why I think you should come up with the food we're going to serve. You know how to pair foods. You know what you like and don't like. And I know how to eat. And maybe I eat too much. And maybe I could stand to lose a few pounds or even more than that. I know. Believe me, I know that I eat too much." She downed the rest of the glass of wine before filling it from the new bottle. "Let the fat girl make the menu. She knows food. She for sure knows food. Hold on, baby." Her eyes shot daggers at me. "Don't call me that when no one else is around." I'd hurt her feelings without even meaning to. So, I turned the fire off underneath the fish and went to her, taking her into my arms. Her body was rigid, but she didn't pull away from me. "Ruby, I didn't mean to say anything to make you mad. And I do not think that you're fat in any way at all. I think you're perfect. I like the fact that you seem fine in your own skin. Well, most of the time, you do. I'm not sure why you felt offended by what I said. I like that you're not afraid to eat what you want to eat. So, let me rephrase what I said. Ruby, I admire your skills where food is concerned, and I think you would come up with some badass food to serve at the first party we're throwing together. I kissed her cheek to make amends. I'm sorry if you took it any other way than how I meant it. You don't think I'm fat? She asked as she looked up at me with wide eyes. Really? You're not just saying that? I do not think you're fat. Not even a little. I actually like the way you fill out your clothes. I like those dangerous curves you've got going on. I wouldn't change a thing about you. I swear that to you. Is that because you don't look at me like a romantic prospect? You know, I'm getting the idea that the jerk you were going to marry made you feel inadequate about your beautiful body. Just one more reason to rip his head off if I ever see him. Her hands ran along my arms, then she wrapped them around my neck. He offered to pay for me to get lap band surgery so my stomach would be small and I wouldn't eat as much. What a creep. I meant that too. Nothing is wrong with you in any way. I had paid for her to get highlights in her hair and for her nails to get done, but that wasn't body altering. I don't want you to think that I'm trying to mold you into something. I just wanted you to get your hair done so you could look even cuter than you already are. I want you to feel special. I want you to feel pampered. And you have done that. She leaned her head against my chest, and it felt so right, holding each other like that. I want to make you feel special too, Chance. That's why I've been bringing home the fish and cooking with you most nights this last week. I enjoy spending time with you. And I appreciate all you're doing for me. I'm sorry that I let something that jerk said affect how I am with you. I should have known better than to put words into your mouth. You've never made any negative comments about my body. I guess what Logan said ran deeper than I'd thought. Well, it was mean. I understand completely. It hit you in a vulnerable area. But you really shouldn't be worried at all about your weight. You're healthy, and that's what matters. I ran my hands down, following the curve of her hips. I like you, Ruby. I admire you. Having a romance with you has never been off the table. Not for me, at least. Although I'm not sure how you felt about that. Slipping her arms off me, she pulled out of my embrace. Chance, you always have been and always will be way out of my league. I'm not a fool. I know this. Knowing it is the main reason why I've never put up a guard with you. I know we're friends, and that's all we'll ever be. I'm not saying that things couldn't get intense, because we are only human. I am saying that we're two very different people. For one, you're a genius billionaire who happens to be one of the best-looking men I've ever laid eyes on. And I am, well, I'm an average woman with a job that doesn't require me to have limitless brain capacity. As far as looks go, mine are simple. What I'm saying is that we would never work out as a real couple. Really? So, you think that those big brown eyes of yours are simple? I had to laugh. Have you ever really looked at yourself in the mirror? Almond-shaped eyes, thick dark lashes that make a natural eyeliner effect around them, and perfect eyebrows. You've always had them. Like you were born with such symmetry in your face. Women work hard to mimic what comes naturally to you, Ruby. Not only does your beauty not wash off when the makeup comes off, but it goes all the way to your bones. What I'm saying is that you're beautiful, inside and out. And I am not out of your league. But you might be out of mine.
Chapter 4. Ruby.
Chance, this is Captain Jack and his crew, Little Joe and One Toe Pete. No one on Jack's crew wore shoes, so I pointed to Pete's right foot. For obvious reasons. Guys, this is my fiancé, Chance Duran. It felt very odd saying that out loud for the first time. Nice to meet you guys, Chance said. Jack looked at my hand. No ring. You mean to tell me that you said yes to a man who gave you no ring? I wasn't sure what to say to that. Chance and I hadn't even thought about a ring. But Chance was quick to say, the ring is being fitted for her. It was my great-grandmother's, and it was too big for her. I could have bought her something off the shelf, but a woman like my Ruby deserves something with roots as deep as the ones we share. Good save, I whispered in his ear. He turned sharply, catching my lips with his for only a moment, but the effect left me nearly breathless, and my knees went weak. Only the best for my one true love. Young love is magical, Captain Jack said before going to the wheelhouse to get the fishing trip started. The crew got to work, leaving Chance and I alone at the bow of the boat. So, can I expect you to be that romantic all day? You bet. He draped his arm around my shoulders, then kissed my cheek. We have to put on a good show, don't we? Smiling, I thought it might be fun to put on a show with him. Caressing his bearded cheek, I kissed his lips softly. Let the show begin then. An hour later, we were so far out in the Gulf of Mexico that no land was in sight as the sun began to rise. Pink and blue hues formed on the horizon, and Chance held my hand tightly as we sat there, watching the sun come up on a new day. The poles had been baited with squid, and the lines had been set out before sunrise so as to take advantage of the nighttime feeding habits of swordfish. What are the chances of us actually catching a swordfish? Chance asked. The tinkling of a bell penetrated the cool morning air. Fish on! Captain Jack yelled. To the Fightin' chair, groom-to-be. The captain had already adjusted the chair to fit Chance perfectly. I'm sort of freaking out, Chance admitted. I've never caught anything this big before. I've never been in the fighting chair before. I was so excited for Chance. Well, let's strap you in. This can last up to 8 hours in some cases. One Toe Pete said, mostly it takes between an hour and 4 hours. Just stay focused and you can bring this one in. Just as they got Chance all situated, something blew out of the water's surface. Damn! Chance shouted. Is that my fish? A 200-pounder, Little Joe shouted. She's a good one. Wow, Chance whispered in shock. He looked at me. Can I do this, baby? You've got this, me corazon. I kissed his cheek. Good luck. I'm right behind you. Putting my hands on his shoulders, I lightly massaged them as he fought the big fish. And when the sweat began to drip down his forehead, threatening to fall into his eyes, I used a rag to wipe it off before misting him with cool water to help cool him down. The crew remained focused on Chance and the fish he was reeling in, like the expert he was not. Captain Jack said, I thought you'd never fished for game fish before. I haven't. Chance gritted his teeth and set his jaw as he reeled up the slack in the line. This is exhilarating though. I'm gonna do this a lot more often. My heart swelled, knowing that I'd given him this opportunity to fall in love with a sport I loved as well. My father used to take me sport fishing once a year. My first big catch was a marlin that my father had to help me reel in. And I was hooked from then on. Logan liked to fish as well. But he wouldn't let me do it. He said it wasn't a thing a female was supposed to be doing. I was to watch him and be proud for him. That man was such a jerk in so many ways. Why did it take me so long to see him for what he truly was? The swordfish leaped into the air, only a few feet away from the boat. Holy cow! Chance yelled. She's huge. One Toe Pete grabbed the hook. We're about to bring her in. Get ready on deck. With the fish so close to being caught, the captain took the straps off Chance. Get up. Bring her in. The fish ejected out of the water, flying high into the air as it fought to gain its freedom. My gosh, that is some sight. Chance shouted. This is insanity. I can't believe I'm doing this. You haven't done nothing yet, groom-to-be, Captain Jack shouted. You've got to get her on deck before you can say you caught one of God's leviathans. Chance had this. I knew he did. I climbed up on top of the wheelhouse to use my camera to film him bringing in his first game fish. Bring her home to mama, baby. He looked over his shoulder at me for just a split second, and the fish jumped, erupting out of the turbulent water at the back of the boat. The smile on Chance's face was beyond priceless. I'm bringing her to you, mama. 15 minutes later, the fish was on board, and everyone was taking pictures with the beautiful beast that Chance had bested. He and I hugged as the captain took a picture. Now give me a kiss, he coached us. Chance looked at me with something in his eyes I had never seen before. Thank you, Ruby. I love you, baby. His words sounded so true to me that I sucked in my breath. And then his mouth crashed down on mine as he leaned me backward and kissed me hard. The picture ended up looking like something out of a movie. As we headed back to the docks, Chance and I sat together, looking at the pictures everyone had taken. The one of us kissing was the best of them all. This one gets blown up and hung in the house, he said. It's my favorite. I like the one I got of the smile you had on your face when that thing came out of the water so close to you. We'll blow that one up too. We had a good haul of pictures to show everyone at our party. It would help them to see us as a real couple. I knew it was going to be a long shot for the people closest to us, since we hadn't been seeing each other at all as far as anyone knew. And now we were saying that we were getting married. Cuddled up together, Chance pulled out his phone and took a selfie of us. We need to get a story straight. I agree, I said, looking around to make sure no one would overhear us. And when we get back home, we'll line that out. Why wait? An impish grin made me want to kiss him. You and I have been seeing each other since a week after you left the altar. We've kept it quiet up until now because we finally feel that enough time has passed since you broke things off with the jerk. Pretty good, I had to admit. It could work. If that had really occurred, my mother would have been all over my ass, telling me it was way too soon to be jumping into another relationship. She would have said it was a rebound and would never work out. But what we'll show them is that we did work out. And now people can be happy for us, instead of saying negative things about our relationship. I like it. I had to hand it to Chance, he really did know how to iron things out. I'm glad you're so smart. Oh, thanks, babe. He kissed the top of my head. I'm glad you're so cuddly. He squeezed me playfully. If I had known you were this cuddly, I don't think I would have given you your own bedroom. I hadn't even thought about that. Chance, you want to invite people to the house for the dinner, right? That was the idea. His lips grazed my cheek, sending lightning bolts through me. Chance, we can't let anyone come over, or they'll find out about me having my own room. I knew we hadn't thought everything through yet. We'll just have to do it somewhere else. We'll do it at home. No one is going to go snooping through our bedrooms. You don't know my mother. She's a super snooper. The party was going to be more work than either of us had time for. We'll have to move my things into your room just for the party. And then we'll have to move them back after everyone leaves. That's a lot of work. And what about your maid? It had just occurred to me at that moment that she and whoever worked with her knew that I was staying in a separate room from Chance. Gosh, Chance, I hadn't even thought about her. What a day, huh, guys? Little Joe said as he came up front to join us. You two lovebirds got yourself a big fish. What are you gonna do with it? Eat it, Chance said as he laughed. And you and the rest of the crew are invited too. We'll be having a shindig next week. Will there be plenty of free beer at this shindig? One toe Pete popped out of nowhere. Did someone say beer? Yeah, Little Joe said. These two are throwing a party next week, and we're invited. He looked at Chance. So free beer or what? With them looking right at us, I began to feel a little weird about being all knotted up with Chance, so I sat up, disentangling myself from him. Of course there's going to be free beer, I said. And lots of food. You guys can bring dates if you want. It's not often you guys have something super amazing you can gussy up for and bring dates to. Gussy up? The captain asked as he joined us after parking the boat at the dock. For what? The other two ran to tie the boat up as Chance told the captain about the big party. For our engagement announcement party. Ruby and I haven't told a soul about our engagement. We wanted to keep it to ourselves for a while. You guys are the first to know about it. And we'd like you all to come to our party. Bring a date. It's gonna be a blast. How dressed up do I gotta get? The captain asked as he eyed me. You know I don't like to get dressed up if the occasion doesn't call for it. We live in a mansion on the beach. I winked. So dress up. A mansion? He looked at Chance. Well, I'll be damned if this little lass hasn't found herself another rich man. Chance's body went stiff, and I put my arm around him to chill him out. Haha, Jack. He's just messing with me, Chance. Yeah, well, it's not funny, Chance said as he eyed the captain. Jack wasn't one to shy away from a fight. But he knew better than to try to spar with Chance. I apologize for the remark, Chance. Just a little joke. You're right. It's not funny. My bad. Apology accepted. Chance took my hand, leading me to get off the boat. We'll let you know the date and time of the party. You showed us a great time and we'd like to show you guys one too. He slipped something into my hand and I closed my fist around what felt like a wad of cash. This is their tip. Distribute it as you see fit, baby. I'll meet you at the truck. We've got to get this fish into our cooler and get some ice on it. Okay. I'll be right there. I opened my hand and heard a gasp come from behind me as Chance walked away. Captain Jack's eyes were huge as he looked at what I held. How many $100 bills are there, Ruby? 20. I handed 10 of them to him. I'll split the other 10 between the boys. He took the cash. You do that. My woman is gonna be happy with me tonight, that is for sure. I bet she will be. The tip was too much and I knew that, but it felt good to be making a few of the people I worked with happy. See you in the morning. Thanks, Captain Jack, for showing us a good time. You know I was joking about you finding another rich guy, right? I do. And I was kind of glad that Chance had wasted no time in letting him know it was unwelcome. He was right to defend you, you know. Nodding, I agreed. Yeah. He's a good one. Seems so. Don't let anything or anyone get in your way, Ruby. Keep each other happy. Get married. Have babies. You deserve a man like him. The other was a huge jerk. A smile formed on my lips. Funny, you never said that about Logan before. Yeah, I know. But I always thought it. You always deserved better than that good for nothing. He shoved the money into his pocket. Tell your groom-to-be that I appreciate the hefty tip. He's welcome on my vessel any time he wants. Will do, Captain. I left the boat, walking down the long pier to get back to the shore. I saw Leslie working the stand, a line of customers keeping her busy. But not too busy for her to shout, "What are you doing here, Ruby? It's your day off." Suddenly an arm wrapped around my waist, then lips pressed against my cheek before Chance said, "She took me out for the best time of my life is what she's doing here." She looked at Chance, then back at me. Yours? Nodding, I couldn't wipe the smile off my face. He's mine. Before I knew it, Chance had scooped me up into his arms and carried me away to his truck as the people cheered for us. I buried my face in his chest, feeling the heat of embarrassment but also the heat of something far better than that. "I'm yours, huh?" he whispered with a husky tone to his deep voice. "We have to make it look good," I said with a grin. "And you do make it look good. I have to give you that." He put me back on my feet, and I found my back against the passenger door of his truck. "Do I now?" He licked his lips as he stared at mine. Things inside of me began to heat up to the melting point. "Chance, what are you about to do?" "Make it look good." His mouth descended on mine, and the kiss took me so far away that I didn't know where I was anymore. I felt his hands sliding down my arms, and then he pulled one up and his mouth left mine, leaving me unable to breathe. My future wife. Everyone on the docks cheered for us, like we were some sort of celebrities or royalty. I'd never been so embarrassed and turned on at the same time. "Chance." He opened the door for me, then lifted me up to put me inside his tall truck. "Buckle up, baby. This ride might get a little dangerous." Holy hell. I bit my lower lip as he closed the door. Blinking a few times, I couldn't believe the expressions I saw as the people around us continued looking our way. So many smiles. Everyone seemed so happy. Happy for me. Happy for Chance. Just happy to be a part of something that seemed to be all about love. But it was all fake. Nothing either of us had said was real in the least. And I had to remind myself of that. Chance was putting on a show. A show I'd asked him to put on. And I couldn't let the act get so big that I would forget that it was only an act. Chance got into the driver's seat, then started up the loud engine. I took a deep breath to bring myself back to reality. The crew said to thank you for the generous tip. They deserved it. He pulled out of the parking lot, gunning the engine as we drove away. I had the best day ever. Yeah. Catching that fish was something all right. That was nice. He licked his lips as he looked at me while waiting at the stop sign for traffic to move. But that wasn't the highlight. Come on, I said, it was too. Who wouldn't love catching a fish like the one you did? I liked that part of the day. But there was a part one enjoyed even more than that. Cocking my head, I looked at him in question. I didn't want him to keep up the act when no one was around to witness it. It would just be too hard when this was over. So I turned my head and looked out of the window. I'm just glad you had a good time. I said. I'm glad we can make some fun memories out of this thing. You know, before Logan finds someone and moves on. After that, we can stop pretending.
End of sneak peek for Saved by the Bad Boy, a billionaire fake fiancé romance, Irresistible Brothers 13. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. Audio copyright 2024 BFA Publishing. Please like and subscribe to support this channel, it helps more than you know.